Richman Shopโน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการลีก MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
สวัสดีค่ะ ยินดีต้อนรับนะคะเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน Mobile Legends รายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะ วันนี้นะคะก็กลับมาอยู่กันกับมิ้นท์นะคะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรเหมือนเดิมค่ะ วันนี้นะคะจะเป็นการแข่งขันวันสุดท้ายแล้วในรอบเก็บคะแนนนะคะ ตอนนี้เนี่ยทุกคนก็ได้รู้กันแล้วนะคะว่าใครจะได้เข้าไปเล่นในรอบ Pay Off กันบ้าง แต่การแข่งขันวันนี้นะคะจะทำให้ทุกคนเนี่ยได้รู้ว่าทีมไหนจะได้ไปเจอกับทีมไหนอีกทีนะคะในรอบ Pay Off ถือว่าเป็นรอบสำคัญเหมือนกันนะคะในวันนี้และวันนี้นะคะเราจะมีการแข่งขันทั้งหมด3คู่ค่ะเริ่มกันที่คู่ที่1ของเราเลยนะคะเป็นคู่ที่แฟนๆเนี่ยจับตาดูมากที่สุดเลยนั่นก็คืออินซีดำไร้พ่ายอย่าง KOG King of Gamer Club ค่ะวันนี้นะคะเขาจะได้เจอกับไฟส้มฟูเซนนั่นเองค่ะมาดูกันว่าวันนี้ KOG ของเราเนี่ยจะสามารถปิดจบแบบไร้พ่ายได้หรือเปล่านะคะในรอบเก็บคะแนนนี้หรือว่าจะเป็นไฟส้มฟูเซนของเราที่จะมาหยุดความไร้พ่ายของ KOG ลงค่ะเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะคะส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSL Thailand Season 1, Week 5, Day number 3. And thank you very much for the host there, Minnie, with the amazing stage presence, definitely hyping up the matches. You're going to be accompanied by me, Arashi, and Rockhard. How you doing, Rockhard, my man?
His friend that does not unmute his tab, so I did not hear him talk. I'm doing great. I'm doing great, man. It's all obviously been full swing here in the local MPLs here, so we've been keeping busy with that. Aside from obviously just so happy to see the progress with MSL Thailand, which seems to be just, just booming now. I think we have just a really solid idea of where the power levels of most teams are right now here in MSL.
Yeah, I think our colleagues Zdafa and Leo had a great time yesterday. It seems to be some pretty fun matchups there too. But today, man, I think today is quite exciting, dude. There's some matches I saw earlier, and I think it's going to be quite competitive, especially the last one. I'm kind of looking forward to that.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like, it's probably going to be my first time casting a bacon match, so that'll be fun, right? So. And overall, competitiveness is going to be top tier still, despite obviously our brackets looking pretty locked in already. That should feel like something to look forward to is watching these teams just go all out, like no negative feelings, no nervousness, just all out MLBB action.
We gotta go all in right here, man. As we said earlier, today's schedule: KOG versus Full Sense, ACT against Solix, Buriram versus Bacon. Man, Bacon time, dude. I've only casted one match for them, so I'm looking forward to this one. And we're starting off really strong with the first match being a KOG game. Yeah, personal favorite of yours, Rockhard. What do you think?
Yeah, still KOG, 100%. I've always been. I've actually just been pretty much waiting to see what's going to happen between the KOG and the Bacon game. But like I mentioned earlier, it's just, it's anyone's game right now, right? It's still anyone's games where you're just going to go all out. You're going to show your best. You're not thinking about standings too much anymore today, right? So there's that there's a possible factor that's removed from your chest. Like, oh, now I can actually just go and have some fun here. And I think sometimes when you go and just have fun with your friends, sometimes that's when your actual true potential actually gets released. So that's why today is just gotta be such a fun day.
Yeah, the mix between a challenge and having a good time. The people call it the zone, right? The flow state. I mean, that's true, man. When the stakes change like this, there is a good chance that might happen. For match one, people are probably discounting full sense already. But hey, sometimes when you least expect it, that's where they step up. In MPL ID, for me yesterday, that's what happened, man. An underdog story, you know, just started out of nowhere when people really thought like, oh, there's no way. It's almost 100% guarantee. And on top of that, I'm curious to see if any new picks are showing up as well. Because for us in MPL ID, the Paquito showed up. So it's gonna be potentially a couple of new surprises available for these teams.
Yeah, Paquito is such a. I've been actually literally praying for that on broadcast, like since start of the week, because I feel like it is such a good pick, and I'm very glad it did show up, which would it would show its competitive viability, right? I feel like it's such an underrated hero for the longest time. I feel like you could throw it in most lanes and it'll be fine, right? Like jungle Paquito is most likely, but I feel like gold lane Paquito's not even that bad. I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna blow up some gold laners, as long as you draft well around it, right? It's not like you can just go all melee or anything. Maybe if you add a Kimi into the mix, if you add a YSS jungle into the mix, maybe that can work. What we're saying is there's a completely understandable mix-up right now with Harley, just a slight buff, but still, a slight nerf, but a nerf nonetheless. Maybe that can change the playing field a little bit. That's always fun.
For sure, man. On top of the Paquito, by the way, speaking of fighters in the gold lane, we were hoping for something like that to show up, and we saw a Ruby actually pop up too. And even in the bans, before even talking about the picks, in the bans, we were seeing like Lunoxes and all these other heroes we haven't seen in a while. We're seeing the Gord really take off in popularity. So I feel like it's been like only a week since I've casted like MSL Thailand, but I'm looking forward to seeing if there's any real surprises.
That's true. I'm still looking for the surprises. I think we're going to be seeing our team lineup now. It's KOG, Preferred Kaizen, Zed, Payan, and Nile. I know you guys have your own Nile, right? But this is a different Nile.
Yeah.
He's looking really good here. KOG, Kings of Gamers Club.
Don't forget about Payan too. A lot of eyes on the kid. He's been able to make some crazy mechanical plays, crazy macro plays too. Today they're up against Full Sense with Dominic, Flash's Art, Double PZ, Nezia, and Hazaki. They've had success of their own, especially in the jungle position. So, man, the KOG better watch out.
I completely agree. I feel like when you said earlier that they were kind of getting counted out already. I mean, obviously they were under a lot of pressure in the past few weeks. And again, now maybe that can change a little bit. Got Justin and Dran, our coaches for the day, and Kepkov, our marshal. I'm just expecting I'm not expecting too much change in the status quo, to be honest. Like, who's strong is definitely going to be strong. But I'm expecting some X factor to be taken into account here. And maybe you're right. Maybe that might be in the gold lane.
Well, speaking of that gold lane, here's the head-to-head statistics for Payan and Nezia. As you can see, the KDA ratio is heavily favoring Payan, and it's no surprise. This guy has been very actively carrying the team. He likes playing those heroes that can really get involved early. I believe we've seen him perform on the Harris, the Moscovs too, but he can tend to get a bit wild sometimes, and that's maybe where Nezia can bait him into making some mistakes.
Yeah, going wild, I think the term there is overheating, right? Like, he tends to overheat a little bit more. Maybe that you can attribute that to him being a relatively new player, but, and I would say also very young, right? He's like probably one of the youngest.
Yep.
If not in the league, just, for most teams. But, who's not that young? I was going to say not young. Not that
Call him
young.
old.
He's Kaden. Got me there. With absolute dominance being shown in the jungle for the most part. Every time I watch him play, you know what I'm saying? This guy feels like he's got all the boxes ticked. You know what I mean? It's like he's got all the major attributes that you want in a veteran jungle locked in with Kaizen. A very wide hero pool, obviously a very good sense, good game sense, as well as good cooperation with the team.
I think from the Lord Raid, you can also tell that despite not really being a hard carry and having too many crazy statistics combat-wise, the team really understands how to play with the neutral objectives, right? That's why the rate is so high there. The macro setup, the lane management as well is something that Full Sense has to be very careful about. KOG has rarely been caught with their pants down when it comes down to the neutral objective game. So maybe that's elsewhere is where Full Sense can try and get more of a surprise value, maybe in the team fights, maybe in some kind of flank maneuver.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking at Dominic, who has, I can see it in his face. Not gonna lie, I can see it in his face. He's been having a tough time lately, especially in the last few weeks. But now he feels more locked in, not less nervous and more locked in, I would say. And I think maybe that's one place they can kind of get an advantage here. Again, just looking forward to making sure that Full Sense can really play their game. That's what I am looking for, right? A Full Sense that has no fear, a Full Sense that's very confident, a Full Sense that has, their communications locked and loaded. That is, that's the Full Sense I was expecting. We didn't see a lot of that in the regular season, but maybe here in the last day, we just might.
Yeah, man, I want to see the Full Sense that brings out those crazy picks. Because remember, I think week 2, day 2, we saw them bring out the Kaja carry Lunox combo. They've been very creative with some of the drafts, and I actually forgot to call out the random map draw, but it's gonna be the broken walls. So fighters have a lot more value here, less of a barrier to walk around and find those weird angles of approach.
You know what? I will count that for you because you were very locked in. It's 1-0 for the day on the
Gotcha.
predictions. And you're right. You know what? A lot of really strong combos have actually popped up recently, like Guinevere Kalea. People have just, I don't know why, but it feels like they're a little late to the party. People are starting to figure out that is a godly combo. If you don't ban out the Kalea or the Guinevere right on cue, it feels like it can get away with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, the mobility, the sustain, it's a lot of really strong attributes to really work with the current meta. On top of that, though, we're seeing the Gord Harley, that burst kind of style come through. Although over here in MSL, I don't know if it's going to be safe enough, especially with the Harley left open here and the glue. Full Sense trying to go aggressive here.
All right. So again, the glue just winning so many games recently. It feels like it's so hard to go wrong. You know what, Arashi? It's so hard to mess up a glue right now, at least from what I'm watching for all across regions. Every time you pick up a glue, it just feels so bad. It feels like you just got put in such a bad position if you die. In general, it's so easy to survive a team fight as a glue, and it's so easy to set up. So with this dual magic combo here, lots of magic damage coming in from Full Sense. That feels like a big dump of information for KOG.
Certainly feels that way. Both teams, though, they are hiding their side laners, right? They've shown the mid trio very, very early here. For Full Sense, there is a flex potential to send the glue to the roam or the EXP lane, technically. They banned it with the Phoveus, though, so I think this is going to be... that tells you it's going to be a roam glue, because glue actually does well against Phoveus in the laning phase. The Phoveus ban, but also the Arlet ban. So KOG might be predicting that the reason why the Phoveus is banned by Full Sense is because they want to go for an Arlet. That kind of AoE is something they lack right now in their team as well.
Yeah, great AoE. And good coverage. I think right now, both teams are just going for the general coverage. Like, for KOG, it's just that crowd control with the Zushin and the Khalid. And everyone else on the side of Full Sense is just damage. So I think for Full Sense, the crowd control is going to come in. I love the Arlot ban. That's what I was saying. They're going to need so much more crowd control here. And they got rid of 2 of the biggest CC XP laners, bro.
Well, so far, without those 2 options, big CC, Terizla comes to mind. Good frontline as well. Aside from that, I don't know. Maybe the highlights if they really want that mobility. But no, the Rizzler shows up on cue right here for Full Sense.
Yeah, it's the Rizzler. They need crowd control for days. They've got it. Although it is a very specific kind of crowd control. Not really quite enough. They're going to need one more, maybe. I don't know. Maybe the glue and Charista's fine for that. But yeah, they need the gold anyway. Wonder what's the physical damage gold laner gonna be for Full Sense right now. The Moskov looks so good. They're smiling with that pick. I don't know why, but definitely feel good about that one.
It's a bit of a signature here for Payan, right? He kind of goes crazy with the SODs. Although, you know, there were some games where the SOD just won't land, right? So we'll see how
I
this one
remember
goes.
that. Oh
Yeah,
my god, I
unreal.
remember that.
No Marcel this time though. So last pick for KOG. They go for the Alice to round it out. It's gonna be healing so much from the glue.
Whoa, what's this?
What?
Let's go! Hanabi, bro.
Hanabi.
It's a Hanabi.
Oh boy.
It's so funny, Arash. I was saying they need crowd control. But oh no, it's only gold lane. They go for both. They go for damage and crowd control with the Hanabi.
I mean, technically it works, but against an Alice and a Suyo on the Hanabi, there's going to be a lot of peeling required to make sure that Nezia can actually do all that damage. But the laning phase, I gotta say, the laning phase and in the mid game, there's a lot of things that Full Sense can work with here if they want to put KOG on the back foot. So I think there's a real threat here that KOG has to respect.
Yeah, there's absolutely a real threat, especially if they get that perfect lineup of crowd control. If you line up, for example, Penalty Zone with the Higanbana, that would be crazy crowd control. But then again, that's a big if, Arashi.
The big IF. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the day between KOG and Full Sense. Let's see how this one goes. Is it gonna be early game aggression, which it seems to be the case, or is it gonna be the calm, calculated way that KOG wants to scale up?
And right now, it seems that scaling is definitely the question, especially if you are also on the side of, you know, Full Sense. I mean, that Hanabi is gonna take a long time. Not gonna lie, it'll take maybe 12 minutes before that Hanabi actually comes out of lane, and that is if he can get out of lane in one piece. He is against Moskov, and I've seen Moskovs this week just pair a new one against Fanny's. So yeah, that Hanabi is my biggest pain point. And again, I'm waiting to see if they can actually survive.
Let's see how it goes, man. In the early game, with the Suyo and the Harley, both want to do some real damage. Time prediction brought to you by Infinix, though. Rockhard and me are on the same page, 2-0 for KOG, but if Full Sense wants to prove us wrong, you know, they're more than welcome.
Yeah, very happy to be proven wrong here. You pick up the Hanabi when there's people don't really expect it, and this is one of those times, Arashi, right? I don't think a lot of people expect that. 2-0 across the board, even to our iCaster.
Right. Not really a surprise there, to be fair, but hey, you never know, man. It's always a chance, and so far Full Sense is doing pretty okay. In some of those battles, like in the Litho department, you saw KZen actually getting the better from Full Sense. That's for now, though. I think with a couple more items, Flash SR will definitely be looking to try and make some plays. There's a reason why this Harley is a huge prio pick.
That's true. Harley's definitely going to be one of the bigger threats. Again, despite the nerfs, Harley just so good right now. Can't really go wrong, especially if you draft it with a very mobile team. We're doing it right now, though. Pretty Bird, to get out of harm's way, of course, will be just safe, but put a big chunk of that HP. That might discourage them from joining this next turtle, or will it? Goes back in for the fight. Zed actually gets the turtle. And will you look at that? It's still KOG who got the better share of the trade there. Dominic's still trying to fight it out. I don't think he's going to be able to take down Zed. I think Dominic will have to pay for that with his life.
No mobility to get out of the sticky situation. It was looking so good for Full Sense. They had the setup. They were able to use the Double PC's ultimate, the Feathered Airstrike, to not only attempt the kill and force out a flicker from 33 RD, but also to get KZen low HP. But afterwards, they tunneled too far on the kill, I feel like. And Flash SR got caught out all the way in the back, and he didn't even get the turtle, man. Zed at Sushin was able to get it with a Lantern Flare. That's definitely unfortunate. With that advantage though, we'll see what KOG does. The RD is already in position. Can make something happen? Under the tower.
Big from Ruin. Nile goes to the back line as well, trying to clean it up. Double P's easy, actually able to just get some damage on the Zed, and Nile forcing it back. What the penalty zone was that? Dominic, I think he slipped a little bit, just a little bit there. And able to at least get comboed or assisted there by Hasaki, who might also be in trouble himself. Getting that glue super duper low. And then threatening with the grab, forcing Nile back. Man, things are just not going the way they planned, I think.
Definitely not, man. Now that Flashes are on the back foot, 0 and 2, it's gonna be tough for him to play as dominantly as he wants to. Oh, they're trying to engage on Nile, but the speed here from KOG is the big problem. The Khalid and the Tushin are both so maneuverable, so it's hard to really catch them off guard, especially when you don't have a lot of card control. Like, they can only engage using Hazaki with the slam pass or the penalty zone, and neither are particularly good at keeping KOG in place.
That's true. It's really just, that's what you get with the really mobile composition, right? So the crowd control, you have it, but can it hit, right? It's not a tracking crowd control. It's not like crowd control that you click on the opponent and it locks in. You got to manually do it. There you go. KOG once more re-engaging for the first, misses on the Throne of Ruin. Just barely out of range, but I think will be enough to at least force them back so that Payan can take care of that turret. Very important that they remove that. Gives just better access to that jungle. And KOG, they're with a pretty solid 3K gold lead already.
It's so good that they're on such a low gold lead, technically, if you look at it on paper, but they're able to use the ultimates effectively to zone everyone out. Hasaki was in a tough spot. SOD does land, Payan goes in.
SOD goes right into the fight. Hanabi just doing his very best to throw out the damage, but the damage per hit is just not quite there yet. Flicker force from Hasaki, and now it's still gonna be full sense on survival mode, Arashi.
Oh, it's rough. It was a huge SOD dive technically, and you're seeing why Payan is just known to be wild on the Mostov, and now that keeps a doubt in the back of Full Sense's mind, right? Is Payan the kind of guy who will keep going for plays like that? Because if he goes in for once and there's no card control to stop him, it's gonna look really dangerous for Full Sense.
Yeah, it's hitting better now, by the way. The SOD is definitely a lot more on point. Let's see, maybe on their side. Look at that beautiful Raging Sandstorm under the turret. A little bit of a counter attack coming in here from Double P's easy, but not really enough to stop the assault. A brutal assault being done here by KOG. It's a 2-for-1 trade, and I don't think they're quite done yet. Wants to go for more. Nile wants blood. Neja is there. He can smell it, and they force them back, taking a turret on the bottom. Meanwhile, look at Flash SR, able to get even a little bit of a consolation prize. It's already a big thing for them. I think will be able to just get demolished. That was a one combo kill by Kaizen. What the hell?
Where did he go? As we take a look at the instant replay on that dive earlier, Raging Sandstorm flicker to the back line, and just like that, follow up with the Throne of Ruins and 33 RP. He is the one that gets taken out, but over on the bottom side of that fight, man, there was a big penalty zone from Dominic, but not enough damage output here. Full Sense, they were trying to use this burst damage to threaten, but now they are forced to rely on Nezia and the DPS to really get a foothold in these fights, and he is quite severely behind.
Quite severely, like almost 2 items, honestly.
Yeah.
Or maybe 1 full item ahead, 1.5. At that point, it's just going to be a lot more difficult to recover. Where are they going to get the gold to balance that out, right? Because they're just locked into their base at this point.
At any point, if they overstep here, Nile has shown that he will not hesitate to just go with the Raging Sandstorm. The Full Sense are definitely on the toes, because when the focus comes up on Nile, 33 RD has initiated some really good turret dives with that Alice. This is why having multiple engage tools makes your game plans a lot more unpredictable to your opponents, and Full Sense are definitely feeling that right now.
Absolutely. They can feel it in every lane, right? Not just one lane. They're feeling it in such a way that they're not even able to enter their own jungle. Flash SR he knows that Kaysen's here somewhere. He saw, right? He saw you get one combo. And Nile, again, it's threats from all directions. They're throwing it right now. Luckily, the clear is there still, but it's getting harder and harder to push Arashi.
I mean, look at how Nile is playing, dude. He walked right between two members of Full Sense, and there's nothing they could do about it. Even Dominic under turret feels the pressure, feels that the damage is real. There's no big long-range poke coming in from KOG, but they do have the Queller coming through from Kaysen, and that's a sizable amount of poke damage over time.
I mean, it's gonna be even hard to call it poke, you know, the way the Flash SR got deleted in one combo.
Oh!
So, yeah, it hits like a truck, and just like that, Flash SR felt it again. This time with more backup coming in from KOG.
Dude, he was unwilling to let go of the purple buff, and Nile did a great job immediately making him pay for it. Now he won't be available for the Lord take. You can argue that Full Sense were not going to be able to anyways, but now they go for Nile.
Yep, Nile is going to be the big pain point here. Just absorbed so much, but you know what? A roam for a Lord, I would probably take that all day.
For sure, man. The guy who is known for taking the Lords, showing again that he has that control, and the team definitely supports him in that endeavor. He is also 5-0-2 though, so this time he's picking up more of a carry role until later on, at least, when Payan has the Swift Trinity. I believe he's at 2 items and a couple of components right now.
Yeah, I feel like Payan's absolutely fine right now, right? He should get into the Wind of Nature soon, and the moment that you lock in the Wind of Nature, it actually just makes it impossible for Nezia to duel him directly, so he's gonna need a lot of backup from Flash SR and Double PZZ.
I wonder if he might opt for something like a Rose Gold instead, knowing that there's a Harley Forza, but no. Oh, Dominic!
Right. Oh, nice dive here. Obviously, a lot of damage being done by KOG at the bottom. Mid lane feels like it's just a distraction at this point. That's gonna be inhibitor turret going down. And you know what? Just one inhibitor turret going down? That sounds pretty big already for Full Sense. But they do still need to manage this wave. Throne of Ruin thrown out by Free RD. And he's gonna absorb Deadly Magic and all the combo here. Full Sense just focusing down on 31st, takes down the Alice, but actually might be paying for it with their lives as well. The re-engage might come soon. Hasaki wants to go for the grab. Will be able to get in and dives. That will be ZZ. Nice sidestep, making sure that he still gets the last salvo out of that feather airstrike. But it's like good enough is going to be the kill for Zed. Hasaki did the job already. Might just go ahead and concede his life. But no, he still goes in. He brings the target to Dominic. I don't know what's happening here, but it looks good for Full Sense.
Man, you do not want to go and give the glue like a lot of different 1v1s and 2v2s. That's where Hasaki on this glue can really take control, right? The glue doesn't really do immensely in the team fights, but in those small skirmishes, it's absolutely dangerous. That's why you saw that again, like 2 ultis in such a short period there from Hasaki. That is what I think Full Sense wanted to get from the beginning, but SOD lands.
Big SOD. Now that's the signal. Payan wants to go in. Dominic with a beautiful gauge there, but not really much of a follow-up. Pretty for blocked everyone for following up into that penalty zone, bro. It looks like Payan says, maybe we can fight. They don't have the ulti, but that discipline just makes it so that they will be going towards Lloyd.
I mean, it's funny that you say discipline there, Rockhard, because, man, Payan jumped forward there in the tail end of that fight. You're seeing the killer instinct, the rashness show just a little bit. That's going to be a clean Lord, though. Full Sense, nowhere close to having a chance to contest it. It's a 10k gold lead, and usually it's enough for a brute force end angle, and KOG certainly seems to be looking for it.
Okay. Now it does feel like an impossible siege to complete just because double PZZ can clear so many minion waves. and no one can actually stop him from casting. Like there's no long range cancel for the channel of the feathered airstrike. So it feels like KOG gonna have to wait for this Lord. Let's see if they can defend. Full Sense right now trying to clear up as many as they can. That Hanabi actually doing some decent work in clearing the Lord wave as well as the Lord right now. And he box in, that's an empty base. Here comes a Code of Ruin, and everyone gets hit. They're trying to play outside of the feathered airstrike here, but somehow the damage is actually just being done. Nile getting dodged out there. Full Sense pretty much having that composure. They still have that micro to fight these battles against KOG, bro.
Now it's looking a bit sketchy. They got the final base turret. It wasn't an evolved Lord, so all right. You know, with the Hanabi, with the Farsa, they're able to push away KOG. But you're seeing some cracks show up there. 33 RD forced to back away by the glue, by the mount, and Payan again goes in aggressive and was forced to flicker backwards. There was a way that KOG could have played that. They're looking for another re-engage, but Full Sense might have had a suspicion. Now they're playing for the long game where the Hanabi, again, the big advantage is not just the damage output, it's the fact that you don't have to overextend too far to have presence in the fights. Whereas for Payan on the Moskov, it's relatively short range if you compare it to the Hanabi.
That's true. I mean, the Hanabi can kind of just bounce off of minions, right? So that adds to your range. And even if there's a Lord, I mean, the Lord is a perfect bouncing spot, so the range definitely is a disadvantage. Nile goes in, Flash SR put into half, able to escape just like that. Absorbs deadly magic. He should be fine. He also has the quick sand guard to top himself back up. That keeps Full Sense inside their base for now.
A good move to just really chase down Flash's arm, even past the point of his returning of the hat, you know, to really try and pressure and get something. It was close, man. If they picked up Flash's R there, it won't change too much, right? The Lord, fortunately, isn't up just yet, but it kind of puts the threat in the back of their minds, and KOG trying to increase the pressure, going for the purple, but Flash's R still gets it. He might run into Kaizen if he goes for his orange, though. But no, now KOG will play the slow macro game. They have the far side. They even have a Moskov if they want to play super, super macro.
Great. But looks like Payan's deciding to stick along with his team, which is definitely valid, especially if you think about this Lord right now. Payan can hold this all day for its Zed, and and Nile can just play around. Look who's splitting. It's truly Kaizen. It's very far from this. I don't know what they're baiting. I think they want to go for the sneaky. Pretty Bird goes in.
Oh.
Obviously, a very strong engage. And of course, there's going to be Nezia going down. I don't think there was anyone to actually block for Nezia. And that is a shame. They're going to fall one by one. Double TZZ stuck on the base. Gonna get taken care of there by the rest of KOG. And with only Hasaki still surviving, that should be the nail in the coffin. KOG, they took a long time with this game compared to others. But you know what? They still get the job done. 17 minutes. Still getting that win.
I mean, bro, they even had time to chase that final kill onto Hasaki, man. Like, they had a lot of leeway to work with here, and they are not embarrassed to show it. They show that they have more advantage to play around just a little bit, right? You can still pick random fights that don't really benefit them all too much, but in the end, it's still really good. I like how they ended that game though, man. They pulled the team apart using the macro, but instead of going for just the Lord, they make sure that they have a clear pathway to the backline, using the Moskov, using Kaizen as a pressure point, and they dictate the movements of Full Sense indirectly, and that caused this fight where Full Sense, after getting so much success, immediately got demolished because Nezia and Flash SR and Double PZ had no safe zone to really output their damage from.
Yeah, they were completely like outmaneuvered in that one. It feels like they split up on the map too much, to the point where they couldn't back each other up. Even with like the massive range of cars. And that, I think that was pretty masterful. Payan was holding that Lord, saying, guys, I'm just putting it down, but you know what? Kaizen might be here somewhere. But where was Kaizen? Kaizen was all the way up top, and they had to really force that the defense on top side, which again, it spread them too thin. Yeah, you're so spread too thin, you're so far away, you can't back each other up, and it felt like it was all planned out. That's the beauty of it, Arashi.
Yeah, I do think so, man. I think the idea is that he'll stay in the bush there, and if they send anyone, the Harley, the Farsa, anyone that gets sent there that's not a tank, which is unlikely, knowing it's a glue and a Terizla, it's gonna be one of the squishies. Whoever runs in there, Kaizen can one shot immediately, right? But even if they don't, like we saw earlier, because they have no crowd control, because they have no burst damage to really get like an easy catch almost. They couldn't do anything, right? Ideally, for full sense, it's either they all back away and just play the base defense, or they go for an engage. But the engage just wasn't allowed there, and that's why the MVP is Kaizen from KOG, 10-0-2, and still with that full Lord control, dude.
Yeah, this guy feels like he's racing against time, yeah? With the way that he is rushing the levels, he's rushing the items, and he's also just able to one-shot multiple members of Full Sense. I mean, that's not normal, to be honest. Like, usually you'd still need like someone to back you up. But Kaizen says, fine, I'll do it myself. So he just got all the good packages. He got everything you'd want for Suyo in that game. I think he was completely given so much space just because Nile was on Khalid. And the fight just felt so easy for them to navigate, bro.
Again, especially when they are the ones that can dictate the movements in the fight. It's not just about the crowd control, man. It's the fact that whenever they want to, if they want to get their hands onto Double PZ and Nezia, there is nothing Full Sense can do about it, right? 33 RD can get in there without even using the flicker. The flowing blood alone gets him so far in. Kaizen can dash in there with the Blade Surge, and Payan can even SOD, right? So they can pick and choose how they want the fights to go. Do they want to kite backwards? Do they want to go and dive in and delete the backline? Even Zed as a mid laner can go in, and that's the power of the Tsushin.
I think the only thing that kept this game a bit longer is, you're right, like they can't really reach double PCC that easily, despite the SOD being there. So if it wasn't the Farsa, maybe this would have been done at 14, to be honest. Double PCC was the guy who was clearing from long range, but we got to a point where even that didn't matter, right? It didn't matter if you could Farsa, if you could feather airstrike from a long distance. They could close out easily. They had enough durability to actually just dive on you. I mean, he tried here, right? He tried to flicker backwards, but yeah, you're not going to be able to do much. You don't have any towers. You don't have any teammates. So yeah, this game went longer, but it still felt like a very decisive game for KOG.
Oh, for sure. And you're seeing again the adaptations of KOG. They tried to go for a 10k gold lead brute force Lord base approach, and they were unable to do so. So instead of taking the risk and going for something like that again, they set up the trap, right? They still want to go for the Lord, but they try and leave some options available in case they can get more. And they definitely did, man. They just deleted Nezia and Flash SR, and then Double PC is left alone with the frontliners stuck outside of the base, which is why, again, Full Sense has to reconsider and recalculate how they want the fights to go here, because whatever game plan they had just didn't work. The Glue and Farsa were unable to really set up a lot of kills. So Double PZ, even with the roam advantage, with the wings by wings that should allow him to go to the side laners, there wasn't a lot of dives and a lot of ganks available on the side lanes too. It was all KOG from the early game.
Yeah, that's why it was so problematic for me, the draft, where okay, you got a Harley, congratulations, but how are we gonna control these lanes, right? How are we gonna be able to impact the side laners? Because if you have a Harley, then you have a Suyo on the other side. The Suyo is probably hunting you down. You're not doing the hunting, you're the hunted, right? So that's my
For
that's
sure.
why in the draft it looks so good. I on paper a Harley first pick is so good, but if it's answered by another really strong assassin, it feels like the Harley sometimes just kind of falters and that mobility gets matched. So you're right, the side lanes feel like they just got left alone for the most part because the jungle and the mid trio was already having a hard time. They were already having a hard time keeping control.
Yeah, and on top of that, again, there's no way for them to really make a play because usually when you're really far behind, you can't really just fight textbook wise front to back. You want to try and get some pickoffs. You want to try and get some flanks, but I think Full Sense did try that, and KOG, like I said earlier, they have so much mobility. They're like, okay, that's cool, man. We're gonna back away. Let your ultis expire. Wait it out, and then even afterwards, if you want to go back in there, we can chase you down. So mobility is a huge deal, and I think a lot of teams have been focusing a lot more on the mobility aspect as well. But for Full Sense, they try to go for a pick-off comp into a full-out team fight composition. They banked on the Hanabi being able to do damage, and to be fair, he was the highest damage dealer on the team, right? Nezia on the Hanabi, but in the end, it just wasn't enough, especially when you're up against a team that knows not to oblige you in the kind of team fights that you want.
Not group up as 5. You don't see that, right? You don't. They were so split up. I like that about KOG. Like their spacing is so good in this game that okay, I'm a Hanabi. I'm gonna throw you all with Petal Barrage and Higanbana, but it's only just usually just one guy, right? We didn't see like a whole team get locked in. Even the penalty zone was being dodged a lot. Now, in that sense, I'm not sure if it's if it's the composition's fault or maybe it's a few those times, right? You remember, like we saw a lot of micro errors as well, especially when implementing their only big crowd control, which is the penalty zone. So I don't know if it's the comp or it's like the micro misses, but either way, it just fell apart so quickly.
I think it's the fact that they can't control where there's so many outplays available because of the mobility once again. But on top of that, again, if Full Sense were ahead in gold, if they can force the Lord take, right? Let's imagine for a second that the Hanabi is really fed and they can shred down that Lord with the Hanabi and Harley, right? Now they can force KOG to kind of walk to them, and then that's where the penalty zone can happen. That's where the glue can actually zone out, can be more annoying, can stick to the Tsushin or the Khalid, and kind of force KOG to move backwards. And now they can dictate the pace, But when you're that far behind, right? KOG are very willing to let Full Sense stick near the Lord because what are you gonna do? Like steal it, against the Suyo that's like 8-0 with a Soul Sever, right? That has the stat of the highest Lord Secures in the league. So they have all these attributes that allow them to really take it easy when Full Sense actually have some winning factors.
That's true. I mean, you're right. Like Full Sense had these factors. It's not a complete wash, right? It's not like they had a bad draft, but it just didn't work out the way they wanted. Now we have to obviously double check this. What does this mean?
Right.
I need to know Mr. Zed, who is still very much smiling. Right now, yeah, I feel like Zed, despite not all the impacts, by the way, not all entrances of Zed were actually perfect. A lot of them were just, a little bit half-cooked in some scenarios. But I will say he did a pretty decent job in, just keeping the team together.
Yeah. I mean, he picks and chooses the right moment to go in and be annoying, right? With the Tsushin, you can carry sometimes, especially if you can get a Sky Piercer. But by all means, he was playing a more calm, calculated fashion. Expanding Rivers?
Yeah. Ooh, so close.
Oh, close. Very close. All right.
So,
but
that translates to passion win or passion express, depends on your heart. It just basically means, I'm not sure if this translation is correct.
Passion win or passion
yeah, it's more about like passion and how your heart decides. So whatever your heart decides, it's usually like, it's usually the way to go. I think that's what that means.
Huh.
Just follow
Okay.
your heart. Wow. Very nice. That's nice.
Or
to
like
hear.
follow your passion to win type of deal.
Yeah.
Maybe. We're theorizing here. If you guys have a better translation, do put it down in the comments. As we go into the drafting phase for game number 2, and adjustment-wise, it's pretty similar, man. Yuzong Freya should be followed by Uranus for KOG. For Full Sense,
Yep.
which is on the same side, it should be a Guinevere.
I like the at least the respect on the Baksha. So Full Sense really did their homework on this one. I can tell. Either way, it feels like you just have to make sure that you can ban out more jungle heroes. I actually think they should ban out more, but that's a problem with banning out jungles against KOG, Arashi. You remember that
Mhm.
game where Kaizen just literally just akai'd his way to victory? I don't think he's gonna
Right.
run out of heroes.
I mean, that's why it's so good, man. You don't have to be the carry, right? When your team can play at such a high level, it doesn't matter if you don't do your usual thing, right? Even for 33 RD, if you put him on a carry EXP laner, I bet he can do a pretty good job, you know? So it's Full Sense. It has to be a bit more careful with how they want to draft this, because I think they at least are used to something a bit more direct. They like this pick of style. That's why they brought out the Kaja last time too.
Oh, that's right. Kaja is a very good hero, by the way, who has been rising up in popularity. I'm pretty sure in your side of the sea as well. But yeah, I feel like we can kind of just get behind the composition that way. There you go. Beautiful. That's actually great. Especially if they plan to Harley again.
Well, hang on a second. Now KOG can go for the Harley if they want to, and they're gonna give up the Tsushin if they do
Tsushin.
so. But
Yeah.
again, there's alternatives for KOG.
The stars conspired to bring you.
All right.
to
I
me.
mean,
Okay.
I get him. It's kind of hard to give that up. I get it. But
Right.
yes, Harley is definitely the free pick here, right? At this point,
Mm-hmm.
Harley and maybe a
They go
Claude.
for. Yeah, I think the glue will be a bit too early. They should wait a bit longer to see what they need against KOG. I think a jungle and
not the only one bound by these.
Phobius.
Wow.
Oh, bro,
Okay,
we forgot the
okay.
Phobius was available.
I admit,
Oh.
I completely forgot about that. Not
Where is
the Claude, but the Harif.
Okay. Well, now Harley is available. Full Sense again, doubling down on the team fight angle, which I think the Harith pick is a bit peculiar. I would say, just because your dashes usually give some benefit to the Phobius' passive too. You know, the shoulder bash. So a lot of teams don't really want to go Harith against the Phobius, but Full Sense wants the whole package. It is a very solid gold laner.
It's pretty much well rounded, especially if you have an XP laner that really won't deal damage as well.
Oh.
Which is obvious. Wow! All right, Esmeralda, welcome back. That's great for the Harley, but I haven't really seen that matchup in a while. Right now, I mean, it's on paper it's great, right? On paper, Esmeralda's great, but Harley just stings a lot more now. Right? So, I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, it depends how this goes, man. Matchup wise, Phobius against Esmeralda in the EXP lane potentially. I think the Esme has a bit of an advantage. You can dodge the Dark Wave, and Phobius doesn't really do well against like all-in heroes that can built-in sustain. So you see him struggle against the high losses, the glues. Now the Esmeralda should be no different, right? But again, it depends on how far ahead the Esmeralda can get. And then later on, the Harriet is going to lose out on the shielding. That's the angle that KOG are going for. And they double down and start banning junglers away now. And despite banning the Suyo, Full Sense did not go for a jungler. Now with the Guinevere Hayabusa gone, oh, they're left with slim pickings. We've seen the Joyce in this region quite a bit. Aside from that, the Lancelot maybe?
Actually possible. Alright. they're not gonna throw this Esmeralda in gold, right? This is gonna be on XP, I'm assuming.
I still think it should be still EXP. That's a good Lunox pick from Full Sense though. Good immunity, a good way to shred through the Esmeralda too. But that's where the Badang comes in. Man, KOG are trying to match Full Sense in the team fight too.
Absolutely. This is a pretty solid lineup already. And maybe just need one more long-range gold laner. I'm not sold on Esmeralda being gold lane here, despite obviously it can.
Obsidian?
I don't want to say yes, but I'm thinking about the matchup against the Harif, bro. Obsidian versus Harif. Remember we had to talk about that, right?
Experience
Yeah.
the euphony of suffering.
Ranger, all right. That's
Alright.
a safe pick. That's a safe option.
Yes. A bit more straightforward. I thought the Obsidian would be cool to stop the mobility from the side of Full
Right.
Sense. Leomord though, so Full Sense, they're trying to make sure that they have some more physical damage in the bag. They're a lot tankier, so the early game, I think, Full Sense will have a bit more control this time compared to game number 1.
I feel like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Especially now that they have better early game as well. Early to mid, they should have a pretty decent amount of firepower with the Lunox and the Harif. And if you decide to itemize against the Lunox and Harif, like Radiant Armor, Athena's, the Leomord and of course the Phobius is gonna wail on you. Not to mention the Khalid, right? So I feel like they really played that game very well, like the damage types. But more surprise factor for KOG, right? They will have more command of when the fight's gonna happen since they have the Fist Break, Fist Crack combo alongside Falling Star Moon and Lantern Flare. So, each team kind of just drafted into a very specific win condition here, I think.
Yeah, on the surface level, that's it, man. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between KOG and Full Sense. One team has a lot of brawl power, a lot of aggression. The other can decide when and where the fights take place. Let's see how this one goes, man.
Yeah, let's see. Obviously, we are gonna have to watch out for this mid trio. It should be the point of contention here. Again, very glad that Esmeralda didn't decide to go gold because that would have been that probably would have been like a disaster, to be honest. Because Harley, so the Harif right now, it feels so strong that it's not like the usual. Remember in the old days when Esmer's always on gold? Can't do that anymore, right? So
Probably not.
good threats all around. Hasaki absorbing a lot of damage, but don't forget that is a Khalid, can really recover pretty easily with the quicksand guard. And again, where is the big explosion, the initial explosion gonna come from? Will it be from this Harley?
I think it has to be at the neutral objective, man. Both teams want to get the moment there. The Phobius, as always, is the most active during those neutral objectives, whereas for KOG, hang on a second. Gonna go for some kind of pickoffs, but this is where Full Sense, the healing, it's the Khalid, but also the Lunox, man. They can stay around for a long time.
Yeah, they're gonna be able to sustain so long. Especially since Lunox is, it's not as the burstiest mage after your Chaos Darkening, but you got so much sustain, man. Despite the Harley being there, I mean, the Lunox can just, brilliance out of a deadly magic. We might see it here.
Oh!
Does he have the stack? I don't think he does. That's first blood. No ulti yet. That's level 3 Lunox. It goes over the KOG.
Oh, dude. Now, they're trying to go for a turnaround. They can't get Nile, but they do eventually. 2-3 RG trying to escape, but it's going to be a disengage, and Full Sense are trying to pressure for the turtle, but they don't have control.
Yeah, they don't really have control. I mean, they have some damage, but most of their damage is going to be in the form of physical crowd control, to be honest. So, without double PCC in good itemization state, I don't think they can actually extend much. I think the purple got stolen. Oh, Freddy Ferd had it. Oh my goodness. That's not good.
Man, what a smart move from KOG. They let go. They delay the turtle, and they start stealing around the jungle of Full Sense. And Full Sense has been here for too long, man. Flash SR trying to go for something.
They deny it. Flash SR. This still gonna be able to get the turtle here and a kill. Lot better here for Full Sense right now. Dominic still in the pit. Hasaki's on the side trying to see if he can save Dominic. Not gonna be happening for the meantime. Neja just trying to join the party, but saw that his teammates are just going down one by one. Decides to just hang around in mid. Go and get some of these minions. But what looked like a very good Full Sense take ended up becoming such a disaster.
I mean, it's an absolute disaster, man. They got the turtle, but at what cost? It's going to be an attempt on double PZ to go for a kill, but the Sushin, way too safe as Payan picks up the Sky Piercer too. Now Full Sense has to be even more careful, and they can't afford to go for a really long drawn-out fights, especially if 33 RD is not put under control. If he can move around, dance around, and just start building up that shield, even with the Leomord, even with the Phobias, Full Sense are going to have some trouble chunking him down.
That's true. I mean, they can just take maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds to chunk that down, especially if KOG remains in the gold lead, because obviously you have more gold, you have more items. This Esmeralda is going to be tankier and tankier by the minute. And while all that's happening, Payan's just stacking. He's just stacking his passive. He's going to be able to stack his Piercer as well, while the Esmeralda's buying all that time. Okay, Nile,
move here.
on front. Oh, Hasaki had the right idea, but he's in the wrong place at the wrong time. Flash SR a bit late to the party. Will be able to pick up Kaizen at the tail end of that one, but he gave Payan a double kill on the Granger. Doesn't feel like a fair trade.
Yeah, they're able to get Kaizen, but now they lose 2 kills. They give up some stacks on the Sky Piercer, and even the mid turret. Man, I think KOG are very happy to go for that trade. Kaizen, by all means, is still a level ahead here because of that maneuver that KOG did to steal away all of the resources from Flash SG.
And it looks like they're going to be able to just force him back. Flash SR right now is just holding on to that minion. Kaizen works on the turtle. They know they can't contest and they don't even try.
Oh man, it was looking so good, but that chain of events where Full Sense are just gonna be forced to just lose out on so much gold without getting the turtle for a good reason, and then losing the fight after. I think now KOG definitely has full control. And look at this, they're actually clearing the lanes, trying to find an entry point to try and maybe go for an invade or a dive on the side lanes. And you're seeing Nezia pay the price. He is cut off from the gold. And Hasaki comes to try and help him out, but the turret will fall eventually.
Yeah, that turret's not gonna be not long for this world, bro. In-game items, we do see the Piercer. I think we should see maybe... I'm not sure if he's gonna go for like a Fury Hammer first into maybe a Malefic Roar. But right now, Payan has so many options to just go for anything. Maybe a BOD if he's really feeling it. But right now, the rest of the team are just busy hunting. They're busy just locking Flash SR out of his jungle.
Yeah, and they're playing together. They're not allowing anyone to overextend solo to really get caught out by defense. By all means, they still have the Lunox and the Harith. That's a huge amount of burst damage possible if KOG don't respect it. But they always make sure that the guy in the front is always Nile or 33 RB, and those are just not valid targets for Full Sense right now. If they go for it, they might get the kill, but they'll pay a lot for it because Nile at least will not let them go back after getting a kill without making them pay for it.
Yeah, it's always gonna come at a cost, right? It's always gonna come at maybe giving more stacks to Payan, which maybe you don't want to risk. That's what I'm saying. Now Kaizen does have a lot of freedom. He can kind of bait out Dominic as well. Try to go for it. There's a deadly magic. Nile, he knows they can't burst down the Phobias like that. Decides to just clear that wave. And again, while that's happening, the rest of KOG, they look it.
Oh!
They find him again. That's take 2. Forces a flicker out this time. Hasaki's up on front. Flicker out from the Khalid as well. All major resources being burned here. My goodness, Full Sense. Another uphill battle.
And they didn't expend too much, just a Deadly Magic that's on a relatively short cooldown. And this is a problem, man. Again, once again, full sense. They want to try and get some fights, but they have not been able to get the right catches. If they want to try and use Sasaki to go for a catch, Payan and Kaizen are very, very mobile, and so is Zed. So all of the squishy targets have mobility. All of the frontline targets want you to jump on them. And now if you're Hasaki, you're confused on how you want to play this, who you're supposed to try and duel with that damage coming in from the Khalid.
Oh, the way you broke that down, it feels so good to have a KOG. They're going just two directions. They're happy to do it. Right now, Dominic is trapped inside the Fist Break. Pretty Bird on the side, removing all the shield coming in from that Phobius. And my goodness gracious, this Esmeralda is doing it. Right now, baited out Phantom Steed. Kaizen knows maybe he can fight. There is the Lord brewing on bottom. It's going to be a big wave. It's a massive wave here. And you know what? Full sense, they need to deal with it.
Man, they don't even have the best of clears this time. Relatively short range, alright? And not a lot of DPS because they are running the Harith. The Harith has some DPS, quote unquote, but it's a mix of some burst damage, you know? It's not the same like a Hanabi. It can clear fast, but also from a distance, and the Deadly Magic is only going to get even more and more annoying as time goes on, man.
That is true. Again, luckily, Double PCs, he has the brilliance. He can do stuff like that. Just dodge out of Deadly Magic. So maybe not the right target here for Kaizen, but not going to stop him from trying. And the siege goes on. Luckily for Full Sense, they might be able to survive this, but they will lose out on Hasaki. So they clear the wave. They lose their roamer. I think that's not a bad trade.
But KOG is sticking around here. They have the siege with the Granger. Oh,
that's going to be some decent damage. Dominic up on front. Flicker with the Dark Wave. Tries to go for Payan. Payan will be able to dodge on out of there. They take out Nile. The Badang threat. Full Sense going at it. But he becomes another stack to Payan's Piercer. Just when you thought that would have been it. That would have been the ticket out. That would have been the ticket to their jungle. They lose Dominic, and now it's back to a 4v4. They keep going. Hasaki's up on front. He's on the chopping block. He's absorbing all the bullets. We'll be able to use the flicker to go back to safety.
And while that's all happening, Kaizen is having a great time just farming around. Bro, it was a good attempt by Dominic to just go for the flicker Dark Wave. He got 3 members under turret. But again, Full Sense doesn't seem ready to try and capitalize on that play. That needs to happen, right? A good Dark Wave engage into a Phantom Steed, into a Raging Sandstorm, and Double PZ has to try and find a way to get to the backline. And Kaizen is a prior target, don't get me wrong, but I feel like at this point he needs to target Payan, dude. You're seeing Payan play it a bit respectfully. When he had low HP, he backed away from the fight. Full Sense need to try and force that decision onto Payan. And hopefully Nezia can carry the fight, and he needs to be careful with the Zaman Force usage, because if he uses it like how he did it in the bottom lane earlier, it's gonna be tough for Full Sense to win a fight.
Yeah, I completely agree. It feels like, you know what, you're just making sure that you can't fight. Right now, Double PCs doesn't feel like the right target as well for Kaizen. So I wonder what's the play here, right? I wonder what Full Sense are waiting for. Are they waiting for like Neja's full itemization? I don't know what the win is, but one way to do it again is just forcing all the spells, forcing the battle spells out of Full Sense's members. Trying to go for another one. Big synchrofusion damage. Right now, I feel like we are at the optimal power spike. KOG. Even without Lord Wave, they should be able to get this turret down. Freddy is up on front. He's having a hard time here. Just going near. He's still respecting the damage that's coming out of Full Sense. Full Sense feels like they can't really go near them as well. Flash SR with Deadly Magic to his face. Make a run for the hills there, partner. Now they have to deal with this Lord Wave. How is this gonna start? Again with the flicker and the Dark Wave here. Husky on the front. He finally gets rid of Payan. That is huge. But there is a lore that they need to deal with. Niles on the side, catches him with a fist break. Flash SR goes down. And what looked like a decent fight for Full Sense turned out to be a wash and a wipe. And you know what? They deserve it. That's a 2-0 or KOG.
A dominant showing with a 2-0 for KOG. Man, towards the end there, they got Payan, but then they had nothing left in the tank. And the Herald head that was supposed to play with them in that fight too was unable to actually output enough damage to take out the rest of the members there. And just like that, to accept defeat. Full Sense, despite their best efforts, was not enough to deal with the aggression coming in from KOG.
It essentially took all they had just to reach Payan, just to sink those skills into the Granger. But after that, man, they ran out of steam so quickly. They lost out on so many of their ultimates. They lost out on their battle spells before that fight happened. So literally, that was a one-way ride, bro. That was a one-way ride into that fight. It was either they wipe out KOG or they get wiped out themselves, and it was the latter.
Which after losing all the base towers, they went for Payan to pop the Winter Crown, and afterwards, despite Hasaki following up, you see Nezia come in, try to help burst down Payan, but he needs to be concerned about his own safety if he wants to output the damage. So despite getting the kill, he did not pop your Purify, he got lifted by Zed, and he got taken out. So at that point, with both gold inners unavailable, taken out, well, the team with the gold advantage, with an Esmeralda that can tank and also do damage, the team with heroes like this will just get the advantage. So slowly but surely, Full Sense, it was looking kind of okay, but then one by one they fall.
It was like okay for like 20 seconds while they were taking out the Granger, right? But that was a one-way ticket. They were playing with like reckless abandon.
โอ้โหขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะไม่รู้ว่าจะต้องพูดคำไหนแล้วเนาะเพราะว่าเจอทีมนี้ก็แสดงความยินดีทุกรอบเลยโอ้โหพูดจริงทำจริงเนาะไร้พ่ายแต่ว่าได้ยินมาว่าสัมภาษณ์วันนี้คือจริงๆแล้วทีมนี้เนี่ยเขาไม่ได้พูดภาษาไทยหรือว่าภาษาอังกฤษ
ใช่ครับ
เขาพูดภาษาอะไรกันคะ
เรามีภาษาของตัวเองครับเพื่อการสื่อสารที่ง่ายยิ่งขึ้นในการสอน
โอเค MC อาจจะยัง MC อาจจะยังขอพูดภาษาปกติแล้วกันถามเลยในฐานะที่เป็นโค้ชจังหวะที่เห็นทีมฟูเซนเนี่ยหยิบฮานาบิมาคือเรารู้สึกยังไงแบบว่าตานี้เราชนะแน่ๆไหมหรือว่ามีฮีโร่ที่เราดับมาอยู่แล้วว่าจะเอาสู้ฮานาบิ
จริงๆก็ไม่ได้คิดเหมือนกันนะครับจริงๆก็ไม่ได้คิดเหมือนกันครับว่าเขาจะหยิบฮานาบิมาครับแต่เขาหยิบฮานาบิมาก็ไม่ได้ซีเรียสอะไรครับเพราะว่าตัวละครมันค่อนข้างที่จะต้องใช้ไอเทมเยอะพอสมควรครับก็เหมือนกับเราจะได้บุกหนักขึ้นก็ดีกับเราซะมากกว่าครับ
ก็เลิศเลย
แล้ว
สำหรับพ่อเย็นล่ะคะ
ใช่ครับพ่อเย็นบอกว่าตามนั้นเลยครับ
แบบประโยคมันคืออย่างนี้เลย
ใช่ครับเขาตอบสั้นๆเมื่อกี้
โอเคค่ะโอเคแล้วเป้าหมายของทีมเราในรอบเพย์ออฟเนี่ยคือเป็นยังไงบ้าง
เป้าหมายของผมแล้วก็ทีมในรอบเพย์ออฟนะครับผมง่ายๆเลยครับคำเดียวเลยง่ายๆเลยครับแชมป์ครับ
แชมป์เป้าหมายแต่ว่าบีบอสเขาก็บอกเขาเป็นแชมป์เหมือนกันนะซีซั่น1
ครับผมก็เดี๋ยวฝากถึงเบคอนเลยแล้วกันครับผมก็เห็นน้องๆฝั่งเบคอนอยากเจอ KOG เยอะนะครับผมแล้วก็อยากได้แชมป์ซีซั่น1มากครับผมก็ฝากบอกนิดนึงครับผมว่าถ้าเกิดวันที่ผมได้แชมป์แล้วยกถ้วยเดี๋ยวผมจะอนุญาตให้น้องขึ้นมาถ่ายรูปกับถ้วยผม
โอ้โหประกาศศึก
ถ่ายได้ครับถ่ายได้เผื่อจะถ่ายไปลง Facebook อะไรอย่างงี้
ประกาศศึกเลยถ้าเย็นล่ะคะ
โอ้ยูจะ
Do you want me to translate for you? Okay, for playoff, like Bacon time, they say they're gonna be champ for season 1. What do you think about that?
Just do it first. Just do it to KOG if you can.
They have to beat you first to be the champ. ฝากถึงเบคอนนะคะสู้พายเย็นให้ได้ก่อนเนาะถึงจะได้เป็นแชมป์แล้วเราก็คือเป็นแล้วสำหรับเราเนี่ยคือทีมอื่นเขาอยากเจอ KOG อยู่แล้ว KOG อยากเจอทีมไหนคะใน Playoff
จริงๆถ้าอยากเจอทีมไหนใน Playoff ใช่ไหมครับผมก็อยากเจอบุรีรัมย์แล้วกันครับ
ใช่
เพราะว่าครั้งที่แล้วเรา 2-1 ครั้งหน้าอยากคลีนกว่านี้ครับ
อยาก 2-0
อยาก 3-0 หรือ 4-0 ครับ
อุ้ยขนาดนั้นเลย
ครับ
สำหรับPayan for you like pay off which team do you want to play with the most
Any
ต้อง
team,
แปลเนาะ
any.
any team
Yeah, any team.
because you can beat them
Yeah, I'm confident, and our team confident because we practice a lot, and for playoffs.
โอเค that's nice สำหรับไพ่เย็นก็คือเจอทีมไหนก็ได้ เพราะว่าชนะอยู่แล้ว เพราะว่าทั้งเขาแล้วก็ทีมเนี่ยมีความมั่นใจมากว่าจะชนะ โอเคค่ะ แล้วสำหรับอีกหนึ่งคำถามสุดท้ายคือ เคล็ดลับในความไร้พ่ายของเราเนี่ยคืออะไร
เอาเลยอันนี้
เฮ้ย
เคล็ดลับครับนี่เลย
เคล็ดลับคือ
มีภาษาเป็นของตัวเองครับ
อ๋อ มีภาษาเป็นของตัวเองก็เลย
วันนี้อาจจะออกมาน้อยครับ แต่ปกติทั้งวันอ่ะ อย่างนี้ทั้งวัน
อันนี้การันตีค่ะเพราะ
การัน
ว่า
ตีครับ
ตอนเบรกก็คือไม่กล้าออกจากห้องน้ำเพราะว่าเขายืนคุยภาษาเขาอยู่หน้าห้องน้ำ MC กลัว ไม่กล้าออกมา
เดี๋ยว
กลัวกลายเป็นพวกเดียวกัน ไม่
เดี๋ยว
ใช่
เอาดีๆหน่อย โอเค ก็เอาจริงๆเคล็ดลับเลยนะผมแบบกล้าการันตีเลยเราเป็นทีมที่ตั้งใจมาก แล้วเราก็ซ้อมหนักมาก ใช้คำว่าซ้อมหนักมากจริงๆแบบเริ่มตั้งแต่เที่ยงวันจนถึงแบบตี 1ตี 2ทุกวันครับผมสกิมซ้อมแล้วก็ช่วงสงกรานต์ซ้อมเต็มไม่มีหยุดเลย
ก็คือเล่นสงกรารไปเล่นเกมไป
ไม่เล่นสงกรานต์
ไม่เล่นสงกราร
ไม่เล่นสงกรารตัวไม่โดนน้ำเลย ก็คือ
ไม่อาบน้ำเลยเหรอ
ซ้อมทุกวันไม่อาบน้ำเลยครับวันนี้ก็ไม่อาบเมื่อวานก็ไม่อาบ
อ๋อ
ล้อเล่นครับอาบน้ำครับ
โอเค
ตัวไม่โดนน้ำข้างนอกโดนในห้องน้ำในแคมป์อย่างเดียว
อ๋อโอเคค่ะ Are you good โอเคค่ะ เดี๋ยวให้นักแข่งทั้งสองคนนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้ไปพักเนาะเดี๋ยวเราส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง 3 คนได้เลยค่ะ
Man,
Wow.
Payan channeling the energy of me at my friend's birthday party, man. Just like, on the side, like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny, honestly.
That was one of the most fun interviews I've seen. I didn't understand actually. Thank you so much for that, Minnie.
It seems like there's an inside joke there where like, what was that?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
was that supposed to be like chicken noises? Like I wasn't sure. Like, no, the
I think
like,
so.
I don't know what that is. It has to be some
I
kind of
can't even
inside
do
joke
it.
because even Minnie was like, what's up with that? You know, I don't know.
Who's the
Oh,
chicken
boy.
team? Or are they saying they want to face against a chicken team? Is that it?
I feel like that's just it's something that they're just doing towards Payan, right? Because they keep like looking at Payan while that was happening. So I don't know, man. We gotta get some more context on that. But that was pretty funny.
I need
It's all in
context.
good fun as well. And clearly they are in high spirits here with huge confidence because they were saying like, dude, if you wanna beat us, you gotta prove it first, and we're very confident. And if you look at how they are drafting, how they were maneuvering around the map, it's no
Yeah.
surprise, dude. I would be confident too if I was playing like them.
I think so too, especially since they're finishing the games quickly and they're finishing it in style. Like that's the beauty of it, right? Like there are like a few moments where you're thinking, all right, maybe they don't have the game. Maybe Full Sense can actually win this, but then, they just start to strangle the resources and they start to just show their dominance. And that's what they did here. Zed is going to be our MVP here. No kills, no deaths. It's 100% KP though. Wow.
I mean, it is easier on Itsushin, but still, no deaths and 100% kill participation. That is impressive. And with how they were playing, the Sushin was a big reason why it was difficult for Full Sense as well. Because they will obviously want to try and get some damage in. But for KOG, when they send their members to try and trade a little bit, it's fine. It's no problem. But when Full Sense does it, there's always a chance they get lifted up. And who knows if that Lantern Flare lift turns into a full-on pickoff or a full-on team fight. And that is the question, the dilemma that keeps getting thrown over towards Full Sense.
It is. Like those lantern flares are just so scary. And when you think about it, the Zushin doesn't really have that many threats. Like what's the threat? A Lunox? Is a Lunox gonna dive on you? Even if he does, you can just Crimson Beacon out. Is it a Leomord? You can also Crimson Beacon out. So there was really no hero that can actually burst down the Lunox. And now that that's put in the light, it feels like you're right. This should be a zero death game. Literally zero threats. Like I can't even think of a threat to the Lunox, man.
Yeah, it's just rough. And you even see the itemization going for the Winter Crown very, very early on. This is the thing though, they win and they're in dominating fashion, and yet they don't really itemize greedily. They always have the right amount of respect. Defensive items like the Rose Golds, like the Wind of Natures, the Winter Crowns, it's never neglected by KOG, which makes it difficult for their opponents to catch them lacking. Looking at the highlights here for that match, that game rather, they're saying that initially, right, it's about getting the neutral objective, but KOG just dance around it. They sidestepped basically the neutral objective, and look what happens when Full Sense feel like they've had enough and they want to force a fight. The fight happens on KOG's terms, right? They are able to dodge away just enough that they can still come back whenever they want to. And this is the problem, man. When you have a team that knows how to maneuver and knows how to use their card control like this, you need card control of their own. Not because you can't engage without card control, but because you know that they're going to make it difficult for you. You need some stuns, some slows, some knockups in order to make them make mistakes. Because KOG, unless something really interesting happens, they don't really make mistakes by default.
Yeah, it's like always, if there's a mistake, it's gonna have to be forced, right? You're absolutely right, the KOG, they're the ones who have the tempo, because the team fights happen when the fist break goes in. You know what I mean? So they're the ones who actually dictate when the fights happen, and when that's the case, it's just, how do you even play around that? When you're so busy just not dying, right? For a majority of this game, it's like Full Sense, they try to be proactive, but around the middle to the end,
bro,
they just didn't want to give more kills, man. They didn't want to give more kills over the KOG. That was the focus of that game.
I didn't even realize there were 4 Winter Crowns for KOG, dude. They acknowledge, I don't know if that's like it's something they got in the end of the game just to, like, you know, assert more dominance, strike a pose at the end screen. But if it wasn't, then they must have recognized that Full Sense's damage, they come in like small increments when the skills are off cooldowns. Again, it's not a shred type of damage, even from Nezia on the Harith. So the Winter Crown, forcing them to stick around while they are getting peppered by the Lantern Flare, by the Fist Cracks, by the Shawl of the Esmeralda just dancing around you, the short cooldowns of the Granger too. That Winter Crown just forces Full Sense to commit even more. If it was available in that final team fight, I'm not quite sure if it was, but looking at the stats here, Payan, Richmond, and the carry, just solid, bro. Like, this guy just did so much damage. He was able to kite back away from all the pick-off attempts coming in from Full Sense all the way till the end. And even when he does get picked off, at what cost, right? In the end, it lost them the game.
Yeah, I mean, the moment he got picked off is already a done deal anyway, right? So I think for the most part, it feels like Payan just did the job that was given to him. I mean, it was the safe pick, right? In that sense, Granger it's a pick that doesn't dominate as much, but it's very safe. If you can keep your distance, you will have an advantage, and you can rely more on your teammates after that. So they did well. KOG, I think, just showed up, and I think that's their last match of the regular season, and they come out unscathed. 9-0.
Perfect score. Dang.
Right. Damn. All right.
I mean, Rockhard called it, dude. Rockhard was like, yeah, they're gonna do it, man. They're just that good. And they are. So there's a reason why they're so confident right now, but it's back to the drawing board. Now that they're done playing, they can study the other teams for now and maybe find some more weakness they could use. And that's the advantage of being ahead of the curve, you know, having more points to work with, etc. But Rockhard, I think we're gonna have a small break before the next match. So ladies and gentlemen at home, stay tuned for match 2 later on.
Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop No 1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPay Later ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมาย เติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระ และใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
การแข่งขัน MSL Thailand Season 1 Powered by Moonton Official Telecommunication Partner True 5G Official Gaming Phone by Infinix Official Sponsor by Richman Shop Official Gaming Chair Partner DX Racer
กลับมาเจอกันในเกมที่ 2 ของเราแล้วนะคะในวันนี้ค่ะสำหรับเพื่อนๆคนไหนนะคะที่อยากมาชมนะคะความสนุกแบบสดๆที่หน้างานสามารถมาได้เลยค่ะ Lido Connect ชั้น2 ฮ3นะคะและสำหรับใครที่ไม่สะดวกมาหน้างานนะคะสามารถชมได้นะคะที่ช่องทางออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะสำหรับใครที่อยู่หน้าคอมพิวเตอร์แล้วนะคะตอนนี้เตรียมน้ำเตรียมขนมนะคะแล้วก็ตามเพื่อนๆกลับมาดูเลยค่ะเพราะว่าคู่นี้เนี่ยก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งคู่สำคัญเลยนะคะคู่นี้จะเป็นการเจอกันของ ACT ค่ะฟีนิกซ์เพลิงนะคะเจอกับวัยรุ่นยุค 90 อย่าง Solic Esport ค่ะคู่นี้เนี่ยเป็นรอบสำคัญนะคะของการในรอบเก็บคะแนนค่ะเพราะว่าไม่ว่าจะเป็น ACT หรือว่า Solic เนี่ยก็ต้องมาลุ้นกันนะคะว่าจะอยู่ลำดับไหนค่ะและแน่นอนว่าลำดับในรอบเก็บคะแนนเนี่ยก็ส่งผลในรอบ Pay Off ด้วยนะคะก็ลุ้นๆเลยว่าวันนี้เนี่ยแต้มนี้นะคะจะเป็นของใครถ้าทุกคนพร้อมแล้วนะคะขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Well, thank you, Minnie, for that great opening as always. Great job there for real, man. Rockhard, are you ready for the next match? Because for me, I have not been able to actually cast an ACT match just yet, but I've seen Solix. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to play out. Oh, Rockhard, I think we're not hearing your audio, man. What's going on here? Are you at a loss for words?
I think I am.
Oh, wow.
I always seem to forget one thing, if not. All right. As I was saying, ACT right now, yeah, obviously it feels like we've just seen them just become such a dominating team, just like most teams in MSL Thailand. And for Solix, I feel like, yeah, we've seen them become very adaptable on on draft, and I think that it's gonna be a fun time because both of our teams right now are secured for playoffs, number 5 and number 6, by the way, respectively, who are very close in their standings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, first match earlier was KOG against Full Sense, and KOG won that match quite handily. Next, though, it's gonna be ACT against Solix. So number 4, that's tied with Budodan, by the way, against number 6. We're still at week 5, day 3 with Arashi and Rockhart. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because whoever wins here, there's gonna be quite an interesting shift in the standings.
That's true. It's basically just trying to get an upper hand, and again, we are, it's these are the last few games of the season or the regular season. And then they'll possibly face each other in the playoffs. So getting a really good standing, getting really good momentum is actually super duper crucial for both of these teams.
And we have this asset here, Fulkio and Sao Sao, or Sao 2 if you want to go with that pronunciation. See you in the gold lane. Both of them have had great appearances. They have great skills for sure. And honestly, they're quite evenly matched. In fact, the fact that Sao Sao has more damage per game is quite interesting. But I do recall the match where we casted Rockhart, they got the game all the way to the late game. That might be why the statistics are skewed just a little bit. As we take a look at some of these highlights here for ACT's Fukio on Granger.
That's right. That's one of the things I remember about ACT is they went toe to toe with KOG, man. Not a lot of teams can say that. And wow, in this replay, they're actually ahead. So, it's very impressive. And you can kind of tell that they have that bravado. They're not like afraid of KOG. They have that aura. That's what I'm saying. And for Solix, I feel like getting this against Buram is basically just this is what I expected to happen in that game. Danny Carter so consistent on that jungle, and like you said, Sao Sao is like just as good, if not better than most gold laners right now in the league.
Yeah, Danny Carter definitely is quite the character with quite the name too. And the flexibility here of Solix is definitely something that needs to be highlighted. And actually, wait, your card, what am I saying? We casted it was an EAACT match actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've seen it before. I was seeing the replay and I'm like, oh, some of these names look quite familiar. Yeah, no, I remember now. They're really good, yeah.
Yeah, and of course the dominance they showed in that game though, like E-Arena is like they got lots to catch up on. Like as a team, obviously they have so much to work on. So maybe that game might not be the prime example for if you're talking about like you know, like overall power levels, but
Right.
that they can do that in a very dominant fashion, I mean that already says a lot.
Exactly. You can still see some of the small things, like how the adaptability, the problem solving, things like that. Even if you're up against, if you want to really be harsh and call it subpar competition, still, you can still notice some of these things just a little bit from how they're playing, from what you can see in the Land of Dawn. And I think ACT displayed quite a good deal of that, which is why I think Game 1 will be very interesting because that's the first move for both teams, right? Afterwards, I think we're going to definitely see a lot more adapting, and we'll be able to see the thought process a bit more in Game 2 or even Game 3. But the first game, I feel like both the teams and us are going in like just a little bit blind.
And if ever there's ever a game that might go free series, this might be it, right? So just, set your expectations for that one. But I am leaning more towards ACT just having a more of a consistent game here. Maybe they might be more consistently in the lead, and that could lead it to a sweep, in my opinion. So we'll see. We'll have a look at the overall predictions for later. But for the meantime, this is ACT Esports Club, who's really shown some really good control in terms of teamwork. No doubt about it. They look like they've played with each other for a long time.
And I recall the playmaking is definitely a standout aspect of the team. And on the other side, Solix Esports also equally confident, right? They've had some really unique playstyles, some unique moves in the Land of Dawn, and yet somehow they made it look very calculated, even though in theory, it should be a chaotic situation. So they're definitely used to that scenario. So now being the underdogs, this is not an unfamiliar situation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're very happy to just fight a scrappy fight, and that's a team that I actually really respect, right? Like I respect it when teams are very happy to just take these fights and show them what they're made of. We'll definitely see that here as we see our teams walking in. Now, the point of contention is that we've also talked earlier is, of course, it's not a completely familiar meta. So we'll talk about that right after this.
แต่ในช่วงเวลาที่คะแนนไล่กันเพียงเล็กน้อยทุกเกมจึงกลายเป็นเกมสำคัญทันทีแล้วเฉาๆเมกาคิวได้ดาราก่อนโซลิกจะจบบ้านจบไม่จบแล้วเป็นโซลิกอีสปอร์ตบุกโยครับตอนนี้เน้นตีป้อมเลยครับตีแต่ป้อมรัวๆครับบุกโยบอกทาวเวอร์นี้พี่ขอครับขณะที่โซลิกเองก็อยู่ในสถานการณ์ไม่ต่างกันและที่สำคัญนี่คือเกมสุดท้ายของทั้ง2ทีมใน Regular Season นี่จึงไม่ใช่แค่เกมของชัยชนะแต่มันคือเกมของโอกาสในการไปต่อเพราะในช่วงเวลาที่ทุกแต้มสำคัญที่สุดของฤดูกาลมีเพียงทีมเดียวเท่านั้นที่จะกุมโมเมนตัมและความมั่นใจก่อนเข้าสู่ Playoffs
And there it is. Time to rise, indeed. We can't really understand the narration behind the VT, but it looks like confidence is something that is a big factor. And looking at the player head-to-head here between Sylvie and Moss, this is an interesting one. Sylvie, I think, has had the standout performance. It's a little bit more. The GPM, however, favors Moss, which is a bit interesting.
Yeah, that GPM so close. Actually, I thought the gap would be a bit bigger, But that maybe I think with the past games of Solix, especially for that last few weeks, I feel like they just evened up a little bit more. Solix, again, not really the best of starts, but they ended up in a pretty solid, in a pretty solid state right now in our current playoffs or current playoffs roster. They are number 6, and they were able to really catch up. That's a big thing. That's an important thing. I think in terms of just where they are right now, it feels like they are, they're trying to find these possible combinations that will kind of get it ahead. Because it does feel like ACT is definitely the, what do you call this? It does feel like ACT is on the upper hand there, especially if we're talking about like right now, the current top band heroes. I feel like a lot of these are actually very much ACT's alley.
Yeah, it's funny to see the Marcel. It feels so situational, but it's highly respected right here in MSL Thailand. And on top of that, the Sushin makes a lot of sense. The Freya, though, I feel like we haven't seen it for a while now, so it's kind of fading away a little bit, the fear of that Freya. But an MPL ID, at least, we've just seen a Freya recently, and we were reminded that this hero is just completely nuts, man. You can zone, you can do damage, you have a decent amount of crowd control, technically. So it's tough, especially in the laning phase. And on top of picked heroes, though, we do see the Khalid here. Aggression and lane prio is something that the Khalid really brings to the table. So that's the only roamer in the whole selection here.
Yeah, Khalid is the one of those heroes that just goes through most drafts. Like, as much as it's one of the scariest roamers right now, for some reason, Khalid just doesn't get as much love, in terms of the ban phase. I feel like most teams feel like a ban on the Khalid might be wasted. So that's why it just has such a high pick rate, especially here, right? For example, like in a draft, I would probably prioritize more banning like picks like the Zushin, Phovius, Harley, Suyo, right? And obviously we have Freya that has to be kind of babysat on that red side ban as well. So it feels like Khalid just doesn't really fit that slot anymore. So that's why, again, such a high pick rate. Here we go with the random map draw.
Spending reverse. Oh,
so close.
All right.
Always barely there right now.
Dude, that means it's going to be a high tempo type of deal, man. Because you can just come back you can refuel back at the base and you can come back into the fighting. So high tempo is the idea. So most likely we're going to see the Khalid again. That's a huge Hilda first ban from ACT, though.
It is. Hilda first ban. Not what I expected. I'm expecting more of like our scary roamers that are so good at flying clouds. Kalea getting back over and over. I expect the Guinevere to be banned here as well. But if we're talking about those two heroes, by the way, if you get it into one lineup, it is crazy. Now with the Valier ban, what are we thinking?
Are they hinting at like a front-to-back dive type of scenario? Because the Valier, we have seen it around, but usually it's only for big fighters like the Fredrins, like the Bakshas, that really also struggle when they are actually locked down by the fireballs. So I think ACT might be going for like a fighter composition. Knowing that, Solix might ban out the Leomord, because usually that's the preferable one, the preferable fighter jungler that has a bit more mobility, a bit more damage, and the extra damage for the Retri is nice to have as well, but no, it's still gonna be the Freya.
Blue side Freya ban. Now we're talking. You'll notice so many of the usual suspects in the ban list are not there. Like, what is happening here? Zushin
Marcel, by the
available.
way.
Picks like the Fanny, the Marcel, exactly.
Oh boy. Marcel's not there, the Harley isn't there, the Harriet as well, but dang! Yo, ACT, they're all in trying to stop these heroes that can, first of all, zone, and second of all, stop a huge dive engagement. So they're being very transparent, but they left out the Marcel. If it's used well, the Golden Hour stops any type of engage, man. What is ACT planning?
And you know what? Since they did ban out the Valier, you know that hard engage is coming, right? You're expecting those big boys like a Grok maybe, or those things that you don't want to get pushed back, maybe like an Atlas or Kufra. But you let the Marcel through. Like, what's that about?
All right. Well, Tsushin Harley, that still makes a lot of sense off the bat. Hayabusa, though. Oh, Danny Carter will probably be fielding that. It's a great pick to really match the Harley's mobility, right, and keep the chase up. Along with that, a Granger, it's still quite the flexible comp for Solix, man. They can pivot on this.
Again, we talk about Granger. It's definitely one of those picks that you have a lot of trust with your remaining 4 teammates, right? It's like, all right, you guys, I trust that you will be able to control this map. Okay, just let me get to 300 stacks real quick, and and I'll join you in a bit. So those are usually the messages that you send when you pick up a Granger. And on this side for ACT, like, again, I'm a little surprised about the Valier pick. Kalea is a good one, but Kaleas aren't usually scared of Valiers, right?
No, not really. I guess the Valier has the extra bit of card control nullification built into the ultimate that can make him an unideal target for the Kalea. But right now, the only combo ACT has with the Tsunami Slam is the Deadly Magic. It is one of the most used heroes for Seras, and I recall this guy was an absolute menace on the Harley, man. He finds those odd angles and those short windows to really do damage. On the other hand, though, the Hayabusa for Danny Carter, 100%. Man, both teams are going guns blazing.
Damn, all right. So far, so good. We got the Uranus banned out. Again, these are picks I expect them to use. Or I expect them, I expect ACT to use. So what is up with this? And they're not even picking any fighters yet. Like, what's a good fighter XP you're thinking about here for ACT? If ever one of the reasons why they ban Hilda, why they ban Batang and Valier.
Phoveus? Well, it's already banned out. Wait, no, so it can't be Phoveus. I was thinking the Lapu maybe, but the Lapu doesn't really mind. He can actually not get pushed back by the Valier. In fact, if you're playing a dive comp into a Valier, I think the Lapu is one of the better answers, so it shouldn't be that either. Pakiro? Maybe? Could it be?
Oh! Yes! Possibly! Yeah, I would hate a Valier if I was a Pakito. So, is this it? Is ACT gonna bring out the big guns? Now I'm excited.
You gotta wait and see, man. For Solix, they're banning with the Arlet, the Yutong. Again, I don't know. They don't really. It doesn't strike us as heroes that would really struggle against the Badang and Valiers. But who knows? Now that those options are banned out, ACT, is there gonna be a surprise reveal? Is it gonna be something that we've seen before?
Harif.
All right.
Max. Oh my goodness, the magic damage on the side of ACT here is over. It's over 9,000.
And usually it's a bad idea to stack up on the magical damage, but depending on the circumstance, we've seen it work, especially if they can bank off each other's, like, let's say, Genius Wand. That lowers the magical resistance of the target and not it doesn't ramp your own damage, so everyone can benefit from it. It can be an item built by the Harley, or to a degree the Tsushin as well, although that's a bit less popular.
Yeah. Tsushin is more like rush to glowing wand, right? Rush glowing wand, maybe a piercer, then go elegant gem.
Yep.
Alice, and of course Farsa. Okay, very well-rounded lineup here. We got decent amount of dive besides the Solix. Really good physical damage dealers on the back and the side as well. So can't complain too much about the Solix lineup. Now we're gonna get the answer here. Big physical boy. Sora?
Okay. All right. So I don't think the Valier is like a hard counter to something like a Sora, but by all means, when you've procced the Shifting Skies, right? Especially if you use a Cloud form, you have a very small window of card control immunity, and afterwards, when you're trying to get the stacks to actually activate the active portion of the Shifting Skies, the volley can be a problem. So I can understand it to a degree, but I really do feel like they really wanted to stop anything Solix could do to stop a dive. So this should be a very aggressive approach coming in from ACT.
Actually, I kind of get it. I think the effect that ACT wanted was for Solix to overthink that Valier, which is exactly the effect it had on us, right? So
Maybe.
I think that was the plan in the end. Oh man, that's so funny if it was. But here we go for our second match of the day. We only have 3 matches, so you got to make it count. It's Solix versus ACT. This should be a fun one, boys and girls.
Remember, that's 100% win rate on Danny Carter's Hayabusa, and it's against Seros' signature Harley. So solo plays from both junglers is definitely a concern. And in that department, the Kalia is a bigger threat compared to the Marcel. So we'll see how this one goes.
Absolutely. Now the Kalea, again, just has... I feel like would have a harder time. Since right now, aside from Sao Sao and B-Marks just having Purify, your prime target here is going to be Danny Carter or Moss. Neither of which is a little... it's very difficult to catch as a Hayabusa. So it has to be more of a straight-up fight. You can't really do like single target picks here. If you're Sylvie, you need at least Seros and Karns beside you if you want to make a pick happen. Otherwise, you are going to be stuck on defensive here.
All right. Well, I'm concerned, or rather curious, to see what Solix will do before the neutral objective, because they have damage to swing around, but they don't really have the setup, right? Marcel, you're annoying. Don't get me wrong, but you're more of a zone, a shadow type player. But Solix on 3 of the Tidemasters. Well, I mean, they're that confident. Let's see how this goes, man. I was saying, Solix don't really have a way to start off like a small stun or a knock-up to get a pick-off. So they'll have a harder time looking for moments before the neutral objective. But during the neutral objective, with the Sora and the Kalea, I feel like ACT has an edge. So we'll see how that goes.
You're absolutely right. I feel like I completely agree with that edge, especially around neutral objectives where, you're a Zushin, you don't really have that much cooldown, right? Your only cooldown is Crimson Beacon. B-Mark and Moss, though.
Man, Seros is doing a great job just going with a poke. But now Cherry's in the picture. He's gonna jump on though.
Oh, that's a big jump. Forces Cherry the orb out, and the force of Thunder Form for Cairo as well. That is a secure turtle if I've ever seen one. And they got it without much of a contest here. Pretty good stuff coming in from AT.
Well, you can understand why Solix backed away, man. Memarks was already so low. They had Cherry immediately jumped on, forced to respect the engaged potential, which is why, again, with this Kalea, ACT are going to be the ones dictating the pace and the fight, but Moss makes a move, won't be able to find anything, though.
All right. Of course, these hits from the Death Sonata don't really be making that much of a mark, especially not against a Zushin nor a Kalea, which can definitely victimize you if you're not careful. Sherry on the bottom side, look at that Cairo. The Thunder Form on that Sora really dishing out the damage.
Dang, Sherry had no flowing blood to get out of it, and Cairo very, very intelligently goes in for the aggro play. The early levels for the Sora, man, there's almost no one that can 1v1. Look at Sylvie getting jumped on.
Oh, that's beautiful right now. And of course, the Golden Hour will catch him. Sylvie's probably dead, and he is. Of course, there is going to be some punchback here. Deadly Magic on the Moss. Forces him back, but doesn't get these casualties. So, Solix definitely punching back here.
They're not done yet just yet, though. Danny Carter going for a kill. Not enough damage as Memarks takes some punishment from Fukio. But overall, they can't really do much. They all back away. But look at the damage dealt in the short trades, man. Solix, they have to go in for something decisive. Because in these short trades, they're not winning. As Seros goes for a play. Deadly Magic, too much damage. That will be it.
No, these are the trades you're talking about right now. Deadly Shadow Kill gonna be used up pretty early by Danny Carter.
Ooh.
Chase is on. ACT going back in and getting caught by the space escape. Looking good so far, man. I mean, they're able to actually just buy enough space. They're also threatening the purple buff. ACT are starting to pick up steam.
Man, that's a respectable attempt from Danny Carter. Going for the outplay, but Seros was ready for it. This is the showdown we were looking at. You know, you're seeing both junglers try and make the plays happen. It's going to be a neutral objective angle once more, but Solix, they can't afford to just group up and try and go for this turtle. ACT, they're actually delaying the turtle just a little bit. So, fortunately for them, there won't be any steals coming in from Solix.
That's true, especially as Moss is not within the range. Danny Carter's as well. They're not even going to try, even though they have the golden hour, right? And right now, Purify going to be procced here. Sylvie could be in trouble. Dashes out of the golden hour, able to get out of harm's way. Going to be dying over the meme marks anyway, though. But Karns, they've got some firepower of their own. Flukeo going down. Karns all on your own. Not sure if you want to fight that. That's free members stolen. Here comes the cavalry. Seros with the backup from behind. Deadly Magic and a kill. Danny Carter goes down.
Dude, again, for Seros, it's the damage is impressive, yes. But the timing on when he goes, Danny Carter was the guy that was highlighted, and he did not even get to react. Deadly Magic wasn't even necessary, as Sylvie once again becomes a target for punishment, but can heal back up. Oh my god, Seros!
Uh-oh. All right. Still gonna be able to survive. Meme marks flying away. And look at that. Their purple buff just getting threatened over and over.
Woo.
Have a look at that replay. I'm pretty sure we'll see where it kind of fell off. The golden hour didn't really hit the correct target, but that's fine. Karn's just staying there for a long time, though. So far, Solix, despite having a pretty good start on that one, was just able to... They overstayed their welcome, man.
Just a little bit, man. They stuck around for Karns to illuminate them quite literally with the lantern flare for Seros to come back in. And just like that, ACT, they go for a dive onto Cao Cao actually, and they got the turret even. So Danny Carter is definitely feeling the pressure here. His jungle is very vulnerable, and Seros is very actively looking for a chance to punish him even more.
Yeah, they're trying to punish. Karn's actually going to be able to survive, dodges out, using everything in the arsenal here just to stay alive. But look at that front line for Solix. Very, very much alive. They are leaving, of course, the Sora to fight on top, though. Again, that's why, I guess that's why they go for the Sora. They want a little bit of a cross-map trade, if ever. Someone that can stay in the fight for long. And not because of all the distraction, because they have to go back. It's a pretty clean turtle again for ACT.
But this is tough, dude. Like, Solix was doing the right thing by not engaging, but Danny Carter. Shadow kill to buy some more time, but he's alone. He's
super
too
low!
far away from safety. Danny Carter, slowly but surely getting illuminated. He's gonna get lifted, and he is gone, man. This guy is getting absolutely shut down.
Over and over again, by the way. Like, that's his third death in the past 8 minutes. Not the usual death count of Hayabusa. I'll tell you that. But now even Moss getting picked off before he can actually cast the golden hour. Man, things are falling apart fast here for Solix.
They're losing full control because they're losing out in gold, right? They're doing a great job, as I was saying, avoiding the 5v5s, but then they don't get anything in exchange for it. They don't have the safety and the proactiveness to go for like a buff steal, like an invade. And because of that, ACT, all they do is wait for Solix to once again show up, and then after getting the neutral objective, they just go for the dives. They just go for the plays. So Solix wants to delay this game even longer, possibly to get Cao Cao his stacks, but man, they gotta find a way to avoid, but also find income. Oh.
Whoa! There you go. No Purify on your jungler, so that means it's gonna be a free kill. Sylvie is just a menace, and that's why the Hayabusa feels like it's such a difficult pick, especially against Kalea. Here comes Golden Hour, not really hitting anybody. Sarah's gonna go down. Solix getting a pretty solid target, but here comes that full-on dive coming in from ACT. Sherry using the Throne of Ruin to slow everyone down, but actually might cost him his life. But out, no, he decides to stay alive. He says, not today.
Wow. Sylvie threatening, stopping the Predator airstrike. Won't go for it though. Once again, a bit of a duel. But Danny Carter is not strong enough to deal with Cairo right now. Bro, ACT, they're doing so well. And look at the timing now, right? They have time to send Flukeo to the top side. And he's going to clear and immediately rotate down to once again play for the 5v5 Lord angle. Solix, they have no idea this is going on. So even if Moss wants to make a play, he can't do it.
Yeah, there's just not much room. And the golden hour, you know, that delay before you cast it, it's just so difficult to actually lock down. So I can't understand where Moss is coming from here. Especially now that, you know, ACT is acting pretty unpredictably. So it's pretty hard to land the golden hour in a very optimal way. And now they can't even contest the Lord.
Wow. This might just devolve into Solix playing for base defense and going for the late game angle. Because, again, they can't do anything. They don't have any proactiveness. They can counter-engage Sylvie, perhaps. But even then, it's not a big problem for ACT. They're willing to take like an extra golden hour or something, as long as they do get the extra pressure, the extra kills onto Solix. Now with the Lord, I think Solix might be forced to give up some turrets. ACT might respect the base angle though, so that's a conceal already.
Oh, conceal used and spotted out.
Whoa.
Can't escape the answer, and here comes that golden hour, finally locking them both in place. Good defense, and of course, that's going to be Tsunami Slam purified out. Fight keeps going though. No golden hour means it's pretty much ACT fighting with nothing stopping them. That's 2 going down and not really much going their way. Solix trying to find that fight, trying to find those kills. Danny Carter just not going to get any with the shadow kill. Carter's the flicker. Oh my goodness! They threw everything at that Hayabusa, and he went down.
Man, they had his number for sure. Sylvie going for more attempts. Deadly Magic used as well. Cao Cao too low, getting zoned away. The Lord is going to go to the mid turret though. ACT might actually prefer that. Going for the clear, going for a full-on base clear.
Shifting Skies already used up, and there you go. Cairo has actually punished there. That's XP for XP, but can anyone stop Flukeo? I think he ran out of mana or something. He's just walking. He is not running, and here comes Marks with that kill. Straight into Sylvie. I don't know what happened there, but it felt like they just ran out of gas.
I mean, they stayed for so long. They wanted the turret, but Solix went for the cutoff there, forcing them into a fight they didn't really want, technically. They wanted to go and rotate to the top side and get out of there. Quick item check, though. Oh man, Danny Carter is having a rough time. But he's still farming up, trying to catch up. Notably, the Sky Piercer is not built up for the side of ACT, right? Carnes didn't go for it. He went straight for the Bloodwings for the extra sustainability against Burst, and then straight to the double wand, lowering the healing but also slowing down Solix. So if you thought that they were having a trouble engaging, with that Ice Queen's one, it's even more of a problem.
That's right. Sarah's only he wasn't watching his step. He got taken care of there. And in the most unfortunate timing too, we got a few seconds on turtle. It's gonna be traded though, or will it? From the Bruin, nice come in from Cherry. Engage is not quite enough though, not really enough damage to secure that kill. Crowd control is gonna be pretty decent, but again, the range and the damage output of this Granger is not in a comfortable position yet. It's 4v5. Sora's pretty far away. Sylvie's locked in the golden hour. They're gonna burst down this Lord. This should be a pretty easy killings. Marks takes it down.
Man, they're still chasing, trying to get some more here. Cherry, last man left alone. Danny Carter tries to find something, comes in for the backup, can't get an extra kill, and now he's locked away from his base along with Cao Cao as Cairo gets the kill. With the Winter Crown outplay. 2 members alive. I don't think Solix can defend this.
Yep, they got the Lord, but they will lose their base as it is ACT barreling down, taking out everyone who comes their way. Lord spawning in a perfect moment. Flukeo going down. That's going to be just a little bit of consolation prize. The win still goes over the ACT nonetheless.
It's just the aggression time and time again. It was a great move from Solix to go for the pickoff onto the Harley, right? They got Seros, and they had a window of time with the Lord, but I think they hesitated because they can't get a definite engage. They can't punish ACT for overextending even without their jungle. So they tried to do both, right? They tried to play it reactively, and as a result, ACT got in there, and by the time that happens, it's too late for them to back out right here, right? They were committed to the Lord, but then they're concerned about the engage, so they try to kite back, and it just was not enough. Credit to Solix for still being willing to try and attempt some of these outplays and take the risk. That's definitely a great sign, but in this game, it just was not enough.
My biggest issue with the last fight that we saw, you saw that one, right? Is they were fighting individually. It was too separated. They couldn't follow up again with each other. So yeah, okay, Danny Carter's trying to go for a shadow kill attack, a shadow kill play, but if that failed, like everyone else was just running for their lives individually. So you could argue that they were on the back foot anyway, but don't forget, Danny Carter decided to stick around. He decided to go and fish for kills, and that's why that game ended right there and then. So that's the reason why that was a relatively fast game. I think maybe 13 minutes, 14 minutes.
Pretty
and that was quick.
I think he wanted to get an extra kill and then maybe try and attempt an outplay too. But at that point, it's just forced, right? Again, you can respect the boldness to go for an outplay that late in the game when you're that far behind on gold. Who knows? If they were closer in gold by about 1,000 or 2,000, it might have worked out. But by all means, the way that fight even initiated was already not ideal for Solix, right? They tried to salvage the situation. And against ACT, it's tough, dude. I think Solix, if they really want to shut down ACT and have a decisive chance, they have to find ways to be the ones dictating the movement. Because again, ACT are doing it so well.
That's true, especially with the amount of, coordination they're doing. Definitely leagues ahead, right? Flukeo actually, I'm gonna go ahead and be blunt. He had a lot of missteps as well, right? You gotta admit, like they're diving in with low mana, no minions, trying to go for kills, but those things, those shenanigans that Flukeo is doing. That's why they kind of won that Lord fight, right? No one expects a Harif to dive onto 4 people on his own. But it took everyone by surprise, I think.
I think so too. And again, it's only possible because ACT are in control of the norm, right? They're the ones dictating what usually happens. So when they decide hey, we want to do something crazy this time, there's no response readily available. And that's true for not just Flukeo, even for Seros, right? That's what makes Seros such a deadly Harley player. Because sometimes how and when he goes for those assassinations are just really surprising. You just don't see it coming. And he caught Danny Carter off guard multiple times. Afterwards, though, there were moments like this where it seemed somewhat close. We already highlighted the fact that the Kalea is a real dangerous counter to any assassin. And so even though the Marshal fell into the hands of the hands of Solix, he wasn't able to really stop Seros the same way. And overall, I would even argue that Golden Hour really didn't do much for the team at all. If any other hero with a simple stun could do the same thing Moss was doing the whole time. The advantage of having the Marshal is the big AoE utility and also the shielding you can give your team using your passive, right? And this game, we did not see that being a huge factor at all.
No, that shield usually just disappears after one hit in this specific game, just because of how ahead ACT were in a lot of these fights. And you're absolutely right. I want to double down on your point about the Marcel just not being as impactful in this game. In some scenarios, it was actually beneficial to ACT because it was saving that single target that they're trying to take down. So I completely agree. And to be fair, Arashi, same case here in MPLPH. There are players like Chaknu, Chaknu, right? Players like Chaknu can't really utilize the Marshal correctly. He died 4 times without actually pulling off the golden hour, like the green was active.
Ooh.
And it's just so difficult to use. I feel like very few people can actually pilot this hero correctly at this point.
I think a lot of people are really using it as an all-purpose tool, and it really isn't, man. Marcel, I think as of right now, fits a very, very specific purpose. And if you want to use him the same way you use some other heroes, it's just not. You just can't do it, you know. Unless, of course, if you have something else, some other playmaking tools to bank off of. But unfortunately, in this game at least, the Marcel, the only other engage is Sherry on the Alice, right? It's his signature pick by all means. But the Alice also is very telegraphed. You can see that flowing blood from a mile away. So if you are ACT, all you have to look out for is just to make sure that you have a movement ability for the golden hour and have something ready for when you see that orb flowing towards your team. So, man, if they want to, they can deny any and almost all the engage attempts coming in from ACT. It's a bit of a deja vu situation to the last match. If you look at the other side for ACT, they can do a lantern flare, Crimson Beacon. They can do a tsunami slam. They can do the shifting skies. They have so many ways to start off the fight. If you look at the draft, it almost immediately makes sense why Solix can't be proactive here, because ACT can engage and they still have something left in the tank to counter engage afterwards.
You're actually right. And when you think about it, just like the previous game that we casted, Zushin relatively untouched as well. So they didn't really have all the tools, except a really good pick off or a really good pick off by Moss. I think the meme marks was waiting for Moss to actually hit one really good golden hour, so you can nuke the whole lineup. But we didn't see that happen, right? So,
I think it's for the damage. Man.
What? Sorry, what damage or what?
I think it's because of the damage of ACT. That's why Moss couldn't really do much.
Right. Maybe he was getting pushed back. He was not being. He couldn't throw it because by the time he froze the golden hour, he's probably 10% HP already. So I guess if you think about it that way. If he isn't one shot, right.
Exactly.
Because it is a Harley.
And that was the problem, man. He needs to be able to move around and go for flanks, but when you run into the Kalea, it's almost a death sentence. If you run into the Sora solo, he can 1v1 you easy. The Hardy can do the same. The Sushin, you can probably get away from the Sushin, so that's fine. But everyone else, including the Harith, can just blow you up. Because again, the Marcel just isn't a frontline, right? It's a utility pick. And honestly, even with the Golden Hour, I'm not quite seeing the synergy between the Golden Hour and the Feathered Airstrike, right? It's not a projectile. So the only real combo he has with the Golden Hour is maybe just Sao Sao on the Granger, man. Which is not enough.
You know what? I think you're right. I have to double check. I don't think we saw the Feathered Airstrike get held by the. It didn't get held by Golden Hour, right? Doesn't?
I don't think it can. I don't know.
I don't think so too. I have to double check that with our analyst friends, but I didn't see it. We didn't see a big blob of magic being held mid-air, so I'm assuming, at least for now, we don't see the Farsa Marcel interaction that much anymore, just because of the selection of gold of mid heroes right now, right? So you're right. Well, I'll go ahead and check that later. Oh,
what?
All right. Okay. Sub.
We have a remix, quite literally, of the roster of Solix. Sherry, the guy who was, I believe when we casted their match, he was actually one of the player of the games. He's getting swapped out for a remix here. It might be a hero pool thing. They might want to have something else that remix here might be better at playing, because we know Sherry is great, but Sherry has very consistently been on the Alice, and they might want a bit more of something else. Dangerous Grass? Okay.
You're always it's always one cell on the left or right.
It is
almost. You'll get there. All right,
Right.
but
So,
fun times here, broken walls as usual.
mhm.
You'll be able to get a lot of more utility. Again, I love heroes like the Leomord here. You're not locked into the pit. I like Fannies in this map. Some people hate Fannies on this map, but I personally like a Fanny here. It just has so much more room to maneuver.
Yeah. Let's wait and see though how this is gonna go. So getting in remix, aside from Sherry, is it worth like I don't know what hero in particular they have in mind to put on remix, right? That he might be a one trick or a really great player on, but is it worth sacrificing the chemistry that Cherry has with the team, right? Whenever you bring in a new player, there's always that adjustment phase. So for them to bring in, a whole different player out of nowhere, it's definitely a bit of concern. And if you look at the bans, though, hey, already a huge adjustment coming in from ACT themselves. That's a Hayabusa respect towards Danny Carter.
Yeah, that's big respect, right? Danny Carter, despite the loss, did prove that he could actually a big threat in that one, right? Like we all saw that. He was very proactive, even though
It's no
they
longer
were
100% though.
losing. Right? Yeah, that's true.
Oh, what?
Okay, take 2 on the Marcel. Interesting.
They're doubling down. Look at the bans too, Rockhard. They just completely ban away almost half the roster that ACT had. But there are other options, man. Harith, Kalia, and Sushin. Very straightforward, but the Freya Harley. Oh, dude. If they were getting zoned away earlier, it's gonna be even worse now. They have the Phobius, but okay, you know what? The Phobius and the Marcel, now there's a bit more synergy, but they're gonna need some more firepower if they wanna be able to contest ground in the neutral objective game against ACT.
I still feel like it's a little brutal though, right? Like you're letting go of 2 of the strongest threats in the game. Now, you have a Guinevere, you have crowd control galore, Dark Wave, spatial migration, golden hour. All right, you can probably stop this Freya, but you're not always going to be together. So that's my thing. This might be a pretty good lineup, but only if they're super duper proactive in ganking.
My concern lies on the opposite end of that argument, Rockhard. If they want to get that control and they want to line up the spatial migration with dark wave, etc., that's great. They're going to be so close together that a well-timed ultimate will be able to catch everyone at the same time. Now, ACT goes for the Hylos, though. Part of me is thinking this could be an EXP lane Hylos. It's a winning matchup for the Hylos, 1v1. If it's a roam Hylos, though, there's still room for like a glue, right? So the flex potential is still there for ACT.
All right, we got some decent flex. Oh yeah, the glue's untouched here. I would love the glue maybe on the XP for ACT, or sorry, roam, roam for ACT. That would be decent, especially against a Phobius, right? I feel like the Phobius is a little bit of an unchecked power in this game. I wonder what their plan is to kind of keep that guy at bay.
Oh, if you look at mid lane options, which Solix are kind of like banning out. Back then, when it was meta, the Vexana was a huge counter for the Phobius, and comps with the Phobius that want to dive together, right? You land a Terrify, it hits everyone. You Eternal Guard, and if one guy dies, everyone else takes a hit of damage with the Vexana passive. That used to be a thing for a while.
It could still be. I feel like that mechanic is still very strong, especially if you have a glue on the opposing side, right? But then again, our mid lane picks are very slim, I think. With the Lilia ban, I feel like that might just, if a Vexana is ever going to come out, it's going to have to be after a glue gets locked in. Otherwise, there are just a lot of other better mid lane options, right?
I guess it depends on what you're looking for. Both teams are banning mid laners too. The Lilia caught me a bit by surprise, probably hinting at like more tankiness to come for ACT. Aside from the Glue and Hylos, though, I don't remember a really good matchup. Valentina as well. Faramis, Rockhard, it's quite well known. It's a thing in PH, but no, it's a Tien actually.
Okay, so yeah, that's fine. Again, so much control. You need more CC maybe to hold down the Guinevere. You can also use Fury of the Phoenix to look for the Guinevere so you don't get too surprised. Don't forget, there are lots of very vulnerable heroes on the side of ACT. Harley, for instance, right? Very vulnerable to spatial migration. This Freya, you don't want the Freya on the Purify. So you don't want him to Purify just because there's a Gwen, right? So having a Zetian actually makes a lot of sense.
All right. Definitely a tough order for Solix though. Getting someone to match up against the Freya potentially in the gold lane. It's always gonna be a big problem. It's gonna be a Granger, pretty default, but they go for the Gourd even. Now with two setup tools, including an additional setup tool with the Mystic Projectile, now Solix can dictate how the fights go just a little bit, right? If they can stop ACT from flanking around, the front to back looks solid. Final pick for ACT though.
Yeah, overall, I feel it's a really strong pick. Literally getting picked up by most top teams right now in tournaments all over the world. This mid lane Gourd, we used to be surprised a few weeks ago. Now it's just like, yeah, it's pretty normal now, right? It's just, especially if you can layer so much crowd control with it, you can do so much. But you know what? Just like the Feathered Airstrike, the Mystic Gush also doesn't really work well with Golden Hour.
Yep.
So I don't know if what's the plan for that.
Again, the only real combo is the Granger. But now, again, even if he doesn't get a big golden hour play, he'll be able to move around a bit more freely just because he doesn't need to be the one engaging in the fights. He does not have to be the only guy that ACT can blow up and deny Solix of any engage. Even if they blow up the Marcel, hey, the Guinevere can still spatial migration, right? The Gourd can still land a Mystic Projectile. I feel like now it's a bit more difficult for ACT when it comes down to the default, the neutral. But in the neutral objective, keep your eyes open for Cairo and Flukio, man. They're definitely going to go straight towards the back and try and find something.
Yeah, for sure. I completely agree. This is a completely different scenario where their hard crowd control option is a long cooldown ultimate, right? It's that it's that Shifting Skies, it's, you know, Fury of the Phoenix. Other than that, they're gonna have to really commit if they decide to go for a kill. So completely different story. Let's see though, Sylvie getting a lot more shots than I thought he would. Straight into an invade.
This is so cheesy. Revitalize no longer available though. Moss, buy some time. Is it gonna go straight for the purple?
Yeah, it's not gonna be able to be taken here by Danny Carter. Getting denied so hard on the buffs so early on. Oh, outplay! Ow!
Bang!
There you go.
Dude, Remix coming in strong here. The switch hitter of Solix. They are able to get the purple buff, but they use a lot, man, to revitalize some battle spells as well. And now that Cairo is already behind just a little bit in the lane, he can still 1v1 Phobius because that hero is just imbalanced 1v1, honestly. But there's a window here where Solix can go for the neutral objective before Cairo hits level 4.
Yeah, it feels like it just got evened out, right? There's nothing super duper special. Since they did lose out on a kill, don't forget he also loses a flicker, so Cairo is a lot more vulnerable, which means Sylvie might have to do more babysitting work there just to make sure he doesn't get run over by Remix. But for now, we are going to be back to normal here, back on even, at least for the meantime. So a bit more engage or a bit more invade potential since B-Marks right now absorbing so much damage. They're trying their best, but it feels like ACT should still have a relatively easy Lord take here.
That was good moves coming in from Remix as well to back away, knowing that Phobius usually gets ganked before the neutral objective. It's a commit towards the neutral objective. Though Cairo trying to go for assassinations, gets Marks, gets Moss almost. Moss gets out though, but man, ACT, look at that zoning power. But Remix punishes him with the Violet Requiem as well.
Ooh, I like the combo, right? The combo of Dark Wave into Violet Requiem feels so smooth. but it's also not that easy to pull off. Right now, re-engaging is going to be that Guinevere. No fear whatsoever for Danny Carter. Still gives over the kill to Flukeo though, and might not be able to get out of this one alive. There you go, gets ganged up on inside the golden hour. Solix able to pick up the pieces there. Might have actually equalized.
It's almost an unofficial wipeout there, actually, for Solix. ACT, again, now they're the ones diving in super deep, desperately trying to find something. I feel like after the neutral objective and the initial burst coming in from Cairo, yeah, dip out. There's no point in like pursuing against this roster from Solix that now has more ways to punish, has more options in the long drawn-out fight. If ACT are playing this the same way they did in game number 1, they're in for a rude awakening.
Absolutely. Huge rude awakening here. Because right now, maybe they felt a little bit too fired up from that game 1 victory that maybe they thought they could still just run over Solix here. But don't forget, Solix has just massive amounts of CC, golden hour, not to mention the mystic projectiles that the board throws out. Danny Carter. Once you get caught by spatial migration, there's actually not many people who can survive that. I think only Sylvie on the Hylos can do that. But right now, bottom side is going to be the major pain point. Remix fighting 2v1. Didn't really see the Carly coming, maybe. Gives over the kill over the Ceros.
Solix, though, are going to try and make a move on the turtle. Fury of the Phoenix stops them, but Sylvie is getting dangerously low. Pops to revitalize. They're going on to Moz. The golden hour zones everyone. Turtle secured, and now the fight continues, though. ACT trying to get something in return. Danny Carter comes in, backs all the way out, and ACT respected. Clean moves here from Solix.
Very, very clean. So far, Solix is proving that they're finding these small weaknesses from ACT. Definitely ACT sometimes playing a little bit too confident. I think they might be overestimating their power since, you know, they did have a Freya. Maybe they think they can just, you know, run down Solix at this point. But no, they can't do that. Sao right now so good on that Granger, relatively untouched, and the farm is very, very solid. Has a level lead and probably like maybe a 1,000 or 700, 500 gold advantage here against Lukeo. Mid lane, Sylvie gonna be able to survive at least for now, but again, scaling is the question.
Yeah, the Freya just hasn't really been as impactful. And that's because, again, he can't really zone anyone all that efficiently. Danny Carter isn't nearly as vulnerable as he was in game number 1. And now Cairo is the one getting baited into an engagement. Danny Carter shows. Fury of the Phoenix, though, turns things around. Ceros trying to go for the secure, the deadly magic. Won't be able to do so. Dark Wave stops him. But under the turret, both members are so low, but Danny Carter becomes the only casualty in that engagement.
Right? You know these teams, you know they don't slow down. They could go for more, but Solix decides to evacuate the bottom side of the map so they can maybe focus down on Flukeo. It's 1v3 right now under the tower. And have so much damage from this gourd. Karn's coming in to save the day. And Flukeo barely surviving.
It's just a damage difference right now, dude. Ooh, Mystic Projectile lands too, but on the bottom side, Violet Requiem, and finally Cairo falls, and Danny Carter, with a sliver of HP, survives. Sarah was unable to avenge his comrade. The neutral objective is up, but Solix, I think, has a bit more control right here. They can zone with the Phobius.
Right now, this Phobius feels like it's going to run unchecked for a majority of the game, right? I'm not sure what else they're going to do to be able to hold it, except maybe beat it with a stick, without Freya. Other than that, I feel like it's a pretty open objective take here. Remix and Danny Carter could be able to just secure that while everyone else just keeps them busy on the other side of the river. Another easy turtle coming in for Solix. Sylvie! How often can Sylvie just survive with just 1 HP here?
Well, with the Revitalize, you're actually somewhat okay. We saw a Gatot with a Revitalize by Keyboy counter this gourd as well. So that's a stopgap measure though. It won't be available for the next team fight. ACT, it really seems like right now their only option is to wait for Karns to scale up and then rely on that Setian damage to match the damage output coming in from Solix. Because otherwise, man, it's a tough situation. But Flukio setting up a trap might run into Sao. Oh man.
All right. Gonna be able to survive. Flicker out, but Karns again, I don't think Karns is using the Fury of the Phoenix as often as I thought he would, just to go and check these bushes. They are so vulnerable here, especially when Danny Carter goes for plays like this. Right now, the bottom seems to be prime target here for Moss. If you get caught, Fluke, you might just go down. And now it's ACT playing super duper safe in this one.
They know they're down back foot 2K, and they don't want to really give Sao any. I haven't seen if he actually built the Sky Piercer already. I'm assuming he has, but when he has that item, you got to be very careful picking up your fights, right? ACT might want to take a chill pill until it's a lowered situation, and then use the passiveness they've displayed right now to maybe mislead Solix, and then gets a big moment along with the Lord to turn things around. That could be the idea.
Yeah, that could be it, right? Like just fight around the Lord Pit is actually pretty good ideas for both of these teams, to be honest. But right now, Solix definitely is the prime players. Oh, that's a nice freeze. A bit late on the Fury of the Phoenix, but you know what? ACT says that info just might be enough. Let's go ahead and try to fight, or maybe just clear the minion waves for now. Even though they don't have the ultimate, it's still very, very dangerous. That was super duper close. ACT's down one guy.
He almost went for that jump there. Couldn't get it though. Dark Wave on 2KO. And now with a member advantage, Solix are not going straight for the Lord.
Oh, Sylvie might be in trouble here. Mystic Gush
Oi!
gonna be putting him super duper low. Oh man, what is happening? ACT are just not. They're just trying to survive here in this game.
They just can't get their footing. But now look at this. Solix maneuver over to the mid lane. So ACT might be able to get something. But watch for the traps, the mystic projectiles into the spatial migration. That's a very disgusting combo, by the way. You can just check the bushes, throw it out from a distance, and if it lands, the Green River comes in and you just get locked in for so long in the middle of the Mystic Gush. And look at this. Both teams trying to set things up on the far side. And Danny Carter definitely a lot tankier than before, but he has to be careful still.
Oh, he's got the deadly magic. He should go down there. Golden Hour comes in. Remix, he's about to enter the fight. Misses on the Dark Wave. Sylvie, he gets smashed to bits by this Phobius. Now, where is Luke? We have not seen this Freya actually pay off so far. It's only going to be a 1-for-1. Danny Carter, just a little bit too playful on his Guinevere, I would say. Has enough survivability to sustain some of these fights at least.
We almost got a tower on the top side by split pushing right there. But I'm surprised Solix lost a member like that. Danny Carter definitely wanting to get some revenge from being bullied on the assassin, but on the fighter still. You gotta watch out when you're up against a team like this. ACT can't really match in burst damage, but slowly but surely, if they can survive the initial burst, their damage output, I think, is a bit more than Solix overall, especially if Karns can get online with that Setian, man. It's AoE.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh!
Setian, I feel like he's just... Oh, whoa. All right. So, you know what? Deadly Magic is actually introducing enough chaos to make a difference. This might be a small opening here. I wonder if ACT can burst this Lord. The Flukeo is pretty far away. They don't seem to want to risk it.
Flukeo can rotate pretty fast though, and right now, Moss, Golden Hour, doesn't catch anyone. Again, it's a bit too telegraphed. It has to be used in conjunction with something else. With the Golden Hour down, ACT feeling a lot freer to spread around, get some control, and they're sending off Flukeo for a 1v1 against Remix. No, but Remix wants to actually push him back.
Good idea. Yeah, he's got Chastised Pauldron as well, so the Frey's not going to do that much.
Mr. Gush already used
it
with the Revitalize turning things around. And now, oh, that's the Moss getting caught out.
Okay, something's happening here, man. Something's happening. Solix might slowly be deteriorating in these fights. Sylvie's still surviving. Again, no ultimates though. No ultimates for anyone in ACT. And Solix says maybe we can take the fight to them. They're trying to buy some time, get those ultis back in. Danny Carter is in play, but will be removed by Flukeo there. That is not optimal. Now this Lord might be up for grabs if Seros can survive. Sao Sao decides to go for that turret instead, but Flukeo says, you know what, maybe we can fight, and they do. Taking down Me Marks. Remix is going to be a hard target to take down. As you can see, Remix is a god right now, but let's see if they can do it again. Let's look for the re-engage. Carms is here. Seros with the deadly magic. Misses on the golden hour. Oh my goodness. Gonna be enough to take out Flukeo. Remix still surviving.
Wow, man. Raid Boss Remix. That's why you're seeing him subbed in as the pinch hitter. But, dude, ACT have no business doing anywhere that well in the fights. And right now, the wave at the top side is still pushing. Solix will recognize that and send Danny Carter. But the back and forth in the fights is what is allowing them to get so much success. The fact that Seros was able to somehow almost burst down Sao Sao, that's crazy, dude. Solix wants a clear front to back, and ACT, despite their composition being built for it, kind of, they're doing a great job finding ways to get from the sides to try and go for those weird flanks. I mean, Cairo almost got to Sao Sao as well. I think it will force him to dip out of the fight because of it. But look at this rotational trap set up by Solix, though.
Yeah, for sure. If someone gets caught there, that would be game over, right? That feels like that would be just a nail in the coffin. But somehow they will survive. Nice attempt on the trap here by Solix, but looks like they're going to have to fight head-on anyway. Revitalize is forced out of Sylvie. This should be a good sign for Solix to just go for it. Now that goal lead doesn't feel like much of a lead. Danny Carter with a knock-up. No Revitalize. That's probably a dead high loss. But what are they going to do about it? They'll be keeping together. Danny Carter is low. Deadly Magic is on him! But will be able to survive at least with that Winter Truncheon. Winter Crown, rather. Danny Carter will go down. Flukeo with the drive-by alongside Carnes. Here comes Raid Boss Remix. He's going hard onto that Zitian, and he's going to be able to take him out. Here comes that play here from Cairo, and he slips at the very end. There's still a tower there. They cannot out-damage. And from the back line, Seros alongside Flukeo able to take out Moss, but looks like it's all going to be up to Carnes here. Almost a wipeout for Solix. And they're going to have Lord advantage, if ever.
Oh man, the wave is pushing for ACT, but with only 2 members here, I don't know if they can contest. Carnes might respawn and can use a Fury of the Phoenix to try and get something. No trap from Solix. They're just going straight for the clear. Seros might be able to go for a steal.
Oh, there you go. They're spotted out. We see him. Danny Carter is here. I don't think they can contest, and they will be giving it away. That was pretty close. That was pretty close. They got vision, but the distance to cover was just a little bit too far here for ACT.
Good moves from ACT there, man. Trying to actually redeem the fight somehow, delay even. And for Solix, good adjustment. If they actually let the Lord get reset there, it would have been terrible for them because there was a huge wave building up. Moss, though, overextending. Fortunately, not taken out.
Oh boy.
But yeah, with this Lord now, Solix, they have pretty good siege, but they have to try and contend with a Sudkin, with a Sora. A lot of crowd control under the base.
Here you go. Able to find it. Sao Sao's very, very low. Cairo up on front with a Thunder Form. Trying to clear these minions as much as possible. Sylvie again falling victim to the Mystic Gush. Almost gets taken out. Here comes that next wave. Danny Carter going to be absorbing Deadly Magic. That could have been so bad, but here comes the follow-up. Going to be able to survive with the Winter Crown. Remix is still diving in the 5 members here. How long can Remix keep doing this? They get rid of Sao Sao, and finally Raid Boss Remix might actually just fall down, and he does.
That's a base tower taken down when they were fighting, though. Right now, it's not the far side, but if this game extends past another Lord, that could be a value turn of events for Solix. Unfortunately, It starts off with Danny Carter getting chunked down really massively by Seros, and then afterwards, Cao Cao gets dove on by Flukeo. That's the win condition for ACT there. If they can get Danny Carter and Cao Cao or Marks really low and out of the fight, there's not much that they could do. And because of that, they lost the overall fight, despite the fact that Remix was still doing a ton of damage, and ACT wastes no time at all trying to equalize the discrepancy. Oh!
Oh!
No way.
Amy Marks! Oh, Amy Marks goes down without a fight here, and they're going to be able to find the big ticket target. 1 minute before the Lord spawns. That just might box out Solix inside their base for the next few seconds. ACT, they're finding it. I don't know how they're doing it, but somehow, somewhere, they find a mess up. They find a slip up from Solix, and they get the advantage.
Yeah, Mimax had no protection there under turret, unwilling to let go of the first turret. And by all means, he did succeed in saving it. But right now, ACT are definitely trying to work to try and get that. The gold discrepancy is no longer there. And the stacks that has been painstakingly accumulated by Cao Cao has dipped quite a bit as well. That combo though, man, the Deadly Magic poker trick into the Fury of the Phoenix, that's quite disgusting. And unless Danny Carter finds a trap, it's looking a bit dangerous for ACT.
I think they're finding their marks here. And again, another Deadly Magic Flame. Marks, does he have the crown? No, he doesn't.
Man.
Goes down a second time in the last 3 minutes.
That is disgusting, dude. It's so much damage. And now with 40 seconds to go without a mid lane, oh, they're gonna go for Danny Carter as well?
No way! They find Danny Carter, man. Carnes could go down with it, bursted with the combo. Finally pulls off the Golden Hour Granger combination.
Oh!
Is it too late? Cao Cao is diving. Remix still jumping non-stop here on the Phoveus, but somehow you can survive on your own, but your teammates just cannot do the same. It's Remix versus the world. 4 members alive for ACT, and that is going to be a Lord take. Bro, what are they doing? Remix is diving and they're just ignoring him.
That's what they have to do, right? The Remix can stay alive and do as much damage as he wants. If Cao Cao isn't in the picture, if Marks isn't there, you can't do anything. That's the Evolve Lord picked up by ACT. That is such massive value. Now this is looking really sketchy for Solix. They have the true damage clear coming in from Marks. They have Cao Cao. I believe at this point he should be full build. But man, against a late game Satien, you know, ACT can hold their own in the base situation. With the Lord, they should be able to fight the same way and zone the backline. But this time with the reduction, they could get even more value.
I think so. Right now, you can get more value. You've proven, ACT has proven that they've got enough firepower already. And that was like 3 minutes ago. Now it's going to be a different story. They probably got so much gold from that last take. They're going to be able to burst down even further if Solix makes a misstep. They're looking for it right now. Moss up on front, trying to get a good position for the Golden Hour. I think they still have the ulti. Danny Carter is caught by the Deadly Magic, and then he's going to be able to at least survive for a few more seconds with the Winter Crown. Dodges out of dodge there. And now it's Remix left alone. Cao, their major damage dealers are gone. Cairo going to be able to survive with a sliver of health. And Remix flickers out. That's 3 members left to defend. Don't forget, there is a big Lord wave on the bottom of the map that is still walking into their base. You're going to have to deal with that somehow. Danny Carter just doesn't have enough HP. Remix as well. Here comes that red carpet, the glorious pathway, slowing them down and running them over. ACT, I don't know how they did it, but they are able to get it. Marks running for dear life, taking out every single member and taking the sweep against Solix.
Unreal, dude. That was beyond impressive for ACT. And hey, the English casters got it right, man. The Thai casters, they voted for Solix, and it was close, man. Solix they had so much going for them. They had the right team fights, they had the right macro plays, But towards the end there, the adjustment by ACT and how they were taking those fights was enough to ruin all the plans coming in from Solix. It's unfortunate, but it's also credit to ACT. That was not a play that was built on luck. That was an orchestrated route to victory by ACT.
I completely agree. They had to fight for every scrap of gold in that map. Every single moment that they were taking a jungle camp, they were trying to not die to a Guinevere that was really rampaging in that game. And it kind of surprises me, right? Like, Remix was a god in that game, don't get me wrong, but everyone else, it felt like they were slowly deteriorating. I don't know, maybe that's just them crumbling to the pressure that ACT were bringing. I mean, it was a Freya that was just non-stop auto hitting on your face. I guess most people would probably crumble there, but I didn't see it. I think we saw the biggest weaknesses of that lineup when Me March started dying, when Danny Carter started dying, right? And Cao Cao couldn't hold on to those stacks. We saw the glaring weakness.
ตอนนี้นะคะเราก็อยู่กับผู้ชนะทั้ง2คนของเรานะคะจากทีม ACT Esport นะคะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะซิลวี่กับเซอร์ลอสซึ่งตอนนี้ไม่รู้คนไหนคือคนไหนเลยถามแฟนคลับดีกว่าก่อนที่เราจะถามนักแข่งตอนนี้แฟนคลับรู้ไหมคะว่าคนไหนคือคนไหนมีใครรู้ไหมว่าคนไหนคือคนไหนคนนี้ซิลวี่คนนี้เซอร์ลอสถูกต้องไหมคะเฮ้ยอันนี้แฟนคลับตัวจริงโอ้โหเลิศเลยอันนี้คือเป็นยังไงบ้างคะเกมวันนี้หลังจากที่เมื่อวันก่อนเนี่ยเราแพ้ KOG มาวันนี้เราทำแต้มกลับมาได้แล้วเป็นยังไงบ้างความรู้สึกเราดีใจเนาะแบบว่ามันเป็นไปตามแผนที่เราซ้อมกลับไปซ้อมกันมาไหมเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วรู้อยู่แล้วว่าวันนี้เนี่ยจะเจอกับโซลิกเราได้เตรียมแผนมาเจอกับพี่ๆเขาไหมเตรียมมาไหมเอ่ยเตรียมไหมเตรียมมานิดนึงเตรียมมานิดนึงส่วนใหญ่เป็นโค้ชเตรียมเรามีหน้าที่ซ้อมอย่างเดียวโค้ชดับมาให้เล่นตัวไหนเราก็เล่นตัวนั้นวันนี้เล่นแต่ไปตามแผนที่โค้ชดับให้ใช่ไหมใช่ครับใช่ครับอ๋อโอเคแล้ววันนี้ไหนตัวละครที่เราเลือกเล่นวันนี้มันเป็นตัวถนัดเราปะ อาจจะตื่นเต้นอยู่วันนี้ดีได้แต้มอีก1แต้มแล้วก่อนที่จะไปรอบเพลย์ออฟตัวละครเป็นตัวที่เราแบบว่าเฮ้ยถนัดไหมตัวนี้ที่โค้ชเลือกมาให้เราเล่นวันนี้ตัวถนัดแปลว่าเราแบบถนัดตัวนี้มันมีดียังไงตัวละครตัวนี้ถามในฐานะคนที่แบบกำลังจะเริ่มเล่นแบบเพิ่งเริ่มเล่นตัวที่เราเล่นเนี่ยมันคือตัวอะไรแล้วแบบมันมีดียังไงช่วยอะไรทีมได้บ้างยังไงดีล่ะ ยังไงดีล่ะดาเมจแรงมันพิ้วแล้วเราพิ้วไหมอาจจะยังละเดี๋ยวถามในเรื่องเกมดีกว่าในรอบ Pay Off เนี่ยคือเรามีคิดไว้ไหมว่าอยากล้างตากับทีมไหนอยากเจอกับทีมไหนมากที่สุดคิดหนักจะเจอได้หมดเพราะว่าเราเตรียมแผนมาเจอกับทุกทีมพร้อมที่จะเป็นแชมป์ไหมคิดว่าเราจะทำได้ไหมในรอบ Pay Off แบบการที่เราจะเอาแชมป์เนี่ยในซีซั่น1นี้ทำได้แน่นอนครับทำได้แน่นอนโอ้โหปกติมาคนเดียวก็เป็น introvert ตอนนี้ introvert กับ introvert pro max มากๆเลยแล้ว ACT จะไปตอนนี้ลำดับ ACT คือลำดับที่5ไม่แน่ใจว่าวันนี้ลำดับจะอยู่ลำดับไหนแล้วแต่ว่าลุ้นไหมตอนนี้เราแบบพอจะเดาได้ไหมว่าเราจะไปเจอทีมไหนในรอบ Pay Off น่าจะบุรีรัมย์แล้วเราเคยเจอมาแล้วเราคิดว่ารอบ Pay Off เนี่ยเราจะแข็งแกร่งขึ้นไหมที่จะไปสู้กับ Pay Off ไปสู้กับบุรีรัมย์ในรอบ Pay Off แข็งแกร่งแน่นอนเดี๋ยวโค้ชเตรียมแผนใช่ไหมเดี๋ยวโค้ชเตรียมแผนให้เราเนาะโอเคเดี๋ยวเราให้พูดอะไรกับแฟนๆสักหน่อยแล้วกันก่อนที่จะไปพักเนี่ยวันนี้แฟนๆมาเชียร์แล้วก็เขาแยกออกด้วยว่าคนไหนคือคนไหนคือแฟนคลับตัวจริงมากเลยเดี๋ยวพูดอะไรกับแฟนๆสักนิดนึงแล้วกันค่ะทั้งหน้างานแล้วก็ออนไลน์ช่วยกันเร็วฝากเชียร์ทีม ACT ต่อด้วยครับโอเคโอเคเลยค่ะโอเคน่ารักมากๆเลยเดี๋ยวให้น้องๆนักแข่งทั้งคู่นะคะไปพักกันก่อนตอนนี้ก็ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Right. Seem they seem a bit reluctant to answer some of the questions initially, but hey, they warmed up, and I bet they had some very interesting words that we wish we could understand. But yeah, Rocktard, you were making a point about how they initially Solix was doing so well, and then they started faltering.
I mean, one by one, I feel like once their hitters started falling, once they got, I guess, I would say Sylvie just got used to getting Mystic Gushed. I don't know. He just, you know how many times he almost died to the Mystic Gush? I feel like it was 5 times, 6 times. He just got used to it, and they just got used to the rhythm or the flow that was being shown to them by Solix. So after a while, you know, the Freya could just dive into the backline because they knew that the ultimates were gone already, right? So maybe that was it. Maybe they were just waiting for that Freya to really ramp back up in the form, get into that scary state that even a Phoveus couldn't deal with it. Even though it has like Chastise, it was completely itemed up. I mean, Remix was a god in this game, but you gotta admit, everyone else was pretty vulnerable. They were pretty easy to take down.
I feel like initially, yeah, the reason why it seems like they slowed down might also be because of the gold. Because again, the gold advantage being narrowed down means that Solix isn't doing as much damage anymore, but it also means that ACT, they are also doing more damage, right? So all these frontliners that used to be really tanky are finally looking immortal, and the backliners that used to be able to survive from the dive attempts, from the burst attempts, no, slowly but surely, they were really falling victim to the members of ACT. And this guy is no exception, man. The MVP, Seros, I think it's absolutely well-deserved, dude. This guy, it's so crazy. All the way till the end there, this guy was just making plays, and he only got taken out one time. This was a game where ACT was on the back foot, and he wasn't playing it safe. He was still trying to make plays left and right as much as possible to really get back into the game. It worked, and he was punished one time for it. That's ridiculous.
I agree. I mean, it's very easy for a Harley to actually, you know, fall off, especially if the enemy team is like very consistent in taking the team fight advantages. So I'm actually surprised that Seros was able to maintain this level of efficiency and this level of play. Not to mention, of course, Harley did get nerfed recently. So, considering everything, I would say he did a pretty, he was pretty decent. He was actually more than decent. He's MVP, right? But it was supposed to be a tough fight for him, right? It was supposed to be a tough fight. But he was able to really navigate himself around these fights. Again, teammates were also dying, right? His teammates were also getting picked off one by one. Not really much a Harley could do in that moment, but he was able to really work together with them at the end. And now look at that. This is the story of the game. 5 people getting held by Remix. Everyone else trying to catch up.
And it's crazy. That fight in outside the base, I think, started everything. That was the first fight where you saw the members of Solix really start to fall. And afterwards, the gold, yes, but I think something clicked for ACT as well. They were like, oh, if we can get to Cao Cao and Danny Carter or Memarks, then it doesn't matter. And because of that, look at what happens in all the big fights, right? Here, that's an outplay on Danny Carter, by the way. But even after the Winter Crown, it doesn't matter. They play the fight out. But the moment Cao Cao oversteps just a little bit, look at Cairo immediately flickering in, going for the assassination. They don't care anymore about the utility, about the stuns. All they want to do is get as much damage as possible onto Memarks and Cao Cao. And overall, that worked out. Because they went for the plays deep in the backline like that, even Remix, who was in the whole game playing for the front line, playing for his own dive, when his backline got dove, he is nowhere to be found, right? He was too far away to provide any sort of protection. So towards the end there, despite doing okay throughout the rest of the game, Cao Cao, I think the bulk of his deaths came towards the end there, in the last couple, like in the last 5 minutes maybe. And that's because ACT were like, whatever, you got a Winter Crown, you got whatever it is, even if it's a golden hour, we'll wait it out. Because even if we take damage waiting for that Winter Crown or golden hour to expire, we'll still get value as long as we take you out.
I mean, that's true. I mean, the value was found in elsewhere, right? Like, it's just... Remix could only do so much in that game. I mean, as a Phobius, no matter what Phobius you put there, it can only do so much, especially if you are being bypassed for a majority of the game. So I think most of the time, ACT were just waiting for Flukeo to actually get in a decent item matchup against Remix, against, everyone else. And then once he reached that, once we got to 22 minutes, it felt like they finally found that win condition. The win condition is not as straightforward as other games. Like, in other games of ACT, it was very obvious how they were winning. In this one, they had to really dig deep for that win condition. But with enough teamwork, with enough buying of time, they were eventually able to find it. And, Solix could only keep up that kind of fighting for so long, right? That lineup, it was obvious where the squishy point is, where you just point it with a knife, poke it with a stick, and it's probably gonna burst. And they found it eventually.
For sure, man. And again, the goal discrepancy narrowing down. At some point, I think they really started taking over the fights when the gold lead for Solix was like only 2,000, and it was like it was up to like 4,000 or 5,000, I think, if I recall correctly earlier. So that was a huge deal. And not to mention the stacks from Cao Cao, everything that gets taken out, he loses a bunch of it. That makes it so that now the members of ACT can be a bit more bold moving forward because they know they won't be executed as fast as before. And that's why towards the end there, Cao Cao, man, you got to feel for him. He has to deal with Seros, he has to deal with the Fury of the Phoenix, and also the Freya, of course, we all know. But even Cairo on the Sora, he doesn't care about the cloud form. He doesn't care about utility. Leave Remix in the back with the other guys. He don't care about that. He went Thunder, right? He went Lightning and just went straight at Cao Cao every single time.
And I think that was really his role in that, right? Since a majority of the lineup for ACT was just magic. So if he didn't go physical, no one was gonna go physical. So I kind of understand that. But you're right, it's not an easy role to run, especially in that one where you're the main damage dealer and technically you're also the main crowd control provider. You needed that crowd control. They needed it. Hylos couldn't provide all of it. So again, very masterfully navigated there. Can't wait. Congratulations, ACT. Can't wait to see them again.
And shout out to the coach as well for coming up with that combo. Like, Harley Sutian, people gotta watch out for that, dude, because I don't know if the magic damage stacks over, because the mark deals 30% of all the magic damage dealt to the target during the mark, the deadly magic. I don't know if any external sources count towards that. We'll have to do more testing on that. But even if you don't, when Mimrock survived with a sliver of HP, Fury of the Phoenix, and it just seals the deal so well.
That's right. So, excited for the next matchup. We have one last series for the day. You don't want to miss that. So, stick around. This is still MSL Thailand Season 1. Don't go anywhere.
Richman Shop โน 1 เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โน1เรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ Richman Shop โนหนึ่งเรื่องเติมเกมเหนือกว่าทุกการเติมผู้สนับสนุนหลักอย่างเป็นทางการ League MSL Thailand เติมได้นับร้อยเกมพร้อมบัตรเติมเกมและบัตรกำนันอีกมากมายเติมถูกเติมไวผ่อนได้มีเงินคืนจ่ายสะดวกไม่ว่าจะโอนหรือผ่อนชำระและใหม่ล่าสุดรองรับการแบ่งจ่ายผ่าน SPayLater ดูแลทั้งก่อนและหลังการขายทุกช่องทางบริการ 24 ชั่วโมงร้านเติมเกมที่สตรีมเมอร์ส่วนใหญ่ไว้วางใจนึกจะเติมเกมต้อง Richman Shop เท่านั้นแล้วมาเติมกันเยอะๆนะ
มาถึงคู่สุดท้ายแล้วนะคะของวันนี้และในรอบเก็บคะแนนนะคะและคู่สุดท้ายบอกได้เลยว่าเป็นคู่ไฮไลท์ของเรามากๆเลย เป็นคู่ที่ห้ามพลาดเลยนะคะ และตอนนี้แฟนคลับก็คือเต็มไปหมดเลยนะคะ และทางออนไลน์ด้วยเยอะมากๆเลย เพราะว่าคู่นี้นะคะ เป็นการเจอกันของ 2 B ค่ะ B แรกนั่นก็คือบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตนะคะ ส่วน B ที่ 2 นั่นก็คือเต้าหมูเบคอนทาวน์ของเรานั่นเองค่ะ แต่คิดว่าป่าของทั้ง 2 ทีมนะคะ อย่างลอยและบีบอสเนี่ยต้องมาเจอกันก็โห แค่คิดก็สนุกแล้วค่ะกำไรคนดูมากๆเลยนะคะ บอกเลยว่าคู่สุดท้ายของเรา แต่ว่าก่อนที่เราจะไปดูการแข่งขันในคู่สุดท้ายนี้นะคะ วันนี้ค่ะเรามีแขกรับเชิญพิเศษนะคะ เป็นคนสวยนะคะจากประเทศเพื่อนบ้านของเราค่ะโอ้โหเดินทางมาไกลถึง Lido Connect เลยนะคะ เดี๋ยวไปพบกับเธอกันเลยดีกว่าค่ะ Alright everyone we are gonna have beautiful special guest visiting us all the way from Myanmar neighboring and let meet her right now Monica Hello Okay first could you please introduce yourself
Yeah. Hello, my name is Monica, and I am a MLBB KOL from Myanmar. Thank you.
Oh, you're so cute. Okay, like ask first, like have you ever watching MSL Thailand before?
Yeah, I have watched MSL Thailand. I really enjoy the atmosphere here, and all the competitive players and the fans cheering for their favorite teams are enjoying to watch. Yeah.
Oh, that's so nice. And Monica, what's about the next match that's gonna start like in the soon time? Like who are you supporting in the next game? We have Bacon Time and Buriram United Esport.
Bacon Time because their name is so unique, like bacon, and I really like their play style, and I like them so their memes on social media. They are so fun to watch.
Oh, that's so nice. ค่ะสำหรับโมนิก้านะคะก็คือเขาเนี่ยเขาเป็น KOL นะคะมาจากประเทศเพื่อนบ้านของเรานั่นก็คือเมียนมาค่ะและทีมที่เขามาเชียร์ในวันนี้นั่นก็คือเบคอนไทม์นั่นเองนะคะก็คือเขารู้สึกว่าชื่อของทีมนี้เนี่ยเป็นอะไรที่ยูนิคมากๆเบคอนนะคะแล้วก็รู้สึกว่าเบคอนไทม์เนี่ยมีการตลาดหรือว่าโซเชียลมีเดียที่แบบว่ามีแฟนคลับซัพพอร์ตเยอะมากๆเขาก็เลยรู้สึกว่าเวลามาเชียร์เบคอนหรือว่าดูเบคอนเนี่ยแบบว่าเขาดูมีความสุขทั้งการที่แฟนคลับเชียร์แล้วก็ทั้งการที่แฟนคลับเชียร์นะคะแล้วก็ตัวเบคอนไทม์เองด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาพูดถึงคำถามกันสุดท้ายดีกว่านะคะก่อนที่เราจะดูแมตช์ต่อไปค่ะ so how do you feel about the upcoming the playoff being held at BCC Hall at Central Ladprao
I'm totally excited to watch the playoff at Central Ladprao, and I'm really excited to watch the play styles because their teams are so strong, and I'm really excited for that. I think the avenue might be so big enough for the fans to come to watch, so I invited you guys, if you have time, you come to watch the playoff at Central Ladprao.
Oh, that's so nice of you ค่ะสำหรับโมนิก้านะคะก็คือเขาเนี่ยรู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากๆเลยนะคะกับรอบ Playoff แล้วเขาก็รู้สึกว่าสถานที่จัดของเราเนี่ยก็คือแบบว่ายิ่งใหญ่แล้วก็น่าจะรองรับแฟนคลับได้ครบทุกคนนะคะเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมเนี่ยคือแฟนคลับล้นหลามกันมากจริงๆนะคะอย่างเช่นในฮอลล์วันนี้ก็คือทั้งบุรีรัมย์และเบคอนเนี่ยแฟนคลับไม่แพ้กันเลยค่ะโมนิก้านะคะก็อยากเชิญชวนแฟนๆนะคะทุกทีมเลยค่ะสามารถนะคะมาดูกันได้เลยนะคะที่ BCC Hall เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวค่ะสำคัญเลยนะคะก็คือเข้าชมฟรีค่ะสำหรับใครนะคะที่อยากดูแข่งก็มาเจอกันได้นะคะ23 24 22 23 และ 24 ค่ะที่เซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวนะคะ Okay thank you for now thank you so much for coming here today
Thank you ขอบคุณค่ะ
ขอบคุณค่ะถ้าตอนนี้นะคะก็คือแฟนคลับพร้อมมากๆแล้วนะคะสำหรับแมตช์ต่อไปของเราก็ขออนุญาตส่งต่อกับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
All right.
Well, thanks for the interview, but I can actually, well, Rockhard, take over. What do you think, man? This is a very exciting match coming up.
Yeah, this is a very exciting match. I think it was Bacon Time who seems to be the favorite here, and apparently it's for the memes. I should definitely hang out more in Bacon Time's social media, and maybe we'll see something interesting there. So yeah, Bacon Time is again the team that we are. Let's be honest, they're the team that we are expecting to take this last one. it's been a very tough time for so it's just rather a very tough to kind of predict against them, just because Buriram is just not as up there. I mean, they're good. Buriram is good, but they're not Bacon Time good.
better.
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
Man.
So yeah, that's what I think. I'm hoping to see more Bacon Time here. Everyone's so excited to watch them and can't wait. Let's go get it.
Man, it's so good because last time I saw them, they displayed not just like game understanding, but even like strategy wise. They were doing mind games, they were doing feints in game. You know what I mean? And as someone who likes that extra layer of strategy on top of just the drafts and the the macro gaming, I feel like that's really cool to watch. I think I casted their game like very early on, so not sure what to expect now because they are at number 2, man.
That's right. It's hard for me to, it's hard for me to not really speak too highly of Bacon Time, to be honest, because I've known Exhort for a long time, man. I know, and all the experience he's gathered through so many teams right now in the MPL Philippines is just, he's a treasure trove, to be honest. And I feel like Bacon Time is one of those teams, very rare teams, that can actually just use that. And that's why they're so high up, right? Only dropping one series so far. Imagine all that experience all the way from like season 2 of MPL Philippines. That's like way back in 2019. That's how long this guy has been doing it. And he is meshing so well with this Phi team right now. It is time to rise, right? It is their time to really show off. Showing off so much skill, so much knowledge about map rotation, so much knowledge about macro, and alongside a very capable micro player like Spider Miles. It's hard not to root for Bacon Time, to be honest.
It is, man. We take a look at some of the highlights from both teams, starting with Buriram right here. And yeah, you can see good things by all means, but when you see Bacon Time and how they're playing, it just feels like they're seeing some things that you don't. They are thinking about things that you just know that you're not really paying attention to, right? There's a lot of unknowns when you're watching Bacon Time, and that is what makes them so dangerous. And on top of that, the flexibility as well. They haven't really been winning, I believe, using the same old strats. They've had to be forced to do a lot of different things, and somehow, some way, they just deliver time and time again. I actually not sure. I'm a bit hazy on who actually took them down, actually defeated them. The one times that they didn't, but like
KOG on
is it just KOG?
Mayford. Just KOG.
That's crazy, man. I gotta say that's
although
insane.
it was an 0-2. Yeah, so
Okay.
pretty solid.
All right. Well, that's insane. So one team is undefeated, and the other team is also undefeated, except for the undefeated team. That's insane, bro. That's so cool.
And that's why it's such a hype match, right? It's such a hype match, and what a way to close out the regular season. It's a great match to close it out. So let's watch our teams walk into it. Buriram, of course, has had a pretty, they've got a pretty roller coaster ride so far. And we've got some newer acquisitions, obviously, right? With this team, with Agi. Most of them just has had a lot of time. But here is Bacon Time with, again, they also have like new rosters, right? But so far, feels like they've been a lot more consistent, and it is a proven commodity. They have really shown up.
Which is why I think, what's the expectation here? I don't think they'll be trying anything out, right? There's no reason. All you can see is coach getting caught yawning. Hey, dude. Final match of the day. Business as usual for Noel. On the other side, though, Trequartista gonna try and outsmart Noel while he's not fully alert just yet.
I see you, Noel. All right.
Getting caught in 4K.
Caught in 4K. And I don't know. I'm not gonna attribute that to us. He probably meant to do that. He was just kidding, probably.
It's a taunt.
But yeah, Bacon Time definitely feels like they have really leveraged their players a lot better in this season so far. And on the roam comparison, you're going to see a big difference as well in terms of KDA and, of course, nothing else. Just the name. It's MZ and Spider Miles.
Well, dude, the KDA ratio being the only thing that Spider Miles has MZ beat on is cool, but it's also concerning. So does it mean there's less team fights? Does it mean that he does more right, so lower team fight participation but higher KDA. Does he not participate in team fights? Does he get a lot of pickoffs, right? Does he get kills even? Does it show that Bacon Time are going to be playing with that early aggressive roamer type of strategy? That's what the data tells us, you know? So if you're MZ right now, you got to be a bit concerned to see your opponent seems to be a bit more, I don't know, man, a bit more dangerous in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, absolutely more willing to take a fight in the U. And that's what we've known, obviously, for Spider Miles for a long time. The first time I started watching Spider Miles, it was a little bit of, that boring meta where it's always Baksha and Fredrin. That's the first time I actually saw him come in. But even in that era, he is actually very willing to pick up more aggressive heroes. And that's why I'm very excited. He's also one of those players that actually pulled off an Akai roam once. So I'm really very happy to just watch him play again. And I think with all that experience that he had, he was able to actually just kind of transition into more heroes, adding to his pool. That's why he's just so dangerous.
Hero pool, man. Right now, there's so many options available in the roam position because we're in a bit of a transitional period where the fighters are still relevant, right? We just saw the Freya just earlier, and we're seeing some crazy pick show up in the gold lane, but at the same time, the marksmen are still there. And because of that, you're seeing the roaming position also get affected. Because if you have a marksman, obviously you need something a bit stronger, something with a bit more peel. But if you have a fighter, now the kind of roamers that you would want actually shifts a little bit on the aggressive side. So having a huge hero pool allows you to kind of do the best of both worlds. And that is potentially what Bacon Time can bring for us today.
You're right. And of course, we're going to go into the draft. Let's see if they can show that up here.
Dangerous grass.
Yeah, we could definitely... I can see that happening.
All right. It's all good.
It's all good. Not your day. It's one of those days.
It's fine. I get to see Bacon Time play, so it's all good.
It's a big bonus. Getting the prediction right is going to be a big bonus. But here we go. All right, so you're absolutely correct. We are in a transition phase where I feel like Cho should get picked up more, Cho just feels just so much smoother now and just a lot easier to play, to be honest. Anyone who gets kicked by Wave Dragon, more often than not, just get taken out just because of that little boost to damage. And that transition where it just moves smoother with the patch, I feel like it's going to be hotly contested here.
All right. Well, the Cho brings in multiple advantages, right, in the current meta. Mid-prio is a big thing, and that's why a lot of aggressive roamers like the Khalid, like the Hilda, have been contested. The Cho can provide insane wave clear and insane brawling presence level 1, right? Not a lot of heroes can have the same kind of output that the Jeet Kune Do has level 1, level 2. Not to mention the passive as well. So the Cho definitely is the aggro pick, and there's a lot of ways to capitalize on that way of the dragon because of the burst meta, where like the Harleys, the Suyos, all can really supplement that big burst of damage. For now though, Freya Tsushin for Buriram is pretty standard. For Bacon Time, Uranus Hilda, so very concerned about this tankier frontliners.
Well, aside from the Cho, you still have that like really strong picks like Nakalea, right? Because the Cho and Nakalea, those are like two of the prime heroes that can actually answer the Harley threat. Remember, you see how Harley's just been, messing up the games all day today? Like, it's been so oppressive. Those are the kind of heroes that want to lock in that Harley that maybe, if you know that your opponent is a really strong Harley player, you get these lockdown heroes, you don't let them do their thing.
And I wonder what other alternatives will come up, because the Kalea, it's always pick or ban almost. It's very prio right now, especially in ID, from my experience. So I think soon enough there's gonna be alternatives, right? Other heroes with the same kind of offense capabilities, with the same kind of crowd control that can deter assassins. So that's something to look forward to, or to think forward to, as the final ban here is a Marcel.
All right. So a lot of the usual suspects are out. Maybe a Claude Praya would not look so weird, especially now that you might lose out on a strong gold lane presence since Harif is banned out. You know, Harif is so good if you leave it open because the Harif can usually deal with a lot of threats. If you throw in like a Clint, you throw in the Bruno, throw in the Moskov, the Harif usually can take that. Now, if you have the Claude, then, you know, it's just basically just Moskov, right? On that gold lane.
True. On that note, though, the Phobius is still open, right? On the other side of the lanes from the gold lane, Phobius indeed is the pick for Bacon time.
That's right.
That's a lot of tempo, dude. So now Buriram can go with your suggestion, Rockhard, and go for like the Claude, secure some shred, some mobility. Because against the Phobius, an immobile marksman is just painful to play.
And lower prio on marksman just makes me think like they're gonna target jungle, right? They're probably just gonna look for each other's junglers here. I would not be surprised to see Suyo. Yeah, I would not be surprised to see Suyo and the likes. Again, one more good roam pick. Maybe just solidify it. Baksha, by the way, is open. Oh, different roam pick. Really strong. Whoa.
Interesting. Well, the Harley is still available, is it not? It is. Buriram went for this very aggressive dive, crowd control combination with the Lapu and the Khalid. The matchup in the EXP lane, though, Lapu against Phobius, I feel like initially Phobius still wins out, so it's gonna be a bit careful.
I would say not even just initially, right? For the most game, the Phobius is gonna win now.
Oh
my goodness!
No way!
What? You get both of them in one lineup.
That's the combo you were talking about just earlier, Rockhard. The Kalia into the Guinevere. So many ways to really combo to each other almost, but no Harley for Bacon time. So Buriram can go for it. It kind of works well technically. You have some physical damage in the comp already. You can dive together with your boys on that Harley. I feel like there's a lack of spammable crowd control for Buriram though, so they might be looking for that too still.
No. Harley looks good, right, in paper, but it's just not that good against Akalea. We talked about it, right? Like I mentioned earlier, like, right, go ahead, pick a Harley. We have instant lockdown. Let's see if you can use that space escape. Those are the threats I'm thinking about, and that's probably what they're thinking as well. They said, you know what? Mid first. And again, no gold laners picked yet.
Yeah, they're keeping some surprises. It might. Oh, if it's not a marksman in the gold lane, I'll be very happy. For now, though, carry is the immediate solution. So Buriram are gonna try and get like a additional amount of tankiness. I'm not sure why they would go with the carry. It's comboed with the Kalea, I guess, but I don't know, man. I feel like looking at the whole composition, Bacon Time aren't really looking for a carry-esque type of composition.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of with why they would ban the carry rather, is this trio of heroes can wreak so much havoc on the map that you actually might just forego, or you might not be able to check the carry, and that carry might just go crazy, right? But same is true for most gold laners, to be honest. Like even a Granger would slot in properly here. Again, Claude, I don't know why we are not picking up the Claude. Why would you prioritize a Claude over a Lapu Lapu? That's a big question mark for me. But they seem to have a plan. I don't wanna get too ahead of it. Akai ban, I love that Akai ban, by the way. Jeez.
Oh wait, Valentina. So either they're concerned about the Fury of the Phoenix stopping their momentum, or they have a plan to get a Sora somewhere. That's the usual reason. The only potential now is to have a Sora in the gold lane though, so I don't know if Buriram are gonna be quite that bold. But for Bacon Time, banning away the Akai is also interesting because I thought the divers are Buriram, right? Bacon Time can play front to back, no problem.
Yeah, that's true. This Akai ban is if ever there's an Akai specialist here, I think they dug way too deep to find that. Oh, Leomord banned out, so they're convinced this is going to be like a full fighter lineup. If that's the case, right?
I guess.
Suyo open though.
Suyo is indeed open, and if Buriram goes for it, there's not much. I guess Big Time already has the Guinevere, so it's not an issue. And with the crowd control, there's still a lot of punish available. And I guess with the phobias in place, right? The Suyo's dashes kind of gives you more shoulder bashes, so it's kind of okay. That's the Claude, though.
That just makes a lot of sense, right? Just have like a trio that is just going to be so disruptive. And Claude lock in. Now for gold lane here, that's a question. What's Bacon Time picking up?
Oh man, it depends on what they want. The usual options are the Granger, obviously. Along with that, maybe a Bruno. Some people really like it. It depends though. Do they want to go and have like that late game scaler in the gold lane still, or do they want to go all in and just triple down on the aggression? Speaking of unique picks, would be Leslie would show up there too, technically.
That could win lane. Actually, that could easily win lane here, right?
Oh ho! Oh boy.
This is gonna be something. This is gonna be one hell of a game. I can tell you right now.
Bacon Time are gonna really go for it, or they're gonna be forced to play really slow and hope for the Moskov. But either way, they're pretty streamlined on what they want here.
Yeah, it is very, very streamlined. There goes that Harley. They decide to still go for it despite a multitude of threats against this Harley. Now, the Harley is a threat in itself, right? So I would say not bad. Brew kind of just has a little bit of aggression on their own, but it's... I don't know. I can't shake a feeling that this lineup ain't it, man. This could go wrong very, very quickly for Buriram.
I think for Buriram, it's a good dive if there's one single carry that you know will be the main problem. If Bacon Time are playing a protect the president strat, you know, where it's like one hyper carry gold lane and everyone protecting it, I think this comp will work just fine. But the fact of the matter is, Bacon Time, they have the tools to separate the team fights and just go for multiple 2v2s, 3v3s, you know? And it's going to be tough. Although, again, in the mid lane prio, Buriram has something to say there with a Khalid Satien. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we go for game number 1 for the final match of the day. Buriram United versus Bacon Time.
All right, Bacon Time, again, we are looking forward to their level 4s, but don't forget, you have a Kalea. It's also very scary, even just at level 3. Just a simple combo, Tidal Strike combo alongside the Guinevere is already deadly, so plus Surge of Life can really keep them in the game. So that mid trio of Bacon Time is honestly super duper efficient. The only way that they would lose this early is if they give away like a buff or give away First Blood very early on, which, hello, that is that's a Kadita. Good luck First Blooding that.
Yeah, a lot of safety built in, especially with the Thalassophobia as well. That passive is, you know, borderline OP in a way, and it's actually a safe pick as well because you can use your tools defensively. Talent prediction brought to you by Infinix. Rockhart believes a bit more in Buriram United. I think it's gonna be a sweep because Bacon for the win.
No, I know it's Bacon. I'm just trying to counter curse it. You know?
Counter curse it? Oh.
Trying to counter curse a 2-0. I know it's going to be 2-0. It feels like it's going to be a 2-0, right? And everyone else on the other side, though, feels differently. Interesting.
Bird Hostar, the only guy voting for Buriram. He was right before, though, if I recall correctly, going against the current. We'll see if that happens again today. As of right now, though, it's a slow time, but Buriram are already closer to the neutral objective.
That's right, they're going in for it though, so they're bursting it, and I don't think the Guinevere will reach them in time. Let's see if they can get any kills going here, as Kang will be using the flicker, and I don't know, it's going to be a pretty solid take from Buriram, and I don't know if Bacon Time are playing it a little too safe. Maybe because Spider Miles doesn't really have the Tsunami Slam. They don't want to fight it, I guess. But that just means Agi and MZ here can just do even more. A little bit of a shielding here being given by that turtle. And more space being given to Lois. Now, Lois is the biggest threat here. Guns up on front. Is he? Try to see if he can get a kill going alongside the Fury of the Phoenix. That's going to be secured here. No boots, no problem. Guns goes down.
An easy pick off right there. It's a bit of a stun there, by the way. I wonder where that came from. But yeah, Bacon Time aren't really getting the early game that they want. By all means, their mid lane and their top lane, their EXP lane. Oh!
Oh, that was a great pickoff. Of course, answered pretty much immediately here. So B-Boss going down. But the rest of the squad feels like they can go ahead and zone even more. Harley is alive though, so Bacon Time, I think they might be forced to back off for the meantime. And Buriram is just so happy to take all that space. That Khalid is really serving him well.
There's so much pressure, so much prio from the mid lane and also from the EXP lane with the Lapu clear. So Bacon Time, by all means, if you look at the composition, they do take a few items to get rolling, especially the Kadira. So it stands to reason why they would play it slow. But this is a bit slower than I think we were all expecting either way.
It is. And I don't know who benefits better if it's slower. Is it Bacon or is it Barulik? I don't know, right? Guns right now, though. Feels like you are going to be able to get some of that Sixth Sense at least. Khaled's still there. MZ very happy to just stay here and provide more pressure since the turtle is spawning downside anyway.
Ooh, Kang leaving the wave to rotate. Now it's a jump towards MZ. Gets out though.
Great jump. Alright, so Guns is going to be joining this fight. It's going to be a 5v5. Arcorn here as well. Exhort gets that kill. And it's going to be a reset. But looks like the Blazing Duet not quite there yet. Spider Miles goes down. Sustain just not going to be enough. SOD hits Guns. Almost gets the kill, but Arcorn will survive.
It's roam for roam so far. But remember, Bacon Time sacrificed some waves to get to the position faster. And they started off that fight having a man advantage because of the pickoff. And they're still unable to win out in the fight. And now Buriram making the play for it.
Alright, that's a pretty easy take here. Now Brew, they know they've got the advantage. Boss is slacking off a little bit here, getting caught very handily.
Oh!
Nice preemption. Exhort goes down. And there you go. Flicker burn, but Spider Miles will still get that kill.
Not a point down, but two members taken out for Bacon Time. Again, they have the burst damage, but they are not really allowed by Buriram to set up for those plays. They don't have control over the bushes. And now on the sides, they're getting dove on.
Yeah, getting dove on pretty handily. Guns is not handling that wave too well. Might be slowly crumbling under the pressure of MZ on the Khalid. There goes that Fury of the Phoenix. They spot Spider Miles out. He can't even heal. And he gets taken out just like that.
The lack of the frontliners, man. Like, when you have a Phobius, that's great. But now the Kalea can't really search for for vision and duel the Khalid without really getting punished. And now it makes it difficult for Spider Miles to really get anything going for his team. And just like that, two of the turrets on the outer sides are already taken out. Remember, Bacon Time don't have the best siege either way, right? They have the Moskov angle to play with later on, but that's only if the game goes really, really late.
Bacon Time definitely are the team who are banking on that late game now, right? Because Guns is just not as dominant on that Moskov yet, and not to no surprise, right? Because feels like Lois can just take him out anytime. MZ, just one good Raging Sandstorm will probably delete Guns, because don't forget, he has a Flicker. He does not have that Purify. Oh, let's keep going. Blazing Duet is now very much felt here by Bacon Time, and they're getting pushed back. That's 2 down for none. And Brugeram are pushing their advantage.
All in on the early game, and Bacon Time grouped it together there, and Brugeram definitely went for the punish. Guns now stuck alone. MZ tries to stop the recalls, but he gets out by the skin of his teeth. Way too close for comfort. And Bacon Time, they don't really have a game plan, a solution to alleviate this early game pressure. Oh, SOD?
Oh, they're trying. They're getting some kills, kill potential here. Guns already using that Flicker out. It's a great dive. There goes that combo we're talking about. Not quite enough damage to follow up just yet, though. Let's see if Izzy can make a difference here. Lots of low HP members here for Bacon. Here comes that Blazing Duet. The cancel is going to be locked in. BMI out for safety, but at the end of it, Kang will fall.
Man, the kite back from Buriram is so good right now. You can see that Bacon are trying to go for the place, but they can't get out. They can't chase properly fast enough to really get the kills. And as they run out of skills and damage, that's where Buriram comes back in as Guns gets dove on. Bravest Fighter will be enough to supplement Izzy's damage. Takes him out immediately. That's another turret falling down for Buriram.
Yeah, all of this save time might be a problem here for Bacon. I mean, they're buying time, but Guns is not getting the gold. He is not getting the XP. They might be slowly getting choked out here as well. The moment that they lose this purple, it might be very, very bad. Now there goes that Tsunami Slam used up already. Burns that Purify, but MZ says, that's what I'm here for, bro. That's why I'm here. If MZ's the one who keeps absorbing the Tsunami Slams, honestly, it's an easy game. This should be an easy game for Izzy and for Lois.
Agreed, man. There has to be a different target here for Spider Miles. And he needs to work together with Exhort, technically, in order to come from different angles. Because otherwise, Buriram are very ready for it. Guns getting boosted down, man. Deadly Magic seals his fate. The regen is not enough. He falls right before the Lord is up. No macro angle, no split push. Even if Bacon rotate to try and save him, they were unable to. Buriram are just unstoppable right now.
Yeah, someone's having a very, very bad day there. Guns, third death in this game. Doesn't seem to be getting any easier, as now it's Buriram United with the first Lord of the game.
A quick Lord take as well. They have an abundance of damage at this point. A 7k gold lead at 10 minutes. I mean, that's very sizable. Usually you would see the game play out just a bit longer. But again, Bacon Time don't have the right tools wave clear wise. So they're going for a Tsunami Slam again. SOD to supplement that damage. But Fury of the Phoenix stops the momentum immediately. Blazing Duet at the back. Guns gets taken out again. Kang, the next target, along with Spider Miles. That's 3 down for nothing for Buriram.
It's right about this time that I would get that notification to learn to dodge. I'm kidding. That happens to me, probably not to him. But yeah, that's just not a fun time here so far for Guns. Kang as well, by the way. This Phobius is just not having a fun time.
Well, when your hero only moves forward and can't really like kite back away, that's the problem, man. The issue is that this Setian is just so difficult to get a hold of, first of all, because of the positioning and the backup from the team. And once again, this is a similar situation to the previous matches. The team with more big AoE engage tools get a huge advantage. And now they just wait around. They themselves have good clear with Agi on the Setian, and they make a play with the Lord here.
Yeah, making a play right now. Obviously, it is going to be a bit of an easy defense if it is the first Lord. They still had the outer turret energy shields, but that's only happening for a while here. Exhort, they've got that. They got assassination potential. They can't really use it now. They're going to be going in. Guns are blazing here. Rough waves used up, but to no avail. Only able to clear up the wave. They can't really fight back that much. Guns still here on the bottom. pretty easy target if they decide to go, but Buriram are deciding just play it a lot more safer for now.
Back to a bit of a waiting game. Spider Mouse won't go for a Tsunami Slam play. Takes the Deadly Magic. That's all good. Right now, they're still able to hang on to the turrets. Oh, Exhort going for the clear, but the turret's getting beat up by Izzy. SOD. Ooh, field goal. Peculiar, but look at the pressure, man. All 3 waves by Buriram.
That is pretty decent pressure. I would say that is extremely good pressure. They're able to push out an inhibitor turret without the Lord or the Lord wave. That's saying something. Now we have an opportunity here for maybe another pick off. MZ feels like he can spot out the kill, but will it happen? Already using a Bravest Spider, and there you go. Huge knock up, but again, the damage is not quite there. Here comes that Blazing Duet by Izzy. Very happy to just keep free hitting big minion wave. Can it be cleared in time? It looks like that's going to be a no. And look at that. Game 1 goes over to Buriram United.
Man, everyone was so confident with Bacon Time, but Buriram pulled a fast one. They went through wave clear. They went to tempo. And they just shut down everything Bacon Time had to offer. The flexibility and the layers we were hyping up for Bacon Time was nowhere to be seen, man. Buriram denied everything. They started with the wave clear, and then the roam advantage, and then the neutral objectives, and then finally just dives all across the board. Despite wanting pickouts of their own, Bacon Time are unable to get any time to get their game plan going.
And there are like big question marks popping over my head right now. Like, you have like a hyper aggressive lineup. Where was that? Like, it did feel like they had some fight, but their early to mid game was extremely passive. And that's why I gotta give it to Brew, right? They were able to, really use and make sure that Harley was gonna be able to get the work done. And they just rode with that single win condition. They just allowed Lois to just go nuts. And like, I didn't even feel the Phoveus this game, man. That's how bad it was. It's a Phoveus, man. So I don't know about you, but that's completely underwhelming for me.
Yeah, from the first turtle fight, the Phoveus that we were expecting to show up came in late, was forced to use the flicker, right? I think they really underestimated how fast Buriram United can actually go around the map, and they were there before. Like, they always have the positional advantage again and again. So even if Bacon Time wants to go aggressive, they're relying so much on the Kalea making a flicker play. That's how far of the distance they have to cover in order to catch Buriram United by surprise. And on top of that, the Khalid on their team, understanding that it's not about making the surprise play, right? They have a Ladprao already, they have a Harley, a Claude. He's content going with the Purify, and that shuts down the offense even more. And because of that, the space for this guy, Izzy, the MVP of this game, was just immense, dude. His lane partner, or lane opponent, was dove and denied multiple times. So he was just having a field day, just farming around, getting to the huge power spikes, and then immediately using the Blazing Duet to win that game a lot more decisively.
Which is amazing, honestly. That usually in a lane-to-lane matchup against a Moskov would usually win out early there. But again, he was given so much priority by Lois, so much priority by MZ here, so I guess it was not such a big surprise that he got a pretty early lead. And then after they got that early lead, it was just so difficult to get it back, man. And even like big kill threats like the Kadita, big kill threats like the Guinevere, they had a hard time getting anything done. It didn't even feel like Spider Miles and B-Boss were working together there. They were just throwing out their ultimates randomly. I was looking forward to better comms here for Bacon Time. I did not see it. I did not see really good comms. You know that combo I was hyping about earlier? We only saw it like once. The Tsunami Slam into the Violet Requiem. Maybe once or twice.
Yeah, it just isn't enough. And because of the mobility, you can see Izzy and the rest, even after getting jumped on, they always find a way to get back out. So it's a two-layered problem here for Bacon Time, right? Without clear, they can't get in position. If they're getting into position, they don't really do enough damage. If you look at it overall, that's why the Moscow was there to do damage. Because the Kadira, yes, you can do a lot of damage, but only in the beginning. If you compare that to Agi, right? He's hitting everyone at the same time with the Fury of the Phoenix. And then afterwards, it's just damage upon damage again and again. Same thing can be said for the Claude. With the Blazing Duet AoE damage, there's just no possible way for Bacon Time to win out. Not because they don't have damage, but because their damage isn't distributed effectively enough.
You're right. I mean, distribution of damage, that's what the Claw does, right? Like, that's its main forte. And I think with Agi just not being afraid to use the Zetian ultimate, like Fury the Phoenix, every time it's green, I think it works so much better for them, right? They were not caught by surprise. Spider Miles and B-Boss could not really combo properly because there was always vision of them, man.
Yeah.
Agi just so willing to just throw out that ultimate whenever he could. And of course, all the emblem talents is cooldown reduction is helping that out so much. And I would say he got the big lead against Exort very early on.
Quick point though, Lois's items, man, he didn't go for the Mage Trinity. He didn't go for the usual Holy Crystal, Lightning Trench, and Divine Wave. He went for Brute Force and Concentrated Energy. So he was playing for the long game, understanding that.
That's what we call like the battle mage build.
Exactly, dude. He knows Bacon Time needs a pick-off. Why give it to him, right? Even if he doesn't do as much damage, if he can make sure that he doesn't get picked off and he can actually keep up and kite back away or chase the members of Bacon Time, even if he doesn't get the assassinations, it's fine. The whole team has got his back. So it's smart itemization coming in for that Harley.
Very, very smart. I think that's exactly what you should be doing. And the fact that he was able to just keep that momentum going, I think was really helped by the itemization, right? You're not so scared of diving if you know that you're sturdier than usual. And your opponent, they might get caught by surprise because why is this Harley just a little bit more tankier than I thought he would be? My usual combo didn't take him out in one go. And maybe that's one of the reasons why, Lois just had a lot more easier time just going around the map. He didn't need to get the kills done right away. He just needed to be a big nuisance. And I think we saw that over and over again in this game.
Yeah. And not to mention with the Brute Force, he's also faster. So if you want to try and dodge and kite away from the cards, now he actually chases and keeps up with your movement a lot faster too. So it's not completely a defensive option as well, which is why, again, we talk about flexibility being a big part of the win conditions for both teams. Flexibility in the items too is something that Buriram United took used to its full potential.
Yeah, flexibility in items, making sure that you can get an advantage anywhere you could get it. They needed to do that because, like we mentioned during the draft, this lineup is built for the kill. Lineup is crowd control galore. Even their marksmen had like a really solid crowd control, right? So again, I'm a little surprised I didn't see this crowd control get used properly, which shocked me because usually these players individually are so good, right? Like, I don't know, maybe something broke down in comms there for a moment and maybe their confidence was just not as high as I thought it would be, that they did not execute the way that I thought they would. But at the same time, I could see some specks of, I could see some traces of like confidence, I guess, in some of those fights. But a lot of them, it's like they were very hesitant to go for kills.
That's true, especially in the early game, right? I feel like that's where it really broke down at 5 minutes there when they seemingly go for a lot of these trades, right? But it looked so overextended, so desperate. And I think that's where Buriram United got so many leads. Because even when we saw the Guinevere trade for the Claude, that's a 1-for-1, cool. But there was already a trade earlier on, and you're trading the jungler's life for the gold lane. You're losing a lot of like level advantage, in the neutral objective game.
You're losing a lot of power spike speed coming in for the Guinevere as well, and that lack of danger from the jungle will make the opponent's mid lane and EXP lane also a lot safer. So I think it all started there, man. Things really seem to go out of control.
And after that, like after the initial failings that they had, like I thought they were gonna have a really good level 1 to 4. They didn't. It was just downhill from there. I didn't even see like any major team fight wins after that, right? Like, which is surprising again. You got so much crowd control. So what happened?
Right.
All right. All right, we're going into this game here, and I think that we are gonna see a lot more control on that jungle. I like that they're removing the Hilda because they know that, you know what, maybe Lois will go back into that, go back to the Harley. So maybe they might, you know, if you combo the Harley with the Hilda, it's usually a very, very scary invade duo. And removing the Khalid is just one more for the road. I love that.
It's very important. They lost not because they didn't have damage, it's because they can't get in position. So taking away some of the wave clear advantage that they got with the Khalid will be great. But on top of that, Bacon Time should also get some clear of their own if they want to play the same style.
Now I'm wondering, maybe they want to just get the Harley here since their first pick anyway. Yep, it's open.
It can work. It's not.
But earlier it was open as well. They basically snubbed it, right?
Yeah, they wanted more crowd control coming in from the Guinevere. But because of the lanes, it didn't pay out. So now that they have taken away the Khalid and they can adjust their roamer, they might go for the Guinevere again. It's not beyond imagination.
Yeah, I feel like this could still be the Guinevere or Kalea, maybe, if they want to try that again. But again, if you're not as confident with your combo, if it's like it's not your day for that duo to work, maybe just go for the Harley. It's a lot easier to run.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Maybe get a hero that's a little bit more durable against the Harley. Not bad.
Durable, yes, but only if you get ahead though. So they gotta be careful. The Uranus can work, but a lot of people have been saying it's a very hard hero to execute to its maximum potential. And if you don't, yeah, you're tanky, but you won't really be as oppressive as you can be on a hero like that Uranus. Now for Buriram, balls on their court. They went for a Khalid Lapu earlier. They can still go for the same thing, by the way, right? Lapu doesn't really do awfully against the Uranus.
Yeah, the only big difference here is, of course, they're not gonna have the Khalid anymore. So now they have another aggressive pick, but this time on the XP, it's the Arlott. Love that early priority on the Claude as well. We talked about it earlier. It could have been the first pick Claude here for Bacon. They decided against it.
Yeah, they saw that the Uranus is out there, so it means they won't be a Phoveus, so the Arlott is up for grabs almost immediately. Now with this Uranus that in theory can cut waves, can get pressure, that's great and all. How do they want to use it, right? Is it going to be a high burst assassin comp? Is it going to be a front to back, relying on the Uranus as a front line? The Uranus alone doesn't tell us too much just yet about the composition that Bacon Time are looking at.
That's true. It's still a very open book or closed book here.
Whoa.
And all right, big beefy boys on the front line. Interesting.
Might be a full front to back angle right here from Bacon Time. The Granger with a high loss and another big regen tank, sustained tank, is something we've seen before, but not in the current meta though. In the previous metas. So Buriram, knowing that they have the Arlott that can displace everyone and catch someone and move them out of position, they might want to double down and get some more burst here.
I'd be happy to be surprised here. Love that Guinevere pickup here. Guinevere, by the way, works so well with Arlott. Some people just kind of forget that if you Final Slash into the Violet Requiem, that's an instant knock-up, right? So,
yeah.
Love the combo so far for Brew.
Pretty solid combo, and again, it doesn't really show all their cards just yet, so they have a bit of pivot room. But now, what do they want to deny from Bacon Time, right? It's the Akai. They still don't want to deal with the dive. That was banned by Bacon Time in the previous game, by the way. Ironically, it would have kind of helped them out. So now that Buriram wants to go with a hardcore dive, Akai, I guess it's also a known way to deal with the Guinevere, right?
True. That's funny because I think maybe we're not seeing some scrims where maybe Guinevere's is just getting pummeled by heavy spin Akai, so it's probably something they see so much during their scrims. Valier ban again. With this time around, it's a lot more telegraphed, right? Compared to like the Valier earlier today. This is more telegraphed. The Valier, the Uranus and the Hylos does not like that hero.
That's true. It's not just the damage, it's the stuns too, man. The stuns from the Valier are multiple and they are frequent, and it's really tough to deal with when you don't have a lot of big dashes or a lot of ways to catch as well. But Bacon Time's got to remember, they have a lot of movement and tankiness now, and they have slows coming in from the Hylos and the Uranus. But overall, if a Guinevere, maybe an Arlott, but if the Guinevere and Claude wants to run away, Bacon Time don't have a lot of ways to stop it without expending a lot of ultimates. They got to be careful here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Bacon Time, that's the thing about their lineup. Again, very ult dependent so far. A big difference from what we saw earlier here. So if you're a lot more ult dependent, if your ults are out, you're gonna need some really good sustained DPS. Now, Granger is not the best sustained DPS, but maybe you can do that on the mid. Maybe you can throw something that's gonna be a lot more durable as well. Maybe a Lilia, or sorry, they banned it out. Maybe, maybe I don't know. I was really thinking that was gonna be a Lilia for them. It looks like in the mid lane for Bacon Time, they want to be a bit more creative. Something that can survive against an Arlott and a Gwyn. I wonder what that mid laner is.
Have to wait and see. Buriram has the first move first, though. They go for the Gourd. True damage. It can be countered with a Revitalize, right? To some degree. But remember, it's not just the Mystic Gush. It's also the Vowed Requiem. So that's a good option, man. And there's the combo again. Mystic Projectile into the Spatial Migration. That will seal the deal for some of these players of Bacon Time.
Yeah, Brugram's lineup is essentially Bacon's lineup earlier, right? Almost.
A little bit. Yeah.
Little bit. Just maybe replace the mid lane threat and the goal lane threat, and then same recipe for disaster here. And now we don't even know what their roamer is. So that's going to be a pretty solid adjustment here. Faramis! Okay! All right. I was saying, all right, what's a mid laner that can survive against a Gwyn and an Arlott? What about another HP bar?
Could be it. Could be sufficient. I thought the Faramis might show up last game, actually, for... for both teams, it kind of has some value, but now Bacon Time go for it. And Buriram, they already have a lot of AoE. If they get some more AoE crowd control, Bacon Time can't play independent here. Oh, Fanny! What?
All right. These are games where my brain just locks out the Fanny just because, there's already a jungler, and usually Fannies are banned. It's gonna be Guinevere on the roam. Oh my goodness. That was a big swerve I didn't see coming.
It's been so long since we saw the Guinevere meta as a roamer. It's still valid by all means, but it's a different time. And on top of that, the Fanny, man, we haven't seen a single Fanny today, so I just thought it wasn't a thing, that people just weren't playing it in this region. But all right. Now, against this composition, the only real targets are the Suyo and the Granger. But if you have the mechanics to back it up and decision-making to back it up, you can pick the Fanny almost into anything. So I'm looking forward to this. Buriram are very confident if they're bringing out the Fanny.
Oof. Let's find out if that's going to be a difference maker here. Going into game number 2. Buriram United versus Bacon Time. And yeah, I would say this Fanny really would. This could have caught him off guard. What do you think about the matchup on the jungle here? Feels like the Fanny might just get a little bit of an advantage, but I feel like it's also a little bit easily disrupted since you have a Suyo that can steal gold. Oh, look at that. I was gonna say it can steal purples very easily, but looks like they're fighting straight up.
A lot of damage, and they'll get the litho off that. They did burn the Revitalize though for Spider Miles, but the next big fight is still so far away. It's not a big problem. Oh, Spatial Migration forces to Purify. Exhort super low. Gotta respect the damage, man. The Gort alone is dangerous. The Guinevere on top of that.
Ugh. Now this is the kind of pressure I was expecting in game number 1, man. This is what I'm talking about. And they're doing it with a lineup that has a Gourd. Now that Gourd obviously is also very vulnerable to a Suyo. Don't get me wrong, I love me some Gourds, but sometimes they're just heroes that can kind of just deal with it pretty quickly. That kind of scares me, you know? Kind of scares me sometimes. So, yeah, going into this game, I would say that Spider Miles... Oh, hold on, watch out. Whoa. That's a lot of damage from the Soul Sever here. Lois goes down for first blood. Didn't expect the projectiles to hit him right there and then. Exhort takes that kill.
That was a bit of a bait there, man. Bacon Time were ready for the Fanny to make a move. They just did not know where. But even on the top side, Guns was playing it safe as well. So they were covering all bases. And they got the Fanny with that low on order, man. Point and click stun from Spider Miles sealed his fate. And now they're going for more. Going to potentially steal the purple away. Oh! And they completely demolished MZ. No purple buff, no roamer to help. Bacon Time back with a vengeance. Oh!
What is happening here, man? Our expectations are just going out the window here, and just so much team fighting happening in the first 2 minutes of this game. B-Boss diving in. Izzy could be in trouble. He goes back to the BMI, but doesn't really survive. Oh boy.
Big trouble. This is what Bacon Time wanted to play like in the previous game. Big clears, immediate ganks, and they can sit around in the bushes and spring out traps. The mid lane is still very dangerous by all means, but as far as the side lanes and the jungle threat, Bacon Time has Buriram back under control, and they have a 1k gold lead going for Lois. He slides out of there.
All right, so we're seeing absolute dominance here for Bacon Time, at least in the first 3 minutes. It's very apparent that they don't want it to get to a point where Nagacorn's just going to join the fight, and then, you know, a team fight is might look really bad for them. We haven't even seen like a really solid use of the Netherrealm yet. And now MZ, very happy to take it. There goes that second life. They're going to get locked and loaded here. And Lois going to get caught. I don't know how we stopped the Law and Order from Spider Miles. Just going crazy.
So unfortunate, man. It was really a botch play to begin with. MZ wasn't really trying to engage. He got pulled back by the... What was it? The Phantom Walk from the Faramis. Got pulled back. And then afterwards, they tried to salvage the situation, but Lois, that's the second time he's been caught. That is unfortunate, man.
Of course, he's going to try to make up for it here on the top side. Guns is low, but this Granger is still very much willing to go to fight Augie with the Kale Flicker already used up again. But while that was happening, Izzy actually going to be hunting them down as well.
Wow.
MZ. Oh my goodness. People are just dying left, right, and center. This does not look good for Brew.
B-Boss on the Suyo, not even hesitating to walk back there. So the Special Migration doesn't land, and Lois once again gets targeted. He slides out of there, but the flickers, the chase, another kill for B-Boss, and Buriram United are helpless. They watch their jungler get taken out right before the turtle take.
Yeah, that's going to be a free turtle once more for Bacon just because of that. Now, this is the Bacon I was looking for. Wait a second. Zort going to be able to dash on out of there. But, of course, it's still going to be a Bacon advantage despite all of that. Now, the kill potential, we're not really seeing it as much now. Izzy and MZ is having a hard time finding anyone or anyone free because Spider Miles is just so on point, man. He is finding these pretty good on it.
For sure, dude. Bacon time now pushing the tempo. There is a late game angle for Buriram though, right? With the Claude and the Gourd, they can still do something, especially if this Fanny can somehow recover. You can still really be a nuisance. You can play the split push as well. Although Kang on the Uranus might be able to just withstand the full burst of the Fanny. For now though, one thing is clear. Buriram can't really contest for the neutral. They have to try and find place elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm wondering where they can find that though. I don't think not even Guns, because don't forget, Guns just has a Purify. It's so hard to catch this guy. Maybe a good Loy play, but right now, look at that. The purple buff getting denied. I don't know what this Fanny's going to do without that energy, man, but right now he needs all he can get. I don't know how he's going to find it. MZ with a dive in. And here comes Lloyd trying to utilize it, but that Netherrealm just saving this whole composition. And MZ.
Dude. It's tough. Like, they can't move. Oh, Shadow Stampede forces Izzy to try and back away. Flicker expended though, and turret taken by Bacon Time. Yeah, they can send the Uranus to force out, not even bait out, force out ultimates and battle spells. And then afterwards, the Netherrealm just shuts down any kind of counter offense. Let's dive towards Guns though. That's not a corn. Trying to make a play and salvage the situation. Mr. Gush comes in late. No casualties for the side of Bacon Time, and ultimates are down. Bacon can go for the neutral objective now.
Yeah, that Mystic Gush wasn't actually used or in the right time. I don't think it was communicated well. That doesn't mean they're going to stop trying, though. Loy's close with MZ. Try to see if he can get a purple of his own, because you know it's very hard to play a Fanny without that purple buff. Looks like they might just go ahead and concede this turtle. This is going to be the last turtle for the game. And yeah, they're trying to buy some time, trying to get trade on top side. Of course, that doesn't stop that lead from ballooning. It is 4.5k goal lead for Bacon Time. And now another purple buff denied. Great knockup with the Requiem, but then again, that Netherrealm just saving everybody. No one going down.
It's the fact that it's all ultimate based. MZ, whoa! Almost gets baited into their Naracorn, now alone, trying his best to try and turn it around, but there's just no way. It's so difficult because all of the damage is on a short burst for the side of Buriram, right? The Mystic Gush, the Bad Requiem, the Blazing Duet, they all need to be fully channeled, and if the Netherrealm pops and the whole team is in stasis, they don't get hit by any of that damage.
Absolutely. Man, that stays, by the way, after you leave the Netherrealm, that 1 second of immunity, it's just really throwing them off, right? It's throwing off all their damage calculations. Buriram created a draft that's so good at bursting that once you get that immunity, you're gone. Lois is getting hunted down by 5 members here of Bacon Time and could not get out. Again, there are trades on the map. It's still a very open map, right? But it's getting smaller and smaller for that Fanny.
Oh boy. I have to wait till like much later on, because you can see Lois desperately trying to have some kind of impact in this game. But these buffs are getting stolen time and time again. And there's still pressure on the sides that can allow a split push angle to be started. That's MZ getting caught though. So is Izzy. Blazing Duet to try and buy a bit more time, but it wasn't available. Lois baits out the Netherrealm. Guns is out there with no protection though. She's taken down. Kang trying to finish off the job. Takes out Izzy as Naracorn hunts for one more. A shutdown front to B-Boss. Lois hovering around with the cables, but all the other targets are tanky. He will get his purple buff though. Small win there for Buriram.
Yeah, small win. It's a 2 for 2, but they got the buff, and they maybe have a timing here where they can take this Lord. But Spider Miles, Kang, and Exort says, no way, Jose. You're not going to get that easily. We're going to keep pressuring you, get you low HP, and you won't be able to do anything except maybe get that turret on the bottom. That's pretty good pressure from Lois. Now, Lois, you better use that purple buff properly here. Whoa!
Ooh.
Big stun coming from Nagakor and just threatening Kankan. But Kankan, again, that is a Uranus who is not really too scared of the threats that are currently on the map.
Once again, Bacon Time trying to go for the 5v5. They have another realm. Oh, got Requiem onto the jungler. Not popped yet. Another realm is still not used. It's slain by B-Boss, thankfully, but the damage is too much AoE. Buriram on the chase, seeing the low HP bars, but they can't get anything more.
That is a big question mark for me
Ooh.
as well. Exort just saving that Netherrealm. Even till now, he didn't even bother using it up until that moment. So, really some weird stuff going on here. But you know what? 3k goal lead for Bacon. They're still pretty much in the lead. And they have a Lord to use that's pushing up on top side. Right now, Loy's getting bullied on this Fanny. Misses on a cable and saved by the buff wall.
Yeah, the
cool.
wall came up and pushed him sideways. That was definitely fortunate. B-Boss looking for a chance to get onto Agi though. Will back away wisely. As Lois runs into B-Boss, gets chunked out to half HP immediately. I think the Nether Realm wasn't used because they're concerned that it might trigger and stop B-Boss from using the Red Tree. That could be it. It certainly costed them quite a little bit though. It's a 3k gold lead. It shrunk from the earlier 4k for Bacon Time. They gotta be careful not to make the same kind of plays around Buriram.
Right, still something. Clearing out that Lord should be... Sorry, it's calling that wave should be pretty easy here for Agi. Now, the rest of Bacon Time sticking together as much as possible. Trying to see if they can just get avoid being sniped out by MZ. MZ has not been able to get some decent catches as of the last few minutes. So, he's going to have to really work very well with Narakorn to make up for that. And even if they do catch one, like their damage, I don't think is quite there yet. Especially now that their laners, their main damage dealers, are on the side. The Fanny on the top and the Claude on the bottom.
It's a move to just get more gold, right? When Bacon Time are grouping up like that, Buriram feels some safety, some possibilities to go to the side lanes. They do have some very mobile heroes like the Claude and the Fanny, so they can afford to play a bit more split like we saw earlier. Ooh, and Easy is starting to hurt though, but this purple buff fight will be important. They don't want to let it go.
All right. Yeah, they know the value of that purple. They know if they deny this from Loy, he's gonna have a hard time joining these fights. He needs that purple if he wants to fight. Otherwise, the Fanny is just gonna go ahead and split push because that's just the safest place that you can be, and that's the where you can utilize your cables better at a low energy. So yeah, this game is starting to become really, really clear. Bacon Time knows how to win this. They're just trying to see if they can just get to those objectives.
Oh man, almost a 2k gold advantage for B-Boss though, if you see there. And the turrets. Oh boy. Is it gonna fall? Oh,
almost.
So close. One more hit. But look at this. Lois showing on the bottom lane. This means that Bacon Time has a chance to go for a full-on fight.
Yeah, they're getting rushed so hard, but a wasted glorious pathway here might leave an opening. Narakorn's on the side. He's looking for one. Is he here for the possible BMI, but decides against it? Looks like Loy is not going to be joining him after all and goes for the post-Lord fight instead. MZ traded with B-Boss, and that just might be enough. We got some decent DPS coming in from this Claude. Izzy, you get a kill. That's a double for this Claude.
Bro, that might be just value, man. The base turret gets taken out for Buriram instead. And they're able to use that momentum to catch out B-Boss and Spider Miles. And now the death timers might be a bit jumbled. If Buriram gets some more kills here, if Bacon Time don't respect the damage potential, it might be dangerous, man.
Yeah, this Claude is fired up, man. He is just going. Narakorn, he'll be able to figure out to survive. Here comes the Mystic Goshen, the Blazing Duet! How do you stop that right now? And all the resources gonna get used up. Gun's able to dodge for the last one, but will die to the burn damage. And now Exort is super vulnerable. One shutdown, and that might be the comeback potential being taken back by Buriram right after they surrender a Lord. What is happening, Arashi?
They're losing control, man. They had a good grasp on what's going to happen, how it's going to happen, all the way from the early game. But that turn of events, the split push into the Lord is something they did not foresee. They tried to scramble into some kind of advantage, some kind of lead, and it just did not pay off. Now Buriram has equalized the gold lead, and you can see the confidence building. They're willing to use ultimates, but they still need to be careful, man. The late game from Bacon Time isn't awful by all means, but with guns getting taken out so many times, let's take a look at the instant replay here. The missing gush into the Blazing Duet, unfortunately, I think was not ideal. It caused them to not be able to actually get full value because of status. But after the Granger gets taken out, after Guns was melted down by the Glowing One passive, afterwards, the whole team should have immediately backed out, man. There's no way they're gonna win that fight after.
Yeah, the Granger DPS, even without Blazing Duet, some people forget that Granger is really, really scary. Doesn't need the Blazing Duet to do damage. And it was actually tearing through Kangkang. You saw that earlier, like Spider Mouse, Kangkang, don't mind if I do. I'll go ahead and DPS you to death. That's exactly what they're doing.
Late game Claude, man. And now, Buriram can do the same exact thing. Bacon Time are only strong together as 5 with the Netherrealm. One mistake with the Netherrealm, and if Buriram can split them apart, and this composition is not nearly as scary as it was in the beginning, the Lord is gonna be up, the waves have been cleared, but Lois is sticking around trying to manipulate the wave even more if possible. With Narakorn getting vision, there's no way for Bacon to rush this, and now Lois is clearing. They're gonna have the huge advantage, and Bacon can't shoot it down. They don't have the confidence to do so.
They see Lois. They're trying to slow it down. See if they can get something. Kangkang put very, very low. I think that flicker is definitely worth it to use. Kangkang will be able to survive. Knock up by MZ. Narakorn comes in. Where is the Netherrealm? Kangkang goes down. Lloyd goes for the split again, and the Netherrealm might not actually be as useful as we thought it would be. Guns with the kill on Narakorn though, but that will cost them their inhibitor turret. Oh my goodness, Buriram split up the map so much, they might actually get the Lord without even using the Fanny. And they do it. They get that Lord. Here comes Lloyd. They're trying to go for more kills here. Spider Miles just not as tanky against that Claude. Exhort trying to see if he can keep them alive. MZ goes down though, and Izzy falls as well. And after a very good last few minutes rather, Buriram might have just bitten off more than they could chew.
Narakorn is back in 5, but with the 2 of them only, can they clear the waves here? It's a base angle with 4 members coming in from Bacon Time. The Law and Order is available. It's not safe for Lois to go in right there. He gets bursted down.
Right? That should be game. No, the minion wave spawned on the right moment. And these are Lord-powered minion waves. They're going to be buying enough time, but only for a next few seconds. MZ and Izzy going to be able to make it alive. And this game was saved by a matter of seconds.
It's way, way too close. Buriram, they did the right thing, but the fight afterwards, that was very, very greedy, man. MZ flickered to try and get an additional set for his team, but he died before the spatial migration landed, so he was stuck in the Immortal. And then everyone funneled in, and B-Boss was just playing cleanup, but because the game wasn't ended right there and then, the gold advantage is back on Bacon Time side. But now there's this macro advantage, right? There's the far lane push advantage that Buriram can use to confuse Bacon even more.
Oof. Man, and for some reason, apparently from all of that, Bacon got a pretty big gold lead, 4.4k now. And it was a wash. It was a wash on all sides, I think. Buriram couldn't make a push happen. Bacon Time tried to go for the end, but they also lost members of their own. And definitely we're waiting for that next Lord to pop up. This game is on 20 minutes, and we are really, really just maximizing every minute of this game. And right now, there's just no clear advantage in terms of items. Everyone's pretty much maxed out here, so we could see this game end pretty soon, depending on who makes a really bad decision, I guess.
Oh, wait a second. I saw the Sky Piercer built for B-Boss. I thought they just selected him as the designated Sky Piercer user. No, Guns has one as well. 50 stacks on the Granger. That's dangerous, man. All right.
Wait,
So,
B-Boss is building that right now?
oh, he had one the whole time, I think.
Oh, okay. I thought he was just I thought he was locked in. I thought he missed it or something. But yeah, so
Yeah, I
far it
recall seeing
does
it.
feel like Guns is. I don't. Is there stacks on Guns' piercers right now? I'm not sure how many
50.
kills he got in the last few.
There's 50 because we saw it earlier. No, it was shown just a little bit. Loy's trying to play the macro angle again, but this time Bacon Time are not willing to let it go. They set it the wave up for a push, but they don't know Loy's is in the area. It's gonna be a clear now as Narakorn tries to go for a catch.
He showed up. Spider Miles could be in trouble here. Uses Glorious Pathway to just save himself. Doesn't even burn the immortality. That'd be big. It's not MZ and Agi are up on front. Izzy, Narakorn on the side though. Don't forget. Still have that final slash. Izzy, I feel like he's trying to use himself as bait in this one. Trying to dare B-Boss and Exort to go for something. Of course, they will spot out Kangkang. Loy is still on the bottom. Who's gonna make the wrong move here?
It's a game of chicken on whether or not it's gonna be a full-on engage or a split push angle. If Bacon guess correctly, it's a 50-50. If they guess correctly what Buriram are going to go for, a delay into a split push backdoor end, or a team fight to wipe them out and then win, if they can guess correctly, they win here. But otherwise, not so much. Oh!
Kangkang! There's no Exhort to save you now! And that's going to be the rain is falling! And B-Boss and Exhort, they're going to have to run for it. It looks like with that might be a signal for Buriram to go ahead and burst down this Lord. Of course, waiting for Lois to secure his purple for now. Spider Miles is on conceal, spotted out by Narakorn. Look at Guns right now. B-Boss on side as well. Knockup gonna be purified out of the way here. Blaze do it by Izzy, just doing so much damage. And of course, it is gonna be a shutdown onto the jungler. Buriram decides, you know what, we can go for the finish. They go for the fight. Guns misses on some of these. Narakorn flickers straight in the Guns. Forces that wind of danger, but looks like it will not be enough. Guns getting hunted down here by Narakorn, flicker by Izzy, and that just might be it. Removing the goal later here for Bacon Time. Spider Miles only buying so much more seconds. Exhort left all alone on the field. Lord won't even be needed for this one. Kangkang and Exhort going for the defense. Netherrealm not really available yet. And looks like it's not gonna work. The trick is over. It's Buriram with a 2-0 against Bacon Time.
Man, what a performance. I can't believe it. It looked over. It looked over for Buriram. But through macro, through the exact same things we said that Bacon Time had, the feints, the mind games, they were able to pull Bacon Time apart. And they take the bacon home, quite literally. Bring home the bacon, boys.
Bring home the bacon. All right.
So impressive. I can't believe it, man. The split push into the base turrets, into that fight where they were just pushing and pulling, knowing that the Faramis is the central keystone of the team fight, and he cannot be in two places at once. Unreal, dude.
That was crazy.
That's
that
unreal.
Crazy. And now let's have a look at how that happened. This looked endable right here.
It was close.
I thought
man.
it was over too. Man,
But afterwards,
my brain just melted here.
And even in this fight, man, the composition was just all over the place. Look at how far Guns is compared to everyone. At that point, I think Bacon were just completely confused on where. You know, and the feeling when you're looking for your pet cat and you're like, whatever, bro, I don't even know anymore. That's how they were feeling. They have no idea how they're supposed to approach this fight.
Yeah, it feels like they just got bamboozled. And let's go for an interview here. We're gonna hear from Buriram United.
เดือดมากจริ
Along
ง
with our
ๆตอน
host.
แรกนึกว่าจะมีเกมที่ 3 แล้ว แต่ว่าก็กลับมาได้นะคะสำหรับผู้ชนะของเราบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตค่ะ ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะ โอ้โห อันนี้คุ้นหน้าคุ้นตาอยู่แล้วเนาะ MC แต่ว่าอันนี้โอ้โหชื่ออะไรคะโค้ชเธอควาติต้า ไหนมีชื่อเล่นไหมคะจะได้เผื่อเรียกง่าย
ๆชื่อแฮงครับ
โค้ดแฮงอยากรู้ว่ามันเป็นแผนของเราไหมที่เอาเฟนนีไว้ตัวสุดท้ายเลยแบบสับขาหลอกเพราะว่าตอนแรกเนี่ยเลือกวินนีเวีย
อยู่ที่หน้างานเลยครับแต่ว่าไม่ได้คิดมาก่อนเหมือนกัน
ไม่ได้คิดมาก่อน
ใช่ครับเรียกตามดราฟของอีกทีม
เราก็ดูดราฟทีมนู้น
ใช่ครับ
แต่ว่าลอยก็ถือว่าทำได้ดีใช่ไหมคะได้เฟนนีตานี้ทำได้ดีทำได้ดีโอเคแล้วมีความพร้อมหรือยังคะสำหรับการไปในรอบเพย์ออฟคิดว่าทีมของเราเนี่ยมีแผนมากพอหรือยังที่จะไปสู้กับทีมอื่นๆในรอบเพย์ออฟ
ตอนนี้น่าจะ80แล้วครับ80%
เองเหรอคะ
ถึงวีคหน้าก็คงเกิน100แล้วครับ
วีคหน้าก็เกิน100แล้วสำหรับ MC ล่ะคะคิดว่าเกมนี้เป็นยังไงคิดว่าจุดไหนที่ลอยแบบตีบ้านช่วยปกป้องบ้านอยู่คนเดียวหรือเปล่าเมื่อกี้ทำให้เราชนะมาได้
ก็เพราะการสื่อสารของทีมมากกว่าครับ
การสื่อสารของทีม
ช่วยกันเล่นครับแล้วก็จังหวะนั้นภูมิก็คอมาว่าตีบ้านได้ผมก็เลยเล่นกันเลยครับก็เล่นกันแค่พอไหวครับ
แค่พอไหวไม่ไหวก็ออกแต่เมื่อกี้นี่กะเอาจบเลยนะเราไม่คิดจะมีเกมที่3ให้แฟนๆได้ลุ้นกันเลยเหรอ
ก็เห็นกองเชียร์เสียงดังเลยรีบจบให้
กองเชียร์เสียงดังก็เลยมีพลัง
กลัวกองเชียร์เจ็บค
อกลัวกองเชียร์เจ็บคอโอเคแล้วคิดว่ามีอะไรอยากบอกกับทีมที่เราจะเจอในรอบเพย์ออฟไหมขู่สักหน่อย
ก็เตรียมกันบ้านมาดีๆเลยครับเพราะว่าตอนนี้บุรีรัมย์มาแล้ว
บุรีรัมย์กลับมาแล้วแบบฟอร์มกลับมาแล้วเพราะตอนแรกนี่เกือบหลับแต่ไม่เป็นไรเรายังกลับมาได้ถือว่าทำได้ดีนะคะในเกมนี้โหคือลุ้นกันมากจริงๆนะคะแล้วสุดท้ายนี้ค่ะอยากบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆเนาะเพราะว่าโอ้โหวันนี้เสียงเชียร์บุรีรัมย์ดังมากจริงดังไม่หยุดเลยไม่ว่าจะเป็นช็อตไหนเนาะไม่ว่าจะเข้าไฟหรือว่าตีบ้านเสียงเชียร์ดังมากจริงแล้วก็ทางออนไลน์ก็โอ้โหเม้นต์มาไม่หยุดเลยบอกอะไรกับแฟนๆหน่อยค่ะแบบคอยให้กำลังใจบุรีรัมย์มาตลอดเลย
ขอบคุณทุกคนมากนะครับทั้งแฟนคลับที่เป็นของจากทางฝั่งบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตเองหรือว่าแฟนคลับแบบโดยทั่วไปคือพวกเรารู้สึกกดดันมากในการแข่งขันซีซั่นแรกนะครับ ก็เลยแบบว่าทำให้ฟอร์มเราแบบแกว่งไปบ้างแต่ตอนนี้เราน่าจะกลับมาแล้วครับแล้วก็จะตอบแทนกองเชียร์แฟนคลับทุกคนให้ได้มากที่สุดเท่าที่ทำได้ครับ
เราก็จะไปเตรียมให้พร้อมสำหรับในรอบเพย์ออฟเนาะMC ค่ะสักนิดหนึ่ง
ก็ขอบคุณนะครับที่เข้ามาดูผมนะครับก็ขอบคุณจริงๆครับเข้ามาดูกันเยอะเลยแล้วก็ขอบคุณแฟนคลับจากทางบ้านด้วยนะครับแล้วก็ในโซเชียลนะครับผมขอบคุณทุกคนเลยครับเจอกันวันที่22-24ครับผม
ที่เซ็นทรัลโอเคค่ะเลิศเลยนะคะทีมนี้ก็ขอบคุณทั้ง2คนมากๆเลยนะคะเดี๋ยวเราให้ทั้ง2คนไปพักก่อนเนาะแล้วก็ขออนุญาตส่งต่อให้กับพี่แคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนได้เลยค่ะ
Dude, from all the interviews I've seen so far in MSL Thailand, that was the one I wanted to understand the most, dude. I'm gonna try and find someone who speaks Thai and tell them to translate for me because I need to know what happened. How did it come about? You know, like we just need more. Like that's such a crazy game that we just need answers directly from the players because you just cannot. I don't know, man. You can't gather and make assumptions just from the gameplay. There's too much happening.
It really was, and it kind of feels weird that everyone was so excited to watch Bacon Time, and they just fought like that. I mean, there's so many things I want to ask them too. Like, how did they actually deal with that Faramis? Like, I mean, the Faramis, it was working until it didn't, right? Like, it was literally winning until it lost. So
right.
I guess we can break that down a little bit easier if we think about like where the damage sources were coming from. And you said it the best earlier, like there was like a skirmish on the bottom part of the map where, you're not playing it as efficiently. You're using Blazing Duet plus Mystic Gush at the same time. Right? So maybe that's like one of the ways they could optimize it, but as is, Bacon Time already had a hard time. It wasn't really fully optimized yet.
Exactly. And then I think in the end, it's just like avoiding the Netherrealm altogether and playing for the macro. But it's a lot easier said than done. I know you have a Fanny, you know, I know you have a Gourd with good clear. I know you have multiple ways to start a fight, which has been the theme that we've been talking about the whole day for all three matches. Having more ways to start the fights give you more control. But dang, the patience, the kite back that they were trying to do to pull Bacon Time apart. I mean, that was so good. Like, who made the call, right? Well, how did they reach that conclusion that they were supposed to do that? These are all questions that we desperately need answers for. But one question that's already answered is the MVP for this game, Izzy, on the Claude. Late game Claude, guys, you can never count it out. So many good blazing duets. And towards the end there, the better mirror image usage was also so good.
It really is. And again, even without the blazing duet, he just knows how to use that normal attack properly. That's what amazes me with Izzy. Is like he knows when he can do a barrage of normal attacks. He knows when he needs to use the BMI to walk out. Although some BMIs, especially in the early game, were relatively, underutilized because the range was just so slow and they were able to wait for the battle mirror image to fight. These trades that Izzy was doing, it was excellent. And maybe it's behind the fact that, or the knowledge that he was very safe. Maybe he felt so safe alongside an Arlot, alongside the Gord. I think this was a great bait move. Look at that. Agi could have actually been MVP here and I wouldn't have been mad. That was a huge turning point, wasn't it? This was a huge turning point.
I think mainly it was before this, but this definitely solidified the fact that they are actually back in the game. They've nullified the gold advantage. And this was the running theme, man. This is the solution that they found. They pull apart the team, and if there's no answer, they get the base turrets. They get all these leads. And there, if Narakorn got out of there as well, it would have been crazy. But they got greedy here, honestly. And they almost lost the game because of it, right? They lost 4 members. Narakorn came up, fortunately, able to final slash the wave, try and do a bit more damage to it. And because that mini did not survive, the game was extended. And without 2 base turrets, the game went from bad to worse for Bacon Time. And this is the solution they found, right? They jumped on the one person that showed up when the Netherrealm wasn't available. And without the Netherrealm, there's no way for you to buy time, to extend the fights even longer. And when they split up the team fights like this, then it doesn't matter, right? No matter how much protection and how much damage Guns has at the time, when he's jumped on by 3 members like this, it's over. You just can't get out of it.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, it is a late game Claude. No matter how badly they lost in the early, or no matter how many buffs were denied from Lois, Lois, the only thing that you kind of stop as a Fanny if you steal a purple buff is the team fighting. He can still basically split push very well because it doesn't take a lot of energy to run a long distance, right? As long as you know how to use your cable properly. So yeah, you denied the team fight from Lois. Okay, he can't assassinate, but the map control was very much used here by Brood. That's a really good swerve, right? From earlier, they were trying to team fight a lot, to later, they were splitting up the map. So you saw the big change in their playstyle. Very few teams actually do that.
And they made the switch up when under unideal circumstances. If they were winning, and then they started running into this wall, this Netherrealm, and then they're like, okay, you know what? Let's split push. Cool. But they were under pressure. They were on the back foot. If you were Lois, you were thinking about your buffs getting stolen. What can you do? Where can you farm, right? Because you need Izzy to farm up as well. And then somewhere in that mess, someone, or maybe everyone said, you know what? Screw this team fighting business. Let's go split push, right? And then once they start split pushing, then that's where we can actually use the kite backs, the slows, the mystic projectiles to really get Bacon Time frustrated. And it just worked out.
Yeah, it worked out so well. Especially that for the most part, Izzy was, able to survive until the very later parts of that game. And again, if the Claude survives, sometimes we get so caught up on all the hype moments of like crowd controls of a Fanny dashing in, right? Of a Mystic Gush burning a target. We forget, hey, look at Claude, man. Still a very strong play here. Richman and carry for that game. I gotta say, I did not see Izzy. I did not come into the day, or I did not come into this match expecting Izzy to be the biggest star for this last game, but I think for this whole series, he did phenomenally well.
Indeed, definitely. There's an argument to be made for Agi and Narakorn. I think those two really impressed me as well. Because remember, Agi was making some of those flicker maneuvers on the Gort. He has to deal with a Suyo as well. And Narakorn, aside from the save on the base, earlier on the Lapu, he was great. In this game too, if you notice, the amount of time that he bought just by being survivable and being mobile, this was an Arlet that wasn't doing well, and he's still able to be such a nuisance. And I think overall, it's a great team effort. As a guy who was supporting Bacon Time, I'm a bit sad, but if that's how it's gonna go down, I mean, by all means, man, Buriram, let's go. That was crazy.
Absolutely deserved. That's what I have to say about Buriram. They came in guns a-blazing here. I can't believe it. They pushed it against the second place.
Ooh.
And just like that, they're basically almost tied up. So they're so close on points, man. Triple way tie almost in 3-4-5.
Yeah, 3 teams in the same place, and 2 with the exact same game win-loss as well. I believe if this is the situation, there's a head-to-head, right, to be considered.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why Buriram is on top here, but to jump straight to number 4, man, good for Buriram. There were some doubters. I'll be honest, I was one of the doubters, thinking that they won't be able to perform on an even higher level, but hey, they proved everyone wrong. And that one Thai caster, man, Birds 5 Wings, right?
Hot, yeah.
Yeah, he voted for Buriram, so that guy knows well.
He's the one guy who voted for Buriram.
This is the second time when I went casting where he predicted an upset, so that guy is cool. That guy is good.
Let's go. Here's the bracket. Oh my god, it's the playoffs bracket for MSL Thailand's first ever playoffs. It's Brew versus ACT because of that very beautiful performance. We got a match 2 of Tenacity versus Solix, not surprising. It's still, despite losing that, Bacon Time, they deserve it. They're still on the bye for day 2, as well as King of Gamers.
Yes, sir. These 2 teams have been standing out. And of course, there's going to be a ton of questions like, hey, if Bacon Time lost and they still are up there, did they take this as an opportunity to prod and bait out strategies away from Buriram so they know how to deal with it if they run into it in future? A lot of strategies go into a long league like this, especially once you know the points and how it's going to go in the playoffs as well. So there's still a ton of questions that have to be answered here, but we have to wait for the playoffs to actually get those confirmations.
That's right. Playoffs is going to be on May 22nd. So make sure to get your tickets locked in already. If you guys are watching locally, very, very exciting stuff. So as for how the regular season went, feels like it went by so fast, man. It's just so good. We're seeing so much good talent.
I kind of almost wish we got more days so we can keep track of how things were developing. Because for me, right, the last time I saw Buriram, they weren't really doing all that good. And now I see this, I'm like, what happened? What did I miss? That's the pain of only casting 3 days of the whole league. This was a long journey for all these teams.
It really was. Obviously, we could see a lot of it, but it feels like I would like the whole picture, plus the interviews. So we can
the interviews, so yes, actually... please. Subs,
come on,
real-time subs, please.
real-time subs. Let's go. And for the meantime, it felt like it was just a beautiful tournament overall. I am looking forward to watching it. I don't think I can be there because I'm gonna be doing a cast elsewhere, but definitely gonna be watching, and I'm so excited for what's up here for MSL Thailand Season 1.
Definitely, man. And with that, that's the end of the day, man. That's the final match. It ends the whole thing with a bang, as it should. And yeah, I'm glad to be here, like Rockhart. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we're going to see the the complete end of the whole story. But for now, that's it. That was me, Arashi, and Rockhart, and we're gonna throw it down to the host.
และอาทิตย์ค่ะติดรถไฟฟ้านะคะสามารถเดินทางได้สะดวกมากๆเลยค่ะและสำหรับท่านใดนะคะที่ไม่สะดวกเดินทางค่ะยังสามารถติดตามชมได้นะคะทุกช่องทางออนไลน์ทุกช่องทางเลยค่ะอาทิตย์หน้าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเราก็จะได้รู้กันแล้วนะคะว่าทีมไหนค่ะจะได้เป็นแชมป์ของรายการ MSL Thailand Season 1 ค่ะสำหรับแฟนคลับทุกทีมนะคะห้ามพลาดเด็ดขาดเลยค่ะใครที่สะดวกก็อย่าลืมมาหน้างานได้เลยนะคะสำหรับวันนี้เนี่ยต้องขอบคุณพี่ๆแคสเตอร์ทั้ง3คนมากๆเลยนะคะพี่วาว่าพี่เบิร์ดและพี่มาร์คค่ะโอ้โหมาภาคเนี่ยสร้างความดุเดือดความมันให้กับแฟนๆเกมของเราได้มากๆเลยนะคะและวันนี้นะคะก็ต้องขอบคุณนะคะแฟนๆทุกท่านเลยค่ะทั้งทางหน้างานนะคะและออนไลน์ค่ะวันนี้นะคะมินนี่และทีมงานนะคะขอตัวลาไปก่อนแล้วพบกันใหม่อาทิตย์หน้าที่ BCC หอเซ็นทรัลลาดพร้าวค่ะ